Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
By ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here from constituents in my riding of Wellington, Halton Hills, about 150 of them that are calling on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to adopt policies that will aid small family farmers in developing countries and that will protect the rights of these small family farmers in the global south to use and exchange seeds.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 4 petitions today. The first one asks Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa. The second one calls on the federal government to rescind its cuts to the interim federal health program. The third one asks the federal government to adopt international aid policies that protect the right of small family farmers in the global south to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. And the last petition, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians who are appalled that we spent $22 million in the National Household Survey to collect data that was of poorer quality than was collected in the last by the last long-form census, and so it asks for the restoration of the long-form census.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, each year in Canada, 10,000 people die from prescription drugs taken exactly as prescribed, and some 3.5 million Canadians have inadequate drug coverage or no coverage at all. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to establish a committee with the necessary authority, mandate, expertise, and funding to make recommendations to reduce the number of deaths by prescription drugs, and to work with the provinces and territories to ensure all Canadians have a drug plan that covers the costs of prescription drugs and expand catastrophic drug coverage for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Palliser. Palliser,
that's you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Moose Jaw and surrounding area. The petitioners would like to bring to the attention of the House the multinational seed companies are threatening the ability of the family farm to produce the amount of food required to feed their families and communities. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to adopt international aid policies that support small family farms, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty, and ensure that Canadian policies are developed in consultation with small family farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Business of supply. The opposition motion by Mr. Cullen on the economic situation.
That the House call on the Government to A, immediately present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament, outlining the state of the nation's finances in light of the unstable economic situation, including job losses, falling oil prices, and declining government revenues, and B, prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges facing the middle class by creating more good quality full-time jobs and by encouraging economic diversification. Debate, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, thank you to my colleagues. I'll be splitting my time with my honourable friend from Beauport-Limoilou, et je vais dire merci pour.
And I want to say thank you to him for his work and for the work that we will be doing together in the future.
Today we present a motion, our first Opposition Day motion of 2015, that we think comes at a critical juncture for this country and our economy. And the motion states quite clearly, as you have just read, Mr. Speaker, that the House call on the Government to immediately present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament outlining the state of the nation's finances in light of unstable economic situation, including job losses, falling oil prices, and declining government revenues, and B, prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges facing the middle class by creating more good quality, full-time jobs and by encouraging economic diversification. Now, Mr. Speaker, our expectation is the government would actually support this motion because it clearly addresses the needs of this country and responds to the moment that we are in. Let's take that moment for what it is. The last time the government came to Canadians with their economic update, the world oil prices were at $81, $86 for world and $81 for WTI. Those prices have now since subsequently dropped to $48 and $46 respectively. That is a $4.3 billion hit to this government's treasury, as is estimated by the OECD. Now, calling on accountability and action is what is the job of all parliamentarians, and New Democrats take this job incredibly seriously, because we've seen over the last number of weeks serious job losses in the retail sector, energy sector, and other sectors across the economy. The TD Bank has concluded that the conclusion is unambiguous. In the absence of new measures to raise revenue or cut spending, TD is projecting budget deficits for 2015-16 and 2016-17, as opposed to the surpluses expected at the time of the last fiscal update. This government needs a reality check, Mr. Speaker. It needs to address the situation that is in front of it rather than the one it wishes to see. It is important because we've seen this movie before from Conservatives. If Canadians will remember, on the eve of the last global recession, as the world was dipping into negative territory, Conservatives, rather than paying attention to the facts in front of them, and the indications were clear from the private sector economists, the World Bank, the OECD, that Canada too was falling into a recession, Conservatives chose to ignore that and brought in, as you'll remember, an austerity budget. It made the Conservative government unique in the developed world, and this was a uniqueness that we didn't wish to enjoy, in not responding to the reality in front of us. It was only at the threat of losing their government did the Conservatives reassemble a budget that was in fact a stimulus budget in response to the time of the day. Now, the Minister of Finance recently sent a letter to us asking for ideas and solutions to help fix the economic weakness in Canada, because let's take a snapshot of the Canadian economy in just 2014, a year that was meant to be a year of recovery, still coming through the global recession. The population in Canada grew faster than jobs in Canada in 2014. The youth unemployment rate remained twice the national average, at a rate seen during the worst times of the global downturn. Canadian youth are still experiencing those very difficult times. Canadian individuals are carrying more debt than they ever have in our history. We carry this debt, and that is a great encumbrance on the economy, and the governor of the bank has rightly pointed out that this is a concern and adds greater weakness and fragility. Since the Conservatives took power, these long 9 years, Canada has lost 400,000 manufacturing jobs alone. These are good-paying jobs. These are jobs that support families. These are jobs that add value to our natural resources. And for all that time, you never heard a whit of concern coming from Conservatives at all, that they're all eggs in one basket approach to the economy. It was all pipelines all the time. So much of our effort with our relationship with our greatest trading partner in the United States fixated on one job-exporting pipeline, namely Keystone. The loss of social license with Canadians with regards to natural resources as Conservatives try to force through job-exporting pipelines to the West Coast. This has been the fixation of this government. And we've seen that they built a house of cards, and they spent a surplus in the fall before they had it. And what did they spend it on, Mr. Speaker? They spent it on a $2.5 billion income splitting scheme that does nothing for 85% of Canadians, and that skews proportionally towards the wealthiest Canadians, those that have a large income and a spouse that has very low or no income. That is what income splitting supports. Now, the Conservatives call out lies, but I remember it was Jim Flaherty, I think, who stood in this place and others and said his problem with income splitting was its deep unfairness. That's what he's had a problem with income splitting, that 15% of Canadians who don't need the help were suddenly getting $2.5 billion help from Conservatives in the last budget. That's what they chose to spend their now illusionary surplus on. And now they're talking about dipping into their rainy day fund, the emergency fund, to paper over their mistake. They better hope that there are no floods or natural disasters, because that's what it was originally set aside for. The unforeseen circumstances. Well, this wasn't unforeseen. This was a choice Conservatives made. A choice that they made to dig a $2.5 billion hole into their budget that they thought they could pay for, and now they can't. And now an intelligent and responsive government would say, well, the circumstances have changed dramatically. Maybe this unfair tax cut to the wealthiest Canadians is not timely, because it does nothing for job creation, which is something that every private sector economist and the governor of the bank is calling for right now. Is it spending in infrastructure? No, not at all. The Conservatives didn't choose that. Does it create businesses, jobs in the small and medium businesses in this country? No, it does nothing like that. It's a political effort to buy votes on the eve of an election, clearly and simply. And that's why they rushed it and backdated it in order to help their electoral fortunes come next fall. Well, this isn't about the Conservative Party anymore. This is about the Canadian economy. And it's time for the Conservatives to adapt to the reality in front of them. What this motion calls for is for them simply to bring a fiscal update, tell us what the books say, and then bring forward a budget that responds to the reality in front of Canadians. That is, according to the governor of the bank, we have a low or zero job growth recovery. That should be concerning to everybody, that even in the midst of recovery, the Canadian economy right now is not creating jobs. That's according to the governor of the bank. And the governor acted last week with one of the major tools available to the bank by lowering interest rates. Unprecedented. It's been more than 30 opportunities for the bank to do this over the last number of years, almost 5 years now, and it was just last week that the governor chose to act, to move more money into the economy, to stimulate the growth because of the concerns that the bank has about Canada's future. Now, the finance minister yesterday was bragging that we may achieve as much as 2% growth this year, compared to more than 3% in the United States and almost 4% globally. These guys are out patting themselves on the back rather than acting. And when it comes to time to actually delivering the budget, what has the finance minister said? Well, we're gonna cross our fingers, say the Conservatives, hide under the covers, and hope that things just get better a few months' time, because maybe in April we'll bring it, maybe after April we'll bring it. But don't worry, we have a plan B. After years and years of plan A, $50 billion in corporate tax cuts, that has contributed to the almost $600 billion in dead money in this economy. We have one of the lowest reinvestment rates in research and development in Canada, one of the lower growth in job rates in Canada. And this doesn't seem to concern this government. Now, solutions are required, and New Democrats are offered those solutions to this government and to Canadians. Up to $15 a day affordable childcare for all Canadians, not the 15% the Conservatives are focused on at the top. $15 a day minimum wage for federal workers. Because we can recognize that since 1974, adjusted for real dollars, people at the lowest end earning minimum wage have received exactly a 1 penny raise in all of that time. And Conservatives think they concern themselves with average Canadians? Hardly, Mr. Speaker. We brought forward ideas around the small business hiring tax credit, which for a couple of years the Conservatives picked up and then cancelled. A hiring tax credit that was connected to a company actually creating a job. We've connected the idea that when the government acts in the economy, it should be focused on creating jobs, not simply focused on a partisan activity, trying to buy votes just before an election. So, Mr. Speaker, the motion presented today is clear, it's acceptable, it's smart. It says bring forward an update, level with Canadians, show us the books, and then, for heaven's sakes, bring a budget that actually responds to the reality that Canadians and our economy face today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party would ultimately argue that it is a fundamental responsibility for the federal government to, in fact, provide confidence, to provide a sense of confidence in our economy. And one of the tools in which it does that is by bringing in a federal budget in a timely fashion, Mr. Speaker, something that has escaped this particular Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. It is something, Mr. Speaker, that is of critical importance on many different fronts. I want to specifically ask my question to the NDP critic of finance in regards to the importance of a federal budget at a time in which you even have provinces that are making up their budgets today. and are very much reliant on some of those national figures that would be incorporated into the federal budget. And I'm wondering if the critic might want to provide some comment in regards to the need of a national budget which has an impact on other budgets in Canada.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I thank my friend for his comments. Firstly, with the Conservatives who pride themselves on being somewhat disciplined about the messaging, almost robotic-like at times, it has been nothing but confusion with respect to not only this budget that's meant to come at some point in the spring, maybe towards the summer, we're not sure, but it's been utter chaos where you have one minister getting up and saying we're going to bring a budget that will likely bring in more cuts to services that Canadians need. Right, like food inspection, rail inspection, veterans fares, which we've seen already. They're going to cut again. We have another minister saying no, not at all. We have another minister saying we got to spend our rainy day fund to make up for the promises, the wasteful promises we made. And then the next minister says not at all. Now, with respect to timing, we've seen this government download upwards of $36 billion in health care cuts to the provinces. They've just now recently announced that disaster programs are going to be cut by hundreds of millions of dollars more to the provinces. And now we see them saying, for Conservatives' own political fortunes and our own political timing, say the Conservatives, the provinces are just going to have to wait and guess what contributions may be coming from the federal government. These are provinces that are struggling to make ends meet, much like Canadian families. The responsible thing, the right thing to do is react, act, and take some leadership when it comes to responding to our economy right now.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the NDP, for the last 4 or 5 years since I've been in this House, have consistently talked down the economy, the Canadian economy, and the great work that we have done in terms of seeing ourselves through a global recession, seeing the largest net new jobs. You see them on the picket lines protesting against every resource project that's out there. And so really, their plan is absolutely a plan that will not move Canadians forward. It's a plan that's anti-resource, anti-job, and massive government spending. So I would like the opposition member to talk to the massive programs that they plan to bring in, government programs, and where they intend to get the revenue for it when they're against every project and almost every job that I've seen come forward.
Well, member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
It'd be like a Canadian going to a doctor and getting a health check, and the doctor says, oh, you should cut down on fats a little bit, and we're worried about this, and the person says, well, don't talk me down, don't talk down my health. This is the reality check that the Conservatives need. They can choose to ignore it like they did in the last global downturn. 2008, wasn't that long ago, it was recent memory, and we're not anti-resource development, we're anti-stupid resource development. When it comes up that the Conservatives think that they can bulldoze their way through Canadian communities, doing whatever it is they want and gut environmental laws and run over the rights of First Nations, that somehow that's a resource plan, well, that plan ends up in court. Congratulations to the energy superpower that this Prime Minister promised Canadians in 2006. How's it going for you? An absolute unmitigated disaster. Tensions with our largest trading partner in the United States, no pipelines getting approved, and increasing public opposition to their plans, because there they go again. All eggs in one basket. This is all they know. When we ask for help for the manufacturing sector, where are the Conservatives? The value-added sector, where are the Conservatives? Nowhere. This is asking for an action plan from the government, finally. Not the ads. Not the $1 billion they spent on self-promoting ads, but a real action plan that will help Canadians get back to work.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for sharing his valuable time with me, because I think he could have used at least 20 minutes to address other topics, because there is a great deal to say about the motion that we have tabled today. I won't read it again, but I will begin my speech, Mr. Speaker, by saying that in reality the Conservative government has long been preparing for difficult times for Canadians, and I'm asserting that in this House, not gratuitously, but based on very well-established facts that have been documented, and I will use for that a source that I hope my Conservative colleagues won't challenge, and that is the response to the Bank of Canada's monetary policy that was presented a few days ago for January 2015. And, Mr. Speaker, I will focus on aspects that directly affect the middle class, aspects that are linked to the job market. In this report, the Bank of Canada indicates that the improvement of the labour market index was hampered by other developments, including long-term unemployment, which is close to its post-crisis peak. So we're not talking about before the recession, but afterwards. That is the first thing. The second element is that the number of hours worked remains low, and the percentage of workers who involuntarily are occupying a part-time position remains high. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a very disappointing observation, and it's a fact, and the government should take note of this. It has nothing to do with the context that we're experiencing now, the drop in oil prices. It was a situation that was created under the responsibility of this government on the Conservative government's watch. So the government can no longer evade this issue. The Bank of Canada has written this out clearly. And here's another very troubling aspect. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that this is perhaps the most worrisome aspect, and which makes our debate today very urgent and very important, is that the rate of employment activity is very low based on demographics. So active workers, people aged from 25 to 44, has dropped in 2014, which means that at least part of the labor market participation has nothing to do with demographics. So this is not a normal evolution of the labor market in the Canadian context, given our demographics. So these were conditions that were created further to the implementation of Conservative government measures. So this is all the Conservative government's fault. And we may be on the verge of a perfect storm. Well, perhaps not a perfect storm, but a whole group of troubling circumstances, and Canadian families will pay the price right across the country. You know, Mr. Speaker, I hear my colleague who says that we're wrong. So he's challenging the conclusions of the Bank of Canada. So I think that he should perhaps look at this report and read the facts that are laid out in this report. I'm not inventing anything. I'm just reading what the Bank of Canada says. Mr. Speaker, the labor market has never been as vulnerable since we emerged from the economic crisis. And I would say that this is a labor market for survivors, which is really sad for a country that is as wealthy as ours. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country that has so many advantages due to its natural resources, its human resources, its expertise, its know-how, its industrial fabric, which was renowned. We have a number of state-of-the-art sectors as well. Oh, yes, and I forgot the tourism market, which used to make Canada a leader, but now we're lagging well behind many other countries, and that is very sad as well. So I would say that we have been in a lose-lose situation for many years. And now that the context has changed drastically, because we're talking about really that oil prices have plummeted sharply, just over a few months, the price of the barrel price of oil has dropped by half. So that is brutal. It's drastic. There's no other way we can describe this, and I don't think anyone in this House could argue with that. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, by making this observation, we can see that at the end of the day, the government has turned its back on the middle class. So now we're going to have to help it out. And The government is the one that has to do that. The government of Canada is the best suited. It has the means to remedy, to rectify the situation and to ensure that the middle class can return to its rightful position. The middle class should be able to count on real prosperity, long-term security that it no longer has because of the vulnerable labor market, and conditions that will allow it to aspire to a better future for its children, which is not a certainty right now. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, that during the holiday break, I know that my colleagues, took a few days off, but they also spoke to their constituents who are very worried about their children and what is going to become of them, because their children are at college or at university, and they know that the labor market is not conducive or no longer has any place for young people who are recent graduates. Now, in this report on monetary policy, the Bank of Canada is very clear. There's been an improvement in the situation for young people, but a negligible one. And they are starting from so far back that we can't even talk about a favorable position for young people on the labor market. So imagine, Mr. Speaker, those are things that we can talk about right now. We can observe this in the current situation. So that's troubling enough. But imagine what is coming in the future. Imagine what the future holds in store for our children. So we need to debate what we are going to hand down as a legacy to our descendants. And there is no legacy right now, except for a social debt or a liability that our children are going to have to shoulder for years and years. So this is not very reassuring, because with the different contradictions that the ministers are firing off on the government side, we really don't know what to expect within the government's timelines. And if they're seeking to balance the budget, well, we don't know what they're going to do if the economic situation gets even worse than it has been over the past 10 years. So thank you for indicating to me the time I have left, Mr. Speaker. Now, all of this is why the NDP is working to become the next government of Canada. So we're sending strong signals that we will improve things and build a positive legacy for our children. As my esteemed colleague said, this calls for simple but strong measures like a minimum wage, a $15 minimum wage that we're going to put in place incrementally so as not to perturb the market. But we're going to put this in place over a realistic term. We want to put in place our $15 a day childcare strategy as well, so that Canadian families with vulnerable incomes will be able to have their children taken for properly. Because right now, some families are paying up to $1,000 a month. It's absurd. It's outrageous. And the government is doing nothing about that. But the most serious, Mr. Speaker, the most problematic thing with regard to our economic future is that the Bank of Canada made a move in order to counter the economic turbulence that we're going through. But the Bank of Canada is alone in waging this fight, because the Government of Canada has shown no signs of saying that it will support the Bank of Canada in its move. And this is unacceptable, because the Bank of Canada it's not up to the Bank of Canada to deal with all this. It is up to the Government of Canada to make sure that Canadians have better living conditions and that we can weather this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did listen with great interest. But what, again, the NDP is doing is they're not reflecting on facts. And the facts are having some of the best job creation record in the G7. The facts are, in spite of the challenges of oil prices, We will be having a growth rate. It's predicted to be in that 2% of the GDP range. So we continue to be on a positive track. We have a low tax plan that is going to continue to support businesses and to encourage growth in all sectors of our economy. I certainly look at my riding, and the tourism industry is looking at a positive impact from the low dollar. So I think we have to recognize that there is some balance here, and we are on the right track. But what I hear from the NDP is plans for $15 minimum wage, universal childcare, which I believe will only help maybe 10% of the population. I hear lots of plans where they intend to pick money out of the pockets of Canadians, but really I have not heard anything that's going to actually support the growth of Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I have the impression that my esteemed colleague missed part of my speech because what I presented concerning the labour market, well, that's not something that I just made up. They are facts that were laid out by the Bank of Canada. So I would urge my colleague to consult the report on monetary policy by the Bank of Canada of January 2015, and she will see the quotes. She will see the data on the labour market as I set it out. It's not a question of opinion. She can refuse to face reality if she wants to. Maybe the PMO told her to do that, but the reality is right here in the monetary policy. It's the Bank of Canada, so you can't really argue with that.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pick up on a commitment by this Prime Minister to give a massive hundreds of millions of dollars, I believe the total is $2 billion tax break to some of Canada's wealthiest people. Less than 15%, Mr. Speaker. It's the income split. This is a program or a commitment that needs to be reversed. The government is taxing Canada's middle class in essence of $2 billion to provide support, Mr. Speaker, to less than 15% of Canada's population. And I'm wondering if the member might want to comment or put on the record very clearly that the NDP would, in fact, reverse the income split tax commitment.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. He is right. Income splitting is a bad idea, and I just want to remind him that over the past 20 years, Liberal and Conservative governments alike practically worked hand in hand to enrich the richest Canadians by granting tax breaks and removing tax brackets. And that's aside from corporate tax breaks. So for 20 years, Mr. Speaker, people have been, different governments have been wearing rose-colored glasses and promising us utopia, but the government's, the Liberal and Conservatives government's record is clear. This report has said that the future of our workers is not assured, and with the coming turbulence, people are going to suffer. And, you know, our young people are trying to get jobs, but they have been hampered by 20 years of Liberal and Conservative governments.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Cove Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague. And I also wanted to say that I appreciate that the official opposition has chosen today to have a special debate on the current situation and the absence of an economic update. I want to put it to my friend that a fundamental principle, going to first principles on this debate, fundamental to our form of democracy is that Parliament controls the public purse. And certainly our first parliamentary budget officer, Kevin Page, has made it clear that that is no longer true. None of us, as members of Parliament, have received, since I entered this place, sufficient information to vote on any budget. The budget the last number of years has been missing something, generally referred to as a budget. There's been no total statement of revenues, no total statement of expenses, and no bottom line. In other words, I think the spring so-called budget should be called the annual thick brochure. It contains a lot of political promises, but none of the information the finance minister claims he needs to present a budget.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague for her comment. And as a member, the member for Beauport-Limoilou, I see the same thing with my constituents in my riding concerning the Port of Quebec and toxic dust. But yes, we've seen this for decades with various governments. They turn their back on transparency, and this has been a growing trend, especially on the Conservatives' watch. Now, this is a trend that is so intensified that we're going to have to reopen the books so that Canadians can find out what is really going on with their future. And we'll have to hold more public debates.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup. In my time today, let me reassure all honourable members that our government remains focused on the economy and on the next budget. As our Finance Minister recently said, and I quote, "Given the current market instability, I will not bring forward our budget earlier than April. We need all the information we can obtain before finalizing our decisions," end of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, if the members opposite can practice some patience, we will certainly provide them with our vision for the future in due course. However, let me start by describing where we are and how we got here. Canada was able to weather through the recent recession relatively well, but its impact is still heavily weighing on the global economy. After the most severe global recession since the Great Depression came the weakest global recovery. In the Eurozone, the recovery remains elusive and inflation has fallen significantly, reaching negative 0.2% last December. The continent's three largest economies, Germany, France, and Italy, all saw their economies contract in the second quarter of 2014 and have remained weak in the third quarter as well. And just last week, the European Central Bank significantly expanded its bond buying program, or quantitative easing, now estimated to reach 1.1 trillion euros, plus possible extensions, in an attempt to resuscitate a struggling Eurozone economy. Beyond Europe, the growth rates of key emerging economies, China and Brazil, are slowing as well. Geopolitical conflicts in Ukraine, Iraq, and Syria have complicated the economic recovery and fuel global uncertainty. However, after a weak start to last year, the outlook for our American neighbours has strengthened considerably and bodes well for Canada. Still, the International Monetary Fund warns that economic risks remain elevated. The global economy is still very fragile, and we are not immune from global shocks. We have been saying this for years, and it remains valid today, perhaps more so than ever. Many countries face difficult decisions ahead. Yet, Mr. Speaker, in these challenging global times, Canada has fared much better than most. A downturn that didn't originate here hit us later than most and affected us less. Moreover, we emerged from the downturn more quickly and in better shape than other developed economies. How, you ask, Mr. Speaker? A prudent and long-term plan of economic growth and job creation. Canada has recovered all of the jobs lost during the Great Recession and more. In fact, over 1.2 million net new jobs have been created since the depths of the recession. Jobs that are overwhelmingly full-time, high-paying, private sector jobs. Since taking office in 2006, we've been carefully crafting a more confident Canada. And that confidence is shown in the fact that Canadians are wealthier. A recent New York Times analysis found that after-tax middle-class incomes in Canada are higher than those in the United States. That's the first time that's happened, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Canadian middle class is among the richest in the developed world. The median net worth of Canadian families has increased by 45% since we've taken office, and our government has been committed to taking less than that hard-earned money away with the lowest federal tax burden in over 50 years. We've also put an emphasis on free trade, which is tremendously valuable and important to the state of the Canadian economy. When our government took office in 2006, Canada had free trade agreements with only 5 countries. We now have free trade deals with 43 countries, a network that touches every corner of the globe. So let me be clear, we are not in a crisis. In fact, Canada has performed better than other G7 economies over the recovery. Both the IMF and OECD are still expecting Canada to be among the strongest economies in the G7 in 2014 and 2015. So as the Prime Minister has repeatedly said, we have a choice. Act to create jobs growth and resilience in a competitive global economy, or risk long-term economic decline. Mr. Speaker, it has been evident since our government has come to power that we have been choosing long-term prosperity, and we are achieving results through our low-tax plan for jobs and growth. At the end of the day, Canadian families I've talked to are concerned about jobs and economic growth, and rightfully so. However, our economic action plan is working, and we are doing that by keeping taxes low. The Liberals and the NDP would both institute high tax and high debt agendas, which would be devastating for the economy, killing jobs and undermining all the work we've done so far. Our government's plan does not include raising taxes or slashing transfers to the provinces like our predecessors did. To the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we cut taxes 180 times, and we increased transfer payments by 55% since 2006, reaching $65 billion this year, the highest ever. Transfers used for key priorities such as health care and post-secondary education. We remain committed to keeping taxes down and increasing transfers as the economy grows. We control government spending, something that few nations have done in decades, and we have done it while maintaining the programs and services Canadians rely on. Contrast that to the opposition, who would actually drive the economy into deeper deficits with bureaucratic and inefficient spending schemes. With this plan, it has meant that we have been able to provide even more direct support for hard-working Canadian families. The opposition will tell you today that they should be trusted to help the middle class, that they know what's best for Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, our government's track record speaks for itself. We have always committed to putting more money back into the pockets of hard-working Canadian families. Our new family tax cut will benefit 100% of families with children under the age of 18 at a time when the cost of raising a family is at an all-time high. This alone works out to an average of over $1,100 per year to spend on families' own priorities. We will not apologize for building on our record of historic tax relief for Canadians. It has been our Conservative government that has increased the amount Canadians can earn tax-free, introduced the tax-free savings account, the most popular savings vehicle since RSPs. We introduced pension income splitting for seniors, saving Canadian families. These combined are saving Canadian families, on average, over $3,400 per year. What does all this mean for over 4 million Canadian families with kids? Well, every one of them will benefit. Take, for example, a two-earner couple with children aged 7 and 3. One spouse earns $95,000, the other earns $25,000. For the 2015 taxation year alone, such a family would be better off by $2,835. Or take a single mom earning $30,000 with a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old. She will receive $1,224 in additional benefits this year alone. And here's an important point. I am proud that 2/3 of those benefits will go to low and middle-income Canadians, with 25% going to families earning less than $30,000. We are providing families this financial relief for a simple reason. Across Canada, Canadians are telling us the same thing. Costs are going up, and it is our government that understands that for a more affordable life, Canadians need a more affordable tax burden. And the fact is, according to the Fraser Institute report released last August, Canadians are paying on average about 42% of their income in taxes to all levels of government, more than food, clothing, and lodging combined. On this side of the House, we just do not believe that government needs more of that money. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that what the opposition would do. They would take these benefits away, cancelling the tax breaks, and instead increase taxes on those very same people. In fact, they said that they would do that, precisely that. Everything we have learned from the post-recession history proves that their policies would be damaging to the Canadian economy and hurt the very people the NDP and the Liberals claim to stand up for. Which brings us back to the economy. Mr. Speaker, one thing I can tell the opposition today is that we will be presenting a balanced budget to Canadians. We promised Canadians we would return to a balanced budget because it is important for Canadians and for our economy. Mr. Speaker, this means more funding available for important programs that Canadians need and keeping the debt burden low. This is another way our government is protecting Canada from international shocks. So while the opposition ignores these basic economic principles, our government will keep our promises and commitments to the Canadian people. In the worst of the recession, Canada's deficit stood at over $55 billion. Today it has been reduced by over 90% to just over $5 billion, and it is still falling. Yes, crude oil prices have fallen since last year, and this will impact our government's flexibility. But, Mr. Speaker, we have noted that lower oil prices do have benefits for consumers at the pumps, for example, and it also means lower energy prices for the manufacturing sector. Despite this volatile market, our government is confident that the fluctuation in oil prices will not stop our government from achieving a budgetary balance in 2015. This is truly a remarkable achievement when so many other countries are still locked in deep deficits. It is not easy to return to a balanced budget. Contrary to what some may believe, budgets do not balance themselves. It requires a plan and the discipline to follow that plan. It's why the Minister of Finance has said that we are using the next months to hear from Canadians, hear from private sector economists, and gather all the information to make an informed decision. Given the current market instability, we will do everything necessary before we finalize our decisions. Mr. Speaker, with all of the pessimism and negativity emanating from the opposition, it may be hard for some to get a good grasp of the real economic situation we're faced with today. Let me assure Canadians that now is not the time to be pessimistic. Canada has a diverse economy and is not solely driven by the oil sector. Federal revenues are equally diverse. Canada has a highly diverse economy. It's why our government supports jobs and growth by connecting Canadians with available jobs, fostering job creation, innovation and trade, and providing record investments in manufacturing, infrastructure, and transportation. But if the opposition had their way, they would institute higher taxes and put us back into deficit, just as we are recovering from the global recession. Remember that these tax hikes would have a destructive effect on all sectors of the economy. They would be an unnecessary job killer and would take away from Canadians money that would be better reinvested in the economy. Both the Liberals and the NDP's reckless commitment to raising taxes and spending beyond our means is not an economic plan, and Canadians expect and deserve better. We simply can't afford to return to a mindset that assumes governments can tax and spend as they please without economic consequences. We know what's happened in other countries who thought that. We understand these basic truths. No government can tax its way to prosperity, and no government can indefinitely spend more than it takes in. We cannot take prosperity for granted. Higher debt today means higher taxes and service cuts for our children and our grandchildren down the road. We have a duty to manage our finances responsibly. That is why we will get back to balance and stay there, all while keeping our promise to provide continuous tax relief to Canadians. Our government is well on its way to achieving our goal of reducing the federal debt to 25% of GDP by 2021. Indeed, the ratio is expected to fall below its pre-recession level already by 2017. The IMF projects that our total government net debt to GDP ratio will remain the lowest of any G7 country. In fact, it's about half of the average. As you can see, our government is delivering, and we're providing the leadership required during these challenging times. Now is not the time for risky experiments or a flighty trip back to discarded ideas and failed policies of the past. Canada has come a long way, but we aren't in the clear yet. Our government has a plan to meet these challenges, a plan that is working, and we must stay the course. We survived the Great Recession, Now we will take the action necessary to secure prosperity for this generation and next. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, Canada is on the right track. Canadians are aware of the benefits our government is providing, and we will soon present our vision for the future in Economic Action Plan 2015. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Scattering of applause. The question I have for my friend across the way, I may have missed it, but I don't know if he said he was supporting the motion or not. Secondly, I like the idea that there is a budget forthcoming. No kidding. The question is when, and does the government actually seek to act and respond to the reality that's facing us, as the Governor of the Bank has been able to do in these uncertain times? The minister keeps referring to unstable markets. Well, the markets just aren't unstable on oil, they're just low. If they had climbed 60 or 70%, I'm sure the government would have enthusiastically presented a budget. But my question is this, about the choices they've made. They want to spend upwards of $2 billion on an income-splitting scheme, and then derive that helps 15% of overwhelmingly the wealthiest Canadians, as was pointed out by the new Veterans Affairs Minister. Great for him, earning $180,000 a year, and it's going to help out his situation to the tune of almost $3,500. But yet they're spending 30 times less on the increase to child support payments at $65 million. And then they deride the NDP for having the audacity to propose a universal and affordable child care plan, which actually will help boost the economy. Which is the clear choice? $2 billion on income splitting that does nothing to help put people back to work, or an affordable $15 a day child care plan that allows those who want to enter the workforce to do so, and has been pointed out by TD Bank and others as an excellent way to help the economy when it needs help, which it does right now. Why make such a bad and partisan choice in this time of such serious situations? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our family tax plan will help all Canadians with children, all Canadian families under the age of 18, something that their plan would only help 10% of Canadian families. Furthermore, their plan would cost over $5 billion, at least that's what's projected. It could be actually much, much more than that. So ours is a plan to put money back in the pockets of Canadian families so they can choose how to invest that money, how to spend that money on their priorities, not the priorities of the NDP, not the priorities of our government, but the priorities of Canadian families. We're putting money back in the pockets of Canadian families, whereas the NDP have said they were going to take that money back out of the pockets and use it for their own schemes. Mr. Speaker, we don't think that's a prudent way to go. We believe Canadians know how to best spend their own money.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York West.
To listen to my colleague when he also talks about the issue of childcare and what the $3,200 is going to do when it comes to trying to find childcare. I suggest they should spend a few days out there knocking on doors and looking at just what childcare costs today. The issue that I want to ask my honourable colleague is the Minister of Finance yesterday so proudly stood here in a really blusterous way of saying how that the budget was going to be balanced, there's going to be no cuts, the commitments to small business, the commitments on income splitting, everything is going to be in that budget. Everything's going to be fine. There's not going to be any cuts. So if that's the case, then why aren't they just introducing it today? What are you waiting for? I wouldn't see the reason that you have to, if you've got it all figured out, or are you just waiting for June so that you can spin it into an election campaign?
Before I go to the Parliament Secretary, I'd like to remind all honourable members to direct their comments to the Chair rather than directly to their colleagues. The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberal Party, when we make a promise, we keep that promise, and that's what we're going to be doing for our family tax cuts and keeping taxes low. And as the Minister of Finance stated, we will not bring forward the budget any earlier than April. Declining oil prices will impact the government's flexibility, but we will balance the budget in 2015. And because of the volatility in the oil market, we will not bring forward the budget any earlier than April. It is desirable to have all the information available to make informed decisions, and our government will proceed prudently at a time when the global economy is uncertain. Canada is not immune to the economic challenges beyond our borders, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we take the time to listen to Canadians, to listen to the economists before we come out with Budget 2015. Stay tuned. It will come out after April.
Questions and comments? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Waterloo, I'm very proud to come from a community that has one of the strongest local economies, not only in the province but in the country. A local economy with diversified strength, with strength in advanced manufacturing, strength in financial services, strength, of course, in our tech and innovation sector. And when I hear the opposition claim that, as a government, we're putting all of our eggs in one basket, Mr. Speaker, I LOL. I laugh out loud. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if he could please speak to the important diversification of Canada's economy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that very good question. And it's true, Canada does have a highly diverse economy. We're not just dependent on one sector, and that is why our government supports jobs and growth by connecting Canadians with available jobs. It's why we've invested in infrastructure, manufacturing and transportation. And unlike the Liberals, who encourage manufacturers in southwestern Ontario simply to close up shop, our government recognizes that there are some of the most innovative manufacturers in the world, and that's why we're supporting the Canadian economy with lower taxes. We've got 780,000 small businesses that are going to benefit from the small business tax credit. Mr. Speaker, we understand that this is a diverse economy and that it runs on many different cylinders, and that's why we're supporting all of those cylinders with lower taxes and support for Canadian manufacturers and Canadian exporters. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we've opened up 38 new trade markets for Canadian businesses. We've signed 38 new trade agreements. That compares to just 3 trade agreements that were signed by the Liberals back in the 1980s and 1990s, Mr. Speaker. We're proud of this record because it gives Canadian businesses the opportunity to expand globally and to grow.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Oh, I'm sorry. Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my Conservative colleague for his speech. However, what I didn't hear is an answer to my New Democrat colleague. What the government should tell us is that they intend to immediately present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament outlining the state of the nation's finances in light of the unstable economic situation, etc. Now, this is so important to my region in Lac-Saint-Jean. Statistics Canada has indicated that the unemployment rates in the Saguenay are very high, 9.6%. And of all of the metropolitan regions in Canada, we're in the lowest segment for job creation. So a region like mine, where my riding is located, we need signals on the part of the Conservative government. We need investments, and we need to know as well that the federal government knows what it's doing. And currently, there's tremendous uncertainty both in Parliament and in my riding. So what I'm asking my Conservative colleague to do is really, are you going to present an economic and fiscal update to show us? I'm sorry, I'll redirect my question through you. Will my Conservative colleague present an economic fiscal update to talk about Canada's finances?
Speaker, we had an economic and fiscal update just 9 weeks ago, and as the Minister of Finance has said, we are going to have a full budget sometime after April. And I want to assure my colleague opposite that at the same time we continue to manage the economy, we continue to invest in Canadians' jobs and future prosperity. We have a $75 billion infrastructure plan across the country, the largest and longest infrastructure plan in Canadian history to help create jobs. And at the same time, Canada does have the best job creation record in the G7, and our government will continue to monitor the situation and continue to manage the economy to make sure that our job creation record continues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity-Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I keep hearing the government opposite tell us to quote the facts, and they continually cite the New York Times article that talks about Canada's middle class in comparison to the United States. If you read the article, it says that Canada's middle class has never been more frightened than any other time in the country's history. And that's because the cost of education is going up, the cost of transit is going up, the cost of housing is going up, the cost of medical care is going up. And yet when this government deals with the budget, nothing changes. No matter what happens to the price of oil, no matter what happens to the economic outlooks, no matter what changes, the ideology stays the same. So if everything that they promised to do is no different than it was last week, regardless of the facts, why aren't we discussing a budget?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary, short answer, please.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that costs are going up, which is precisely the reason why we're putting money back in the pockets of Canadian families. In fact, over $3,400 back in the pockets this year alone. Mr. Speaker, we're proud of our plan, our low-tax plan to create jobs and long-term prosperity, and we're proud of the fact that the Canadian middle class is doing better now than they ever have in Canadian history. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
And today I'll speak about the Canadian economy and the challenges faced by middle-class Canadian families. Conservative government mismanagement and also their lack of vision for the Canadian economy and its future has dashed the hopes of middle-class Canadian families. I'd like to take a moment to actually reflect on the reality of Conservative management of the economy. The gouvernement conservateur.
The Conservative government, when it took power in 2006, inherited a decade worth of balanced budgets from past Liberal governments, including an annual budget surplus of $13 billion. Yet, within 2 years, the Conservatives had plunged the federal budget back into deficit before the recession hit.
They actually put Canada on the edge of deficit prior to the global financial crisis in 2008. And even in the most recent economic update, the government forecast shows that the economy's rate of growth would slow from 1 year to the next, in fact. That's the latest forecast from the government. The economy is facing long-term structural challenges. These structural challenges existed before plummeting oil prices. The Bank of Canada has forecast that the economy's growth will decline in 2015 to 2.1% from the previously forecasted 2.6%, and the TD's forecast is actually even lower at 2%. Now, the Conservatives like to take credit for the country's favourable performance relative to other industrialized economies in weathering the 2008 recession. And it is true that we did get through 2008's financial crisis better than other countries. But The Economist magazine tells us that there are three principal reasons for that. Number one, Canada's banking system and the decision made by Prime Minister Chrétien and Finance Minister Martin not to follow the global trend of deregulation in the 1990s. Number two, the fiscal management of the previous government, having taken $120 billion off the national debt, and this government inherited the Conservatives had inherited the best incoming fiscal situation of any incoming government in the history of Canada. Number three, oil, gas, and minerals. Those are the three factors that helped Canada get through the 2008 financial crisis. And they have one thing in common, that the Conservatives actually are not responsible for any of them. And, Mr. Speaker, it's important to realize that the more time has passed since the recession, the less robust Canada's economic recovery has been, especially in comparison with the U.S. In fact, The Economist magazine's article was Canadian economy, maple resting on its laurels, Canada's post-crisis glow is fading. That article, Mr. Speaker, was from last spring, a long time before plummeting oil prices. Now it's clear with the recent collapse of oil prices that we can't simply rely on fossil fuels, pipelines and minerals to be the sole drivers of the Canadian economy. The Conservatives have had a three-pronged economic strategy. It's been oil, oil, and oil. And they've actually shortchanged other sectors and included ignoring the manufacturing sector, where we have lost almost 500,000 jobs under this government. Mr. Speaker, I just would like to let you know I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from Markham Unionville as well. So, Mr. Speaker, again, even before plummeting oil prices, Canada faced significant challenges and slow growth and a soft employment market. The number of Canadian jobless who were jobless for over a year or more actually had doubled since 2008. That was before plummeting oil prices. So long-term unemployment had doubled since 2008. Even before plummeting oil prices, there were 200,000 fewer jobs for young Canadians than in 2008. And more young Canadians with good educations being unable to actually support themselves and living back at home with their parents. And more Canadian parents and grandparents going deeper in debt, in fact, record levels of personal debt, because of their direct financial support of children and grandchildren. This was, again, before plummeting oil prices. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this government has also raised taxes. I mean, the government imposed a $330 million increase in Canadian tariffs in the previous Budget Implementation Act, and in fact that took effect this month. Now the government's fiscal position is actually eroding. The TD Bank has forecast a potential $4.7 billion deficit if oil prices don't recover. Similarly, the Conference Board of Canada has issued a report saying the drop in oil prices will reduce government revenues by $4.3 billion. These economic circumstances call for vision and leadership by the federal government and certainty. And in fact, we've gotten anything from certainty from this finance minister or that government. The finance minister postponed the tabling of a budget to April at the earliest. Even in the best case scenario, where a budget is tabled in April, there will be a lack of parliamentary scrutiny as the Commons is due for a 2-week break in April.
Another worrisome development is the apparent disagreement within the government over how to deal with the evaporating budgetary surplus.
The Jobs Minister has said, we won't be using a contingency fund. A contingency fund is there for unforeseen circumstances, like natural disasters. On the other hand, the Finance Minister is saying the contingency fund is there for the unexpected and unavoidable shocks to the system, like the oil price decline, which was a dramatic one. That would fall into this category. The fact that two senior Conservative economic ministers have two totally separate and different positions on something as fundamental as the budget does not inspire confidence among the investment community or among consumers. The dilemma over how to avoid a fiscal deficit would not have presented itself in the first place if the government had not recklessly painted itself into a corner with pre-election commitments to income splitting and other tax expenditures. This was the opposite of leadership. The government was pandering to its base for political advantage. It was doing everything it could to create a notional surplus on the eve of an election to fund its pre-election spending. It took no account of the potential volatility of commodity prices. Mr. Speaker, it's plain and simple. The government mismanaged the fiscal situation. It let conservative ideology and politics take priority over the practical demands of governing and fiscal responsibility. The government now should prepare and table a budget that acknowledges the uncertainty and provides some level of leadership. It shouldn't wait until April to do this. The government should retreat from its income-splitting commitment because it's costly and it will benefit only 15% of Canadians. And in fact, we heard from former Minister of Finance Jim Flaherty on this, and he expressed concerns that it was unfair. Mr. Speaker, before plummeting oil prices, income splitting was unfair. After plummeting oil prices and its impact on the fisc, it's unaffordable. And it's important to realize that any tax cut like income splitting that only benefits 15% of the richest families, that is deficit financed, will require all Canadians to pay in higher taxes in the future. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada has actually shown leadership. They recognize the turbulence faced by the Canadian economy, and they cut interest rates for the first time, the key interest rate for the first time in almost 5 years. Despite the warning from economists, TD Bank and others, the finance minister said the Canadian economy is in good space. This is out of touch with the emerging reality and out of sync with the concerns of middle-class Canadian families. It's also indifferent to the needs of average Canadians. And it's important to realize that this government has not provided certainty to Canadians and has not provided a plan for jobs and growth. A plan for jobs and growth was needed before plummeting oil prices. We need a plan for jobs and growth even more. Even now, we need a plan for jobs and growth even more today. Mr. Speaker, a Liberal government would invest in a plan for jobs and growth in three principal ways. We would invest in infrastructure. We've never had a better time to invest in infrastructure than today. We would invest in people and skills, and we would invest in innovation. Mr. Speaker, a Liberal government would invest in jobs and growth, and that's what Canadian families are looking for. Leadership and investment in jobs and growth, a real plan for
questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member said that he was so proud that the Liberals balanced the budgets in the 1990s. But, Mr. Speaker, how did the Liberals balance the budgets in the 1990s? They did it by slashing transfers to the provinces and the territories, transfers that were supposed to be used for health care and education. They increased taxes on seniors by forcing them to remove their savings from their RSPs and RIFs 2 years earlier. They did it by raiding the EI fund of almost $60 billion, Mr. Speaker. And also they did it by not cancelling the GST, which they promised they would. They did it by not tearing up the free trade agreement, which they promised they did as well, Mr. Speaker. That's how the Liberals balanced the budgets in the 1990s. Now, my question for my honourable colleague is, would the Liberals raise taxes on Canadian families by cancelling our family tax plan, or will they get on board and help Canadian families by supporting our family tax plan?
Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Speaker, we've been very clear. We don't support income splitting, which is unfair because it only benefits 15% of Canada's richest. It does nothing for the other 85% of Canadians, but it puts 100% of Canadian families deeper in debt by putting the government deeper in debt because it's deficit finance, Mr. Speaker. And higher a tax cut like income splitting, which is highly regressive today, will be paid for through higher taxes in the future. And so, of course, we don't support that. It's interesting that the member spoke of free trade, and we would agree. Free trade is very important, and NAFTA is extremely important to the Canadian economy. Our relationships with Canada, with the U.S. and Mexico are critically important, which I find it curious why the Prime Minister would have cancelled the upcoming summit of President Peña Nieto and President Obama and the Prime Minister in Ottawa. Why would he have actually jeopardized further or damaged further our relations with our key trading partners in our NAFTA agreement by cancelling that meeting?
Questions and comments. L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind, because we're really dealing a lot with energy issues, but I remind you that in today's motion, the government's being immediately asked to present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament outlining the state of this nation's finances in light of the unstable economic situation, including job losses following oil prices and declining government revenues, and B, prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges facing the middle class by creating more good quality full-time jobs and encouraging economic diversification. So I hear my colleague's speech, and it's true, yes, he talks with nostalgia about such wonderful times in the past, but you're the ones who did away with the federal minimum wage. So could we at least know that you are going to support our initiative to come back to, or to put forward a $15 federal minimum wage?
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's very important in the current situation for the government to present an economic plan, and I agree with the NDP's motion today on this issue. At the same time, we have to work more closely with provincial governments on issues like minimum wage, for example. That's another issue, and I agree that there's a problem now with the capacity for middle-class families, their ability to survive in a period where the cost of life is higher than in the past and family incomes stay exactly at the same level as it's been in the past. So it's a problem in Canada, and it's a problem elsewhere in the world as well. I think that the government would like to work closely with the provinces in order to develop programs, education programs for secondary, for example, to ensure that workers' families will have what they need for the future. That's another way to ensure progress.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to speak on this NDP motion, which, as my colleague indicated, the Liberal Party will support. I think the basic point is that it is the responsibility of a government to lead, and it is especially the responsibility of the government to lead when economic times become tough and uncertain. And so there's absolutely no reason to delay the budget the way that the government has. Indeed, the tougher the economic times, the sooner Canadians want to see resolute action and a concrete plan from the government. It's not at all clear from an economic point of view what the government will gain from delay. I think it is true, another member can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody on the planet predicted that oil prices would suddenly collapse from over $100 to less than $50. I don't think that was foreseen by anyone, to my knowledge. And so if that collapse in oil prices was not foreseen by anyone, why should we believe anyone who claims to know the pace at which oil prices will recover? If indeed they will recover, for all we know, they could drop even lower. And so simply to wait to buy time because you think if you wait a month or two, you will have a better idea what oil prices are going to do in the future, I think is a fool's game. I think it's just an excuse that the government did not have a plan, the government did not know what to do, and so rather than present a concrete plan based on the most defensible assumptions they could make in an uncertain world, they just decided to delay. And in so doing, they increased the uncertainty felt by Canadians in this time of uncertainty. And so I think that is indeed an irresponsible move. I think that whether they present the budget in February or March or April or May, the world is and will remain a place of uncertainty. Nobody will know, whatever the month of the budget presentation, exactly or even approximately what oil prices will be or what other things will be a year, 2 years, 3 years from now. But the function of the government, the function of a budget, is to present a credible plan, to make assumptions as required on these things that cannot be known, and to forge ahead with a plan. And I think this government's inaction in presenting its budget shows a lack of a plan, a lack of an idea of where they think the economy will go. Because I think they only had one plan, and that plan was based on $100 oil. That plan was based on Canada being an energy superpower. And when that plan collapsed with the price of oil around the world, the government had no plan B, no alternative action plan, and so they're delaying, figuring out what to do. And in the meantime, they operate on the fly. One of their most senior ministers, if not the most senior minister, certainly the one that's talked about most to become the next leader of that party over there, has said that they would have to make cuts in the near future in order to balance the books, and then he's promptly contradicted. So I think dissension at the highest levels about the budget, which is the most important document for the government in the whole year, is another sign of disarray and disorganization on the part of the government. Donc, ce que je dis, c'est que je...
So, what I'm saying is I think that the budget is important. I think that there is no reason to wait before presenting the budget. And the fact that the government has not done so, the fact that the government has said that it's going to wait a few months before doing so, does a disservice to Canadians. It shows a lack of leadership because in 2 or 3 months, we won't know with any more certainty what's going to happen with our economy or with global oil prices. And I think that what the government has already done is to put forward its fiscal measures, its tax measures, even before it knew what was going to be in the budget, and that's an error.
Income-splitting measure some time ago, and all of a sudden maybe they don't have the money to do it, is another sign of incompetence and irresponsibility on the part of this government. But we on this side don't just object to the income-splitting plan because it was incompetently announced before the facts were on the table. We also object to it because we think substantively it is a very bad move. Yes, middle-class families are struggling. Yes, middle-class families require measures to support them going forward, and that is the cornerstone of the policy of the Liberal Party. But no, the solution to the woes and the challenges and the difficulties of middle-class Canadians is not to present a tax cut that will benefit only 15% of Canadian households, because the C.D. Howe Institute, which is hardly a socialist, left-leaning institute, has come down strongly against this policy, pointing out that only 15% of Canadian households will receive anything at all. And those that will receive the lion's share of the benefits are high-income households with children, such as the families of the Prime Minister and the leader, and not the leader of the third party, the leader of the Liberal Party. Their families will receive the $2,000 maximum benefit, and yet they are not the ones evidently in greatest need. So we think this is a wrong-headed policy. It would be a wrong-headed policy even in the best of economic times. But it is doubly a wrong-headed policy when it is presented at these times of great economic uncertainty. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, we support this NDP motion in the sense that it is a byproduct. Our primary concern is not the NDP motion, but the lack of responsibility, the lack of leadership displayed by this government in deferring the budget in uncertain times, and it is precisely when times are uncertain that Canadians need their government to step up to the plate and to present a clear plan to go forward under these difficult circumstances in which we live. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Akitsi Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's like deja vu all over again when I listen to the Liberals in 1992. Now that's a long way back when they were in the opposition and Brian Mulroney was the Prime Minister and made cuts. At the time the Liberals said, well, we're going to do things differently when we're elected. We're going to look after the middle class. Hello, the middle class? They cut EI and they stole $57 million from the workers. And they said they wouldn't do that. They cut CBC in 1998 by millions of dollars. They made it so that it couldn't function anymore. And then they accused the Conservatives of doing the same thing. In 1994, they cut things they cut the health care to 1%. So we had a sick health system, and they were saying, well, we want to replace the Conservatives because they're barking up the wrong tree, and we're going to do better. So here's my question for the Liberals. Are you still the same Liberals, or have you changed? Because we've gone through the sponsorship scandal, so I think that the Liberals should be honest with Canadians and say what they're going to do when they are elected. Are they going to break their promises like they did back in 1993? I think that it's funny that he has to go back to 92, because I can say that I am very proud of the performance of the Liberal Party during that time, because the member forgets that the Liberals inherited a deficit of $43 billion from the Conservatives, and we had to take action. And we eliminated that deficit. We paid it down in the space of a few years. We paid down the debt over 10 years. And therefore, the fiscal position of the Canadian government was thousands of times better on the Liberals' watch than on the Conservatives' watch. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, we were able to reduce taxes. We were able to increase spending on health care by 6% per year over 10 years. So I am very proud of what the Liberals did in the past, and I'm proud of what the Liberals are going to do in the future.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
You know what? I think the only thing funnier than watching the finance minister bolt from the House yesterday, head off in all directions at once, not knowing which way to go, which is probably poetically symbolic of the government's position on the economy right now, is watching both sides of the House in this debate look at the Liberals with amazement because we balanced the budget. The government opposite, who never encounters a problem that doesn't respond with a cut, and the official opposition that never encounters a problem that doesn't require spending more. But the question for my colleague is this, is that somehow this budget is going to be balanced with a combination of both cuts and expenditures. And I'm just curious to hear from his perspective as to how to nuance that so we end up in a balanced budget, but we also support the growth and the creation of jobs and the support of the middle class in this country.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for his question, and for those who may have forgotten, he's the newly elected member for Trinity Spadina, and he has a passion for housing. So let me just answer that question in terms of how we address the concerns of middle-class families by talking about the member's own field of interest, which is housing. And if I've done roundtables across the country, I've spoken to mayors across the country, all of them are passionately concerned about the lack of affordable housing. And so I think if you compare the income-splitting tax cut, which does nothing for ordinary families, it's particularly limited to those at the top end, compare that with the members' proposals on affordable housing, which would do great good for middle-class Canadian families and seniors across the country. Yes, we have to live within our means. We in the Liberal Party have learnt that. We have taught the Conservatives that. The NDP will never learn that, but we have done it. So while we have to live within our means, within those means, the kinds of things we want to do to support middle-class families are the kinds of things my colleague from Trinity Spadina has proposed in the area of affordable housing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today it's my pleasure to speak to this Opposition Day motion because after over a month away from this place, spent almost exclusively in my beautiful riding of Newton North Delta, I heard from my constituents over and over again, and there was a pattern. And the pattern is that they are very, very worried about the harmful effects of this Conservative government's economic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, our economy is damaged. Middle-class families are working harder than ever, yet falling further behind. The people of Surrey want to know, where are the police this government promised our community in 2006? They want to know why they have so much difficulty bringing siblings and parents into Canada to say goodbye to dying relatives and attend their funerals. They want to know why this government made cuts to literacy when half of the adult Canadian population right now does not have sufficient literacy skills to read the prescription on a bottle of pills. They want to know why community groups fear closure and loss of services to the most vulnerable because this government doesn't bother to inform them whether their skills link funding is going to be renewed. They want to know why it will be 5 years before they can get a hearing on their appeal before the Social Security Tribunal. They want to know why this government hasn't yet fixed the temporary foreign worker program. They want to know why this government is doing nothing to make daycare more affordable for families. They want to know why this Conservative government is pushing an income-splitting scheme that would give billions to the wealthy few and absolutely nothing to more than 85% of Canadian families. And honestly, Mr. Speaker, I'd love to know too. I love representing Surrey and North Delta here in Parliament. And right now, Mr. Speaker, I'm hurting for my constituents. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I forgot to say that I will be splitting my time with a member for Abitibi Temi Kaming. Yes, my apologies. Too many constituents in my riding are struggling to make ends meet. Income inequality in our country is spiraling out of control. The incomes of the top 1% have been surging for decades. It's embarrassing, Mr. Speaker. While the typical Canadian family has seen their income fall over the last 35 years, Mr. Speaker, how is that fair? High levels of income inequality and slow growth have hurt communities like Surrey, Newton and North Delta, and it actually prevents millions of Canadians from achieving their full potential. It's no surprise, sadly, that when the data is examined, 94% of the increase in inequality over the last 35 years occurred under the federal Liberal governments. This Conservative government and the Liberal governments that preceded it have taken our country in the wrong direction. Billions of dollars of cuts to social programs by Liberals and Conservative governments have made things worse by reducing services to all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the NDP's motion today calls for this Conservative government to release an economic update. Canadian taxpayers deserve an honest account of how the drop in the price of oil has impacted the state of this country's finances. Mr. Speaker, budgets are about making choices, and this Conservative government has chosen to make cuts at every turn, cuts to programs and services that Canadians rely on. This government has also gutted Canada's fiscal capacity to help families in need through tough times. Meanwhile, it's worth noting they are proceeding with reckless handouts to the wealthiest Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the NDP wants an economy that is fair to the middle class. We want a budget that focuses on diversifying the Canadian economy rather than putting all our eggs in one basket. We find it wasteful to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on government advertising to advance our political party's interest. Just last week, I submitted a letter to the Advertising Standards Council asking them to investigate this government's apprenticeship ads. We find it wasteful to spend tens of millions a year on an unelected, unaccountable and under-investigation Senate. And we find it wasteful to give away billions in subsidies to oil companies and handouts to the most profitable corporations. Former Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page said recently, in the last 10 years, we have virtually made no progress on all our big issues, long-term economic challenges. We have not closed innovation gaps in our country, dealt with an aging demographic that will put pressure on healthcare, nor dealt with environmental sustainability. We have not even had the discussion or proposals from this government. Mr. Speaker, while I and my New Democrat colleagues continue to roll out concrete proposals to support working and middle-class Canadians, the Liberals are continuing to cower. with no ideas to propose, just the same old feeling of entitlement to power. New Democrats have a plan for the middle class, including a $15 minimum wage and childcare that costs no parent more than $15 a day. We are ready to make the economy work for average, hard-working Canadians, not just the rich few. We have a practical plan that repairs the damage this government has done to our social programs, our environment, and our economy. Mr. Speaker, I came to this country in my early 20s with very little. I started to teach immediately, and I have not stopped working yet, many, many years later. I know what it is to work hard, and I know the anxiety and stress that surround job losses, serious illnesses, and precarious employment within families. And, Mr. Speaker, under this government and previous Liberal governments, too many families have lived through this kind of stress. Mr. Speaker, not only do I have the immense privilege of representing people of Newton North Delta, I am also very proud to act as an opposition critic for employment and social development. In this capacity, I see firsthand, on an almost hourly basis, the impact this government's fiscal mismanagement has had on Canadians all over the country. This Conservative government has driven down both wages and reduced support for unemployed Canadians through cuts to EI, a fund most Canadians pay into, and only about 4 in 10 can now access it. This government expanded the temporary foreign worker program, even though youth unemployment numbers are at an all-time high, and has failed to fix it, and has totally ignored the importance of keeping current labour market information. They have introduced a job creator tax cut that only creates 800 jobs at a cost of $500 million. Mr. Speaker, help me wrap my head around that one. In real terms, Mr. Speaker, the average minimum wage in Canada has increased by just 1% over the last 40 years. Does this government honestly believe that someone who works 40 hours a week should be left living below the poverty line? Because without action to boost minimum wages for workers in federal jurisdictions, that is essentially what this government is telling us. Mr. Speaker, what do we tell our youth about this government? What do I tell young graduates who can't get a job? What do I tell someone who didn't even have a job application considered because it was cheaper for the employer to use this government's temporary foreign worker program? Mr. Speaker, I would like to be able to tell them something. I would like this government to vote in favour of our Opposition Day motion and immediately present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament that outlines the state of this nation's finances in light of the unstable economic situation, including job losses, falling oil prices, and declining government revenues. Further, we are asking this government to prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges faced by the middle class by creating more good quality, full-time jobs and encouraging economic diversification. Mr. Speaker, despite poor economic forecasts by others, the Conservatives continue to claim they will achieve a balanced budget. We're asking for a fiscal update. We want to make sure that their agenda does not get achieved on the backs of hard-working Canadians. Clearly, the Conservative government is conflicted because ministers cannot even agree, even amongst themselves, as to how they're going to be able to face the challenges. The mixed messaging only continued as the Finance Minister and the Minister of Employment and Social Development explicitly put forward two different agendas. Mr. Speaker, I would like to finish with a very brief quote from Kevin Page when he said, "When you're spending somebody else's money, you need to show them the plan. When you're spending someone else's money, that plan needs to be scrutinized, and that's okay. That's just good fiscal management. Give us the plan."
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Sure. If I may, a number of New Democrats will often comment about the previous Liberal administration, and there is nothing really to compare it because the federal NDP have not been in power here. But we can take a look at the provincial NDP in Manitoba, in which, here's a quote, Mr. Speaker, from a newspaper in Winnipeg. I'm going to do whatever I can to keep the Manitoba government in place to help keep the NDP in power in Manitoba. Of course, quoted from the leader of the official opposition. And he praises the Greg Salinger government for their financial prowess and how well they manage the Manitoba economy. Taking a look at the provincial debt, 2007 from $10.6 billion every year going up higher and higher to 2012 at $16.3 billion. And then last year, Greg Salinger actually increased the provincial sales tax in Manitoba from 7% to 8%. I'm wondering if the member would provide some comment in regards to, do the NDP have any appreciation or understanding of the need to balance the budget? And two, is it part of the NDP platform to increase?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm always in awe when I hear a colleague stand up from that end of the House, because they always go into denial about the reality of what it was like for Canadians when they were in government. They forget about all the scandals and all the insider stuff that happened while they were in government. They forget about the fact that they stole from the EI fund billions and billions of dollars. They forget the fact that they are the ones who started the cuts to all the social services. And let me finish on a positive note, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the data and actually examine it, where there has been an NDP government, the unemployment rate has been much lower than where there have been Liberals, who've always had the highest unemployment, or where there have been Conservatives. So let's talk about reality, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, which was very much focused on the people in her riding. Mr. Speaker, in my speech, I spoke about the Bank of Canada's report on monetary policy, which showed that the level of activity of workers between 25 and 45, that is the most active segment of the population in the workplace, their number actually greatly decreased in 2014. And the numbers of the bank show that there's an increasingly precarious situation in the workplace, and I agree with my colleague there. And unlike what the government is saying, it is not at all responding to these concerns. I'd like my colleague to tell us more about the facts established by the Bank of Canada and how these facts show that the government refuses to recognize, as we heard from the beginning of the day, what is happening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my hard-working colleague for the work he does back in his riding. And let me tell you that when I was talking about the kind of questions I was facing in my riding, I would like to bet that MPs from coast to coast to coast were hearing the same kind of concerns back in their riding as well. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad that my colleague asked me this question, because it reminded me of something from last week and the week before. Through an ATIP, we had a response from the government. And the response was that the government knew exactly that the jobs that our youth would usually access were being actually taken over or being filled by temporary foreign workers. And yet we had the minister in this House acting really, really surprised when, of course, the CBC shone the light on the McDonald's in Victoria. So I think we've got to take a look at the kind of policies we've had with the expansion of the temporary foreign worker program and, of course, the decimation of our training programs and apprenticeship programs. And when we're really looking at it, we need to start looking at growing decent paying jobs right here in Canada. We need to diversify our economies. We've got to start looking at the investments in clean energy. And we've got prime examples right around the world right now where they're showing that that actually leads to more jobs and better paying jobs than we have right now. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that's why we need this fiscal update. And in that fiscal update, this government needs to come to us with a plan.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm very pleased today to rise to speak today, especially regarding the economy, which is a very important issue. I think it's also important to take a look at the contradictions happening on the other side. When the economy is doing well, it's thanks to their great management. However, when it is not doing well, it's because of external factors. It looks like they're not doing their job well and that they're just looking for excuses. They're not shouldering their responsibilities. We at the NDP are ready to form the government and shoulder these responsibilities. We know that this involves choices. You have to be able to make these choices while being transparent with Canadians, and that is the best way to respect Canadians. The choices that the Liberals and the Conservatives have made has ensured that Canada's economy has been built on unstable ground. Increasingly, the economy is based on the oil industry and the oil industry alone. I'd like to take a look back to see what has happened in terms of the development of natural resources throughout Canada's history. At the beginning, the economy was based mainly on agriculture and forestry products. After that, there was more of a focus on mining resources. The importance of metals and minerals has increased over the years, and thanks to a technological revolution, or progress rather, for example, hydroelectricity, an improvement in railways, roads and infrastructure helped with that. There was also an improvement in mining equipment and drilling techniques, and that increased our knowledge of mineral deposits. It allowed us to have better access to them, and it decreased transportation costs. From 1886 to 1947, forestry, mining, and then the energy sector were added to our agricultural sector in terms of our resources. Aside from early developments in oil springs in Ontario, oil did not represent a major component of our energy production in Canada until 1947, when oil was discovered in Leduc, Alberta. After the oil price crunch in 1973, the production of conventional energy sources increased, and technological innovation allowed for the development of the oil sands in Canada. Now, looking at the numbers in terms of Canadian production of natural resources, we can see that there's a balance within the natural resources sector from the 60s to the mid-70s. Now, there was an imbalance that started showing from the 80s to the 90s, and when the economy skewed considerably towards oil. What happened was, since then, is that everything has been consolidated. Our dependence on oil has been consolidated for the past 10 years under the Conservatives. That means that we are now very much focused in Alberta and Saskatchewan on the oil sector. But there's also an offshore production that is quite significant in Newfoundland and Labrador. While energy products have increased very much over the past 40 years, Canada's economic history shows that all of its resources contributed to making Canada one of the developed countries within this integrated global market. So here are some of the indices that have led to this increase. For example, it appears that in 2012, the leader of the opposition was right in saying what he said. For example, in 2014, the price of a barrel of oil is $114.02 US, and now it's less than $55 US. Yesterday, the Canadian dollar traded at 91 cents or 81 cents American, which is the lowest level in 10 years. Now, looking at, following this historical analysis, there are a few things that we need to focus on. Right now, the fall in oil prices can really be attributed to the fact that there is a lot more oil around the world. For example, in Saudi Arabia, the oil production has increased, but there has also been a decrease in the demand for oil because many countries have decided to develop greener energies and decrease their dependence on oil. This decrease in the demand will continue to grow. If the price of energy goes down, we are not going to switch back to our old ways of doing things if we have found new innovative ways of finding energy. So we will continue on our path to greener energy as a world because there are many changing prices and that would need to be taken into account in the oil sector, and that is a problem on the oil markets around the world. So the demand for oil continues to decrease. We cannot be sure that demand will come back to what it was before. So it's very important to understand that we need to diversify the economy, not just when we are backed into a corner. We need to take a look at that even when things are going well. You have to be able to plan properly to look at what's coming up. Unfortunately, that is not what the Conservatives did, and now we find ourselves in quite a critical situation, and it is essential for Canadians to know exactly what is happening, and this is why we tabled our motion. Now, the Conservative government stated that we have to encourage the manufacturing industry to support the economy. However, one of the problems caused by falling oil prices is the decrease in the value of the Canadian dollar. This sector of the economy, the manufacturing sector, is already having trouble, and if they need to buy materials to increase their productivity, they are seeing problems because they have to use the U.S. dollar to purchase these materials. But we are at a huge disadvantage now because Canadian companies have to pay 20% more to buy everything out that they need, equipment, for example, outside the country, which is in U.S. dollars. So even if we want the manufacturing sector to help the Canadian economy, well, there's a huge problem because the sector no longer has the same buying and purchasing power that it used to have because of the fall in the value of the Canadian dollar. This is like turning in a circle. Mr. Speaker, could you let me know how much time I have left? Thank you. In conclusion, I'd like to say that the current situation shows that if we really want a reliable economic plan for the future, we need to learn from what is happening now. We need an economy that is also based on sustainable green energy as well. We need to be able to make choices that lead us towards that sector, but we also need to be able to provide those choices on the global markets. People will be able to, and businesses will be able to do better if we have more green choices. Instead of basing our economy on the unpredictable global oil prices, and increasingly we will see economies around the world turning away from oil towards more sustainable and reliable energy sources. That's something we need to take into account in the Canadian economy, and to support the middle class, we need to be able to take all of this into account and diversify our economy. We also need to support our businesses so that they can produce more when things are going well. What we're seeing now is that when the Canadian dollar was about on par with the American dollar, we didn't put those measures in place, or those measures were not put in place, and that means that we missed an opportunity, since our businesses would now have the equipment they needed if they had been able to purchase it when the dollar was on par, and we would not have such a dire situation as we're seeing now. I think we also need to support economic diversification, especially in our natural resources, and avoid focusing only on the one sector that is doing well and ignoring all the others, which leads us to situations such as the one we are finding in ourselves now, where all the other sectors have received very little support and are struggling. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it's, to be very clear, it is a fundamental responsibility of the federal government to instill a sense of confidence in the economy. There's absolutely no question about that, Mr. Speaker. We have fluctuating oil prices, and that in part seems to be the driving decision factor or factor for the government, for the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister to indefinitely delay the introduction of a budget, which is adding or providing a great deal of discomfort and uncertainty in terms of Ottawa towards our economy. That the government is missing the boat by not coming forward and stating here is when the budget is going to be coming down, and it should have been done in a timely fashion. I'm wondering if the member can provide her thoughts on how important it was that the government actually come to this House and indicate when the budget was going to be presented, and to do so in a timely fashion.
L'honorable Deputy David.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I want to focus on is the fact that from the very beginning, from the 90s, during the Liberal years, there were economic choices made that really pushed our economy in a corner by really refusing to consider the fact that there could be problems associated with focusing our economy only on the oil sector. And when your economy is not diversified, well, there's uncertainty. All economists can see now that one day, if there are problems, having an economy focused on only one sector will create problems. The government must be very clear. Look at our current situation, present an economic update, and specify what kind of budget they will put forward. But this problem has been growing.
L'honorable Deputy de Beauport-Limoilou.
Yes, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much to my colleague, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. In the Bank of Canada report, there is something that is quite interesting regarding the increase in productivity and so on, and using a decrease in energy prices. And I think that's quite clear in terms of our businesses. They cannot say that they're stable enough to be able to plan long-term and hire more workers. The Bank of Canada very clearly states that long-term unemployment is still quite high and nearly at the level it was after the crisis. And it has been a while since that crisis, so it really shows how businesses are feeling. They're not ready to invest in the capital into hiring new workers, in addition to not being ready to invest in equipment. And it's quite clear that this is because of the decisions the government made by focusing solely on oil instead of supporting the various sectors that would have helped our current situation. I'd like my colleague to tell us more about this long-term unemployment problem and the various issues.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So what my colleague is raising is somewhat what I was saying in my speech, because when things were going well, we refused to plan. When the dollar was high, that was the time to be purchasing extra equipment, so that at the right time we'll be able to increase productivity. So it's the lack of global qualifications that means that we find ourselves in this situation. The insecurity has been rising amongst employees. We're talking about significant amounts, but we don't know if these investments really would be profitable because of the long-term view that we have right now. So it's really difficult, and I think it's all been caused by a lack of strategic planning on the part of the government.
Reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to take part in this debate on this topic here today. At the outset, I want to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament for Yukon. Very much looking forward to his remarks today. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity to discuss the government's top priority, which is one shared by all Canadians, creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, securing Canada's economic future, and continuing to make Canada the best place in the world to live, to work, to raise children, to invest, to achieve all of our dreams. Since taking office in 2006, the government has taken decisive action to secure Canada's future. We have done this, Mr. Speaker, in the face of the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. This Great Recession annihilated $10 trillion in global market value worldwide. It cost $62 million jobs globally, damage that was so harsh that it's difficult to clearly see each and every life behind the statistics. For millions around the world, the recession meant destroyed livelihoods and destroyed stability. It cannot be overstated the devastating nature of this first economic crisis of the 21st century. Many around the world still feel that today. Whether it is slow growth in China and India or a stalled recovery in the Eurozone, where I was last week, many of our partners and friends around the world are still suffering. This crisis did not start in Canada. In fact, it occurred later in this country. It affected us much later than it did other countries, and we emerged earlier than other countries. But it did certainly hit us, and it hit us very hard. So the government responded, Mr. Speaker. It launched Canada's Economic Action Plan, a low-tax plan for jobs and growth. It came in stages. In the worst of the crisis, we launched a timely and targeted stimulus package to jumpstart economic activity and create jobs through things such as investing in infrastructure, investing in research and development, protecting jobs through things like the Work-Share program through various companies across the country. Then, as the worst of the crisis passed, and even at the beginning, the finance minister at the time, Jim Flaherty, established a medium-term plan to bring the government back into balanced budget. We set out on a clear path, even at that time, way back in 2009, January 2009, to move back to balanced budgets over the medium term. Mr. Speaker, that plan is working. If you want to look at the plan that was established back then, it was to move to balanced budget over time, but at the same time as doing that, it was to protect key transfers to the provinces for things like health care, education, and social services. In fact, since this government has taken office in 2006, health care transfers to the provinces have increased 6% year over year. Transfers for education and social services have increased 3% year over year and will continue to do so. At the same time, we protected family benefits, we protected seniors' benefits. In fact, we enhanced seniors' benefits, the largest single increase in the guaranteed income supplement that has occurred in Canada's history. What the government did was to look at discretionary spending, about that $70 billion of discretionary spending, and ask departments to come forward with 5 to 10% savings, cost savings, efficiencies within those departments to move the government back to a balanced budget over the medium term. So my proposition, Mr. Speaker, is that this is in fact working. Despite the fact that oil prices have fallen dramatically this year and have fallen from a high of about $100 per barrel, if you look at West Texas Intermediate, to about $46 per barrel, the finance minister has been explicitly clear, the government has been explicitly clear that despite this, and in fact taking this into consideration, the government will balance the budget this year. Balanced budgets are empowering. They empower the country as a whole. They have a huge branding of the country. When I was in the UK last week, there's parliamentarians from across the political aisle coming forward and being impressed by how Canada has done in terms of economic performance, but also in terms of its fiscal plan, in terms of getting back to balanced budget. So they empower Canada as a nation, but they also empower governments with the fiscal room to provide much-needed tax relief, much-needed spending in critical areas that serve to enhance our jobs, growth, and productivity. They also empowered us to make targeted investments in things that will ensure that this prosperity continues. With respect to tax relief, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has reduced taxes to the point where the overall federal tax burden is now the lowest it has been in more than 50 years since John Diefenbaker was Prime Minister of this great country. Have Canadians paid so little tax to Ottawa? We have provided tax relief over 180 times since taking office, which means more money in the pockets of individuals, of Canadian families, of businesses to invest in their futures. And I just want to review some of those tax measures, Mr. Speaker. One of the first measures, reducing the goods and services tax from 7% to 5%, increasing the amount of income that all Canadians can earn without paying federal income tax. This removed approximately 1 million Canadians from the tax rolls entirely. Increasing the upper limit of the two lowest personal income tax brackets so that individuals can earn more income before being subject to higher tax rates. Reducing the lowest personal income tax rate to 15% from 16%. Introducing such measures, I would say this measure was the biggest change in personal taxation since the introduction of the RSP, introducing the tax-free savings account, which my understanding is nearly 10 million Canadians have now opened a tax-free savings account to help Canadians save for their futures by earning tax-free investment income. In 2006, the fall of 2006, the government introduced pension income splitting for seniors. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, talking to seniors in my riding, many of them will come to me and say, this one measure has actually enhanced their futures, their livelihoods, more than any other measure that they have seen in their lifetime. Even more recently, and in fact, building on that success, it's very much linked to that philosophy of allowing pensioners, of allowing seniors to split their income, is what we did recently. Conservatives were very proud to provide targeted tax relief for hardworking Canadian families, tax relief that will benefit every single family with children. That includes introducing the family tax cut, introducing and expanding the universal child care benefit, and increasing the child care expense deduction dollar limits. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, we also reduced taxes on businesses so that they can create more jobs. The ambitious agenda aims to build a competitive tax system that fuels job creation, grow the economy, and let Canadians keep more of what they earn. We've also cut taxes not only for businesses above the higher rate, we've cut it for small business owners as well, which, as you know, Mr. Speaker, are in fact the prime generators of jobs in this country. We want entrepreneurs to create good jobs at home. We want them to be more competitive both at home and abroad, and that's why we've embarked upon a very ambitious program through the Trade Minister to sign trade agreements, to sign a record number of trade agreements, but also to work on market access for those countries where we don't have those formal trade agreements. So I'll just return to some of the business tax measures. The plan reduced the federal corporate income tax rate from over 22% in 2007 to just 15% today. Combine that with provinces, which have varying rates. The intention was to brand Canada as a 25% tax jurisdiction across the country for businesses. If you look at small businesses, which I mentioned earlier, the rate was actually reduced from 12% to 11%. At the same time, the amount of money that the small business could earn was raised from $300,000 to $500,000, which is an increase as well. And I think this is important for other parties to realize, is that when they say sort of large taxes pay that 15% corporate tax rate, that's for any business where their income is above $500,000. So that's something, an upcoming election campaign and debate over this budget, there'll actually be, other parties will have to defend if they are willing to raise that rate above the $500,000 limit. That will in fact impact an awful lot of middle-class businesses in my perspective. If you look at Canada's tax competitiveness and overall business environment, we've made major gains. In fact, today Canada stands as having the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7. At the same time, I want to emphasize something that I think some of the previous speakers have mentioned about, what is the government's support for the manufacturing sector. In fact, you have to look at every single budget has mentioned the importance of Canada's manufacturing sector. Going back to even the 2007 period, when I was chair of the industry committee, we did a unanimous report on the manufacturing sector, tabled that in February of 2007. The government acted very quickly on that in the March 07 budget by introducing accelerated capital cost allowance changes for that sector, introducing a 2-year timeline write-off for investing in new machinery and equipment, which if you talk to people, the Canadian manufacturers and exporters, well-respected individuals like Jay Myers, they have pointed out this has been crucial to allowing businesses in that sector to invest, to reinvest, to weather through this very tough economic period, and in fact to come through it in a much stronger position than they would have otherwise. as you want to marry that as well with investments in the automotive sector, something which has been very strong. And Mr. Speaker, can I just get an indication how much time I have remaining? 30 seconds? Okay, I will just wrap that up, Mr. Speaker, and say the government has had a long-term plan. The government did an economic fiscal update in mid-November. The government will present its budget this spring. We'll continue with this plan to move to a balanced budget, to continue to invest in key sectors, continue to protect transfers to provinces, and continue to build on this low-tax plan, which is generating millions of jobs for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Good day, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague because I was reading several articles this morning, including from the Canadian Association of Oil Well Drilling Contractors, who published a report last week saying that with the prices, gas prices that we're seeing today, over the next few months, we'll have the loss of over 23,000 jobs. And that will be in any area where there are extractive activities, and primarily in Alberta, but we think of the Maritimes as well. But the Parliamentary Budget Officer published a report today as well saying that unfortunately the government will have to declare a deficit. They will not be able to avoid it. I want to know what my colleague's plan is for the 23,000 jobs that the extractors are saying will lose, and the deficit that they are, unfortunately, even if they're trying to hide it, it could be in April or May, they will have to declare. What is his plan? Because now the NDP and the Liberals are criticizing the government. So what are they going to do for the people who will lose their jobs in the next few months, and what are they going to do about the deficit they will be obliged to declare in the next few months?
Well, I find this astonishing, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP is standing up in the House of Commons and starting to actually defend the oil industry. This is something that is astonishing, that they are now sort of the protectors of this great energy industry here in this country. The fact of the matter is that we have seen a decline in world oil prices. Canada does not determine the world oil prices. The oil prices are obviously determined outside of this country. Canada is, in fact, a price taker on this measure. But there's no government that has done more to actually invest, whether it's investing in actual job creation measures through lowering taxes, whether it's investing in research and development, whether it's investing in true labor training initiatives, is to ensure that companies are as competitive as possible. Since the depths of the recession in July 2009, the economy has created over 1 million jobs. This has been a very good job creation record when you compare it against the OECD, G7, or any other international partners. This has been a very good record. With respect to the Parliamentary Budget Office report, I would respectfully disagree with my colleague. I actually read the report, and this is not what the report actually said. The report actually said is that the government is within its framework in terms of balancing its budget going forward. But obviously something like a decline in oil prices from $100 per barrel down to $46 per barrel is something that was unforeseen. At the Finance Committee this fall, there was not one witness I can recall who said this is going to be where oil prices are in January of 2015. This was not the case. So this is something that is very unforeseen. This is exactly why governments have contingency reserves placed in their budget. And this, in fact, follows the long-term medium plan that the government has had with respect to continuing to invest to create jobs, at the same time returning to balanced budget in the medium term.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, the presentation was interesting, and just as they were getting to the part about the auto sector, much like their policy, it disappeared. The statement ended. So I'm curious. The government opposite has said that the auto sector is strong, yet in Southern Ontario, 50% of the jobs that were in the auto sector when their government took power have disappeared through this recession. There has been a lack of strategy, a lack of emphasis on strategic and advanced manufacturing, and in fact, auto workers and auto plants are disappearing in Southern Ontario. They have not recovered. So the question opposite through the Speaker is very simple to the House. What is the strategy? Why has the strategy failed? And what are they going to do differently as they prepare for the budget? And why won't they come to this House with a strategy?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc, you have a little bit less than a minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. In fact, the strategy can be found in any budget document. The Budget 2013 had a very expansive strategy with respect to the manufacturing sector. In fact, going back to 2007, the #1 request of the manufacturing sector was to change the rate at which they invest in their own machinery and equipment. That was the #1. If he wants to review the hearings at the Industry Committee, he's welcome to do so. He can also talk to Jason Myers, who's head of the Canadian Manufacturers and Exports. This was their #1 request. The government did this in Budget 2007 and has, in fact, extended this every single 2-year period. Besides that, the government has invested in the Automotive Innovation Fund, in research and development in the automotive sector. The government has partnered with companies like General Motors and Chrysler in terms of investing in plants. The government has partnered with Ford in terms of investing in their plant in Oakville. The government has partnered with auto parts manufacturers in the recent announcement that the Transport Minister made in January of 2015. There is an automotive sector that is in fact working for Canada, and the honourable member should get behind and support it.
Order. Resuming debate. Order. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for the Yukon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House to speak on the Opposition Day motion. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the honourable member who's brought this motion forward may claim in the House of Commons, our Conservative government has had outstanding record on job creation and economic growth. Canadians elected our government with clear instructions in 2011. Navigate the global economy, create jobs and economic growth, and keep taxes low. And I'm pleased to tell this House that this is exactly what our government has done. Promise made, promise kept. Since we've been elected, we've had the strongest economic growth of any country in the G7. We've created over 1.2 million net new jobs, 82% of which are full-time. 84% of those have been in the private sector and 66% in high-wage industries. Mr. Speaker, that's an outstanding record, and we're going to continue on that track. Bloomberg ranked Canada as the second best country in the world to do business. The IMF and the OECD both project that Canada will have amongst the strongest growth in the G7 for years ahead. But this success, of course, doesn't come easy. Canada has faced challenging times and continues to face a very fragile global economy. But we've made the right decisions for Canadian businesses, families, and communities. And the results of those decisions, Mr. Speaker, are clear. Debt is low, and deficits are falling. We have half of the debt on average in relation to our GDP of the G7 countries. And we're on track to balance the federal budget in 2015. We promised Canadians that we would return to a balanced budget because it's important for Canadians and it's important for our economy. It means more funding will be available for important programs and services that Canadians rely on and not paying more interest on debt. It will protect our credit standing and it will protect Canadians from international shocks just as we're doing right now. And it's fair to our children and to our grandchildren by not burdening them with the debt to pay for our expenditures. It's unfortunate, of course, that the Liberal leader doesn't understand these basic financial principles. When he was asked about balancing the multi-billion-dollar federal budget, his response was that somehow it would magically balance itself. And while the Liberal leader may have never had to balance his own budgets, ordinary families do know what it takes. And so does this government. It takes discipline. It takes a focus on priorities. And it takes sound judgment. The Canadian Council of Chief Executives noted how important it is to balance our budget. Mr. Speaker, they said, and I quote, "Balancing the federal budget and maintaining discipline to pay down the debt are not only the right things to do, they are essential for Canada's global competitiveness." The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses stated, "Small business owners know that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes, so they are pleased that the government's commitment to a balanced budget in 2015 remains solid." Mr. Speaker, not only are we on track to a balanced budget, but we've done it while keeping taxes low. Year after year, we've lowered taxes, not just for businesses, but for families and all Canadians. We've cut taxes in every way government can collect them: personal, consumption, business, excise taxes, and more. We've reduced the small business tax rate from 12% to 11%. We introduced pension income splitting and cut the GST from 7% down to 5%. We've established the landmark tax-free savings account, and over 10 million Canadians have opened accounts allowing them to save tax-free. We've also increased the amount that Canadians can earn tax-free. Our government took action to remove over 1 million low-income Canadians, including approximately 380,000 seniors, from the tax rolls completely. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, the federal tax burden is now at its lowest in over 50 years. Our low tax plan has helped to ensure that Canadian families in all income groups have experienced increases of about 10% in their take-home pay. The lowest income families have seen a 14% increase. Tax Freedom Day is over 2 weeks earlier under our government than it was under the tax and spend Liberals. Stats Canada has also confirmed that families are better off today under our Conservative government than under previous Liberal governments. Stats Canada found that the median net worth of Canadian families has increased by 45% since we took office. Building on our strong record, recently we have introduced the family tax cut and benefits package that will help each and every Canadian family with children in our country. These families will benefit by an average of $1,100 a year, and the majority of benefits will flow to low and middle income families. We are pleased to be delivering those benefits because we know that it's not the government's money. That money belongs to hard-working Canadian families, like many in my riding. With the enhancement of the universal child care benefit, mums and dads in the Yukon and across this country will receive nearly $2,000 for every child under the age of 6, and an additional $720 a year for every child between the ages of 6 and 17. Yukon's Premier Darryl Pawlowski stated, "The Yukon government applauds initiatives that allow families to keep more money in their pockets, which is good for our economy. The creation of the family tax cut credit and enhancements to the universal child care benefit and caregiver deductions will directly benefit Yukon families." The Canadian Taxpayers Federation also applauded our new tax measures for families. CTF Federal Director Aaron Woodrick stated, and I'll quote, Mr. Speaker, "Putting more money back in the pockets of Canadian families is a positive development. How could it not be?" Mr. Speaker, we will honour our promise to Canadian families by putting more money back into their pockets. But both the NDP and the Liberal Party would do the exact opposite. Instead, they want to cancel those tax breaks and benefits, drive our economy into a deficit with their massive bureaucratic spending schemes. Picking the pockets of hard-working Canadians to put more money in the hands of Ottawa bureaucrats and piling debt onto our children is their plan. But we will not take that well-trod path to economic decline. In summary, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight that, as the Finance Minister has stated, our government will provide an economic update. That will be when we present the federal budget. Though the opposition may panic and call for risky deficit spending, we know we have to continue to stay the course with our low tax plan, the same plan that successfully steered Canada through the Great Recession. Economic shocks that take place outside of our broad borders affect Canada. We will live in an increasingly dangerous and volatile world. And Canadians can be proud that under the strong leadership of our Prime Minister, this government will indeed keep Canada's economy strong. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to taking any questions, and thank you for your time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm somewhat flabbergasted to hear my colleague across the way boasting about the Conservatives' record, whereas the reality shows us that things are not as rosy as he would put forward. I won't linger too long on the economy with regard to the plummeting oil prices, although that is a big problem for many communities in Canada. But I do want to focus on the lack of job creation under the Conservative government's watch. I said this earlier, in my region, the unemployment rate is 9.6%. That's the Saguenay region, and it is really lagging behind in terms of job creation. And the Conservative government is not doing enough to create jobs. Why does my colleague and his government refuse to present an economic update in order to reassure the Canadian public, to reassure parliamentarians? Because even the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Saguenay has said that the economy is moribund, and even mining projects that are simply dying away.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Of course, he would have heard in my speech talk about the 1.2 million net new jobs that we've created. 84% of those are full-time jobs. 82% in the private sector, 66% of those high-paying jobs. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that the federal government has done, outside of that outstanding job creation record, is work closely with the provinces and territories in this country. And the one thing that we made a commitment in 2011 was that we were going to keep our taxes low, balance the budgets, and we were going to do that by not cutting transfer payments to the provinces and territories like the Liberal governments did. And that, in a way, forging strong partnerships with our provinces and territories to allow them the fiscal freedom to help spur on jobs is an important thing. In our Confederation, we need to work closely with the provinces to help them build those jobs within their regions. I can talk about the Yukon Territory, Mr. Speaker, where our unemployment rate is below 5%. And largely because the Conservative government has increased the federal transfer payments to a rate 60% higher than what previous Liberal governments did. That's allowed our territorial government to identify their priorities, both short, medium, and long term, identify the economic climate of that territory, take advantage of those opportunities, and get people working. And I would encourage all provinces to work closely with our government and mirror what the federal government's doing with a low tax plan, and that will help spur on jobs and growth in their regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague had warned about the perils of deficit financing through the course of the budget. And for the benefit of the debate here, could he enlighten the House? Is it $167 billion or $176 billion that they've added to the national debt since they've taken power? Well, it was $167 billion or $176?
Honourable member for Yukon, you have about a minute to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the exact figure in front of me about the debt that was created by the Liberal government that we've been successfully paying off. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that our commitment in 2011 was to balance the budget. We're on track to do that. We made that commitment to Canadians. We made a clear commitment that we were going to balance the budget without raising taxes, without picking their pockets, without picking the pockets of hardworking Canadians, and to make sure that the transfers to the provinces and territories that were grossly slashed under the Liberal regime were not touched or affected. And in fact, we've not only maintained those payments, we've increased them to record levels. And in doing so, our federal government has forged strong partnerships with the provinces and territories to make sure that each region in this country has the best opportunity to take care of Canadian families, because we know what it takes to make sure that hardworking Canadian families are able to receive the maximum benefit, that they have the freedom and flexibility to do what they want with the money they earn to help recirculate back into the economy, set their own priorities for their own needs, and it's our government that will continue that track of low taxes and balanced budgets, and we look forward to bringing that forward by the end of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Casse, La Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today in this House to speak to the Opposition Day motion that was tabled by my colleague from Skeena-Buckley Valley, and I'm going to read it for the benefit of my constituents. The motion says that the House call on the government to immediately present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament, outlining the state of the nation's finances in light of the unstable economic situation, including job losses, falling oil prices, and declining government revenues. It also calls for the government to prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges facing the middle class by creating more good quality full-time jobs and by encouraging economic diversification. And before continuing, I'd like to say that I'm going to be splitting my time with the member for New Westminster Coquitlam. So just to draw a picture of the current situation, I'm going to talk a little bit about my riding and the issues that we are dealing with across the country, and to explain why we put this motion forward and the rationale behind it. And I hope everyone's going to support this motion. Now, why are we talking about government finances, about the economy? Well, obviously, things aren't going very well. For example, in my riding, we recently had to deal with the closure of a new plant, Metso, in Lachine. And since I became a member of Parliament 4 years ago, many businesses have closed down. Blue Water Seafood, Alveost as well closed down. And on February 13th, unfortunately, Metso is going to be closing down as well. And there are more and more business shutdowns and job losses that are being felt across the country. And yet the government is telling us that it's creating jobs, but these are vulnerable part-time jobs. We haven't seen any clear figures, and what we want is data to tell us exactly what is happening. So we need to talk about the economy because I was a member of the charity drive for Christmas in my riding, and we went door to door to ask for food to put in Christmas baskets for the poor, and many people told me that they wanted to give, but they had lost their jobs themselves, and there are many situations like that. Part of the of being a member of Parliament is being here, but we also have to solve problems in our own riding and reach out to our constituents. And many of my constituents told me that they couldn't make ends meet and that they tried to drop a budget, but they said between my rent and the gas and the groceries and when I need to buy books for my children at the end of the month, I simply can't make my budget work out. So we try to help them drop a budget, but it's difficult for many Canadians right now. We help them. My team is there to answer their questions and to try to help them find solutions, but it's tough. It's really tough. There are many people who come to see me in their office and they say, and they give me their resume, and I say, listen, I'm not a job bank. I'm going to try and redirect you to the right resources. And I tell them to go and see Emploi Québec. I tell them to go and see the Youth Employment Center. But once all of that is done, there are still no jobs. They have good resumes. They're qualified. There are people who speak 2, 3, and 4 languages, and yet they still can't find a job. And we're in Montreal. It's a metropolis. There are many businesses and companies, and yet they can't find jobs. And or they might find a part-time job with very few hours. And these are people who are qualified and who can't find good quality jobs. The divide, the gap between the rich and poor is growing every day. The middle class is getting further and further away from the richest segment of our population, and that's not logical. And it is the direct result of policies that were put in place 20 years ago and that have continued. And as I said, we want a clear overview of the situation because we don't even know what the exact figures are, what the right numbers are. Now, why have we put this forward motion? Well, because there is a great deal of concern around our natural resources, oil prices, obviously. Now, sure, it's great to go to the pumps and drive around and fill up with no worries. And everyone says, okay, let's go. It's 82 cents there. Let's go and fill up there. And so individually, everyone takes advantage of it. But overall, in our country, what's happening? Well, 3 provinces whose economy is based on oil to fund themselves are getting into trouble. Those 3 provinces that really had a single industry economy because the governments before us did not work hard enough on diversifying their economy. They didn't ensure that there were good jobs in all sectors. They put all their eggs in one basket, and now, well, the basket is becoming damaged. And what does the government say? Well, we'll take more time before tabling our budget. Yeah, sure, that's great. Okay, here's a little anecdote. Say there are two parents. One parent loses his job, but then they say, well, you know what? Things are bad, so we're not going to talk about it, but we'll check out our budget in 3 or 4 months and see how it's going. And we'll pretend nothing bad is happening. But we'll check out our budget in 3 or 4 months. That's what the government's doing, basically. There are very few good jobs. There are more and more vulnerable jobs. There are more and more part-time jobs. And the government says, well, instead of taking our responsibilities, we're going to push the problem back and have a look at things in 3 or 4 months. And we'll see what happens in April with the budget. It certainly gives me the impression that the government is panicking and that it doesn't want to face up to the reality that our country is going through right now. What else? Well, the financial challenges that we have. The reason that we are calling for light to be shed on the current situation is because the government is not transparent. We want to know what are they going to do to make life affordable for everyone, not just for a small segment of the population, but for everyone. Every household should be able to have a little bit of money set aside for recreational activities. Some people come to see me and they say, well, I had someone, for example, who came to see me in November, and she said, listen, I live in a small apartment in Lachine. I have 4 roommates. I have to take 4 roommates because I can't afford it otherwise. And they don't even have enough money to set up an internet connection in order to look for jobs. Internet is not a luxury in this day and age. It's something that everyone needs to have. It's essential. It's a social tool for everyone. Everyone needs to be able to have an internet connection in order to keep abreast of things, in order to look for jobs, in order to reach out. But now she has to go to the library, according to its schedules, to use the internet. Now, there is a library in her municipality, but she can't use her computer whenever she wants to, and those are very unfortunate things. And more we're seeing this kind of thing. Families who have to deprive themselves of all kinds of things because they simply can't make ends meet, just to have a decent life and the same advantages as everyone else. So, yes, affordable living is something that the NDP it's one of the planks in our platform, and we want to create full-time, good quality jobs that are well paid. The government also came up with this fantasy. It said, well, we're going to reduce taxes, and it creates 800 jobs, and it costs $500 million. This is a measure that the government put in place. We think that okay, I don't have much time left, thank you. We think that a better way that there are many better ways to invest this money. For example, by creating jobs in sectors that will help out the economy. We want to defend the public health care system. Now, they say that they can't give any more money to the provinces because they don't have enough money. But then how can we protect the public health care system? This has been built over many, many years. And now the government is telling us, well, we have to tighten our belts. And they say, well, we have no money. Well, what are the provinces supposed to do to keep people healthy? So we need to have better information.
We need to ensure that we can protect everything that's important to us, for example, the environment. It's essential that we protect the environment to ensure that we don't leave future generations with environmental debt. I would have liked to say more to really be able to talk about how we see things, how we want things to happen. But what we see, once again, is what we want is the government to table a budget very soon so that we can really look at it. And delaying it by 3 months, the tabling of the budget by 3 months simply delays any solution finding for 3 months. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable deputy.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech that really reflects what people in her riding are seeing. Mr. Speaker, I really wanted to base my speech on facts today. The latest report from January 2015 of the Bank of Canada is quite clear. The bank states that the percentage of workers who are in part-time jobs involuntarily is quite high, and that's in the context of 2014, before oil prices fell. That means that this decrease is related to the measures taken by this government. And my colleague talked about the problems people have on the labor markets. I'd like her to comment how having stable long-term jobs that are full-time jobs that can help feed families are rarer and rarer. People increasingly have to deal with precarious employment and even work several jobs. Could she tell us whether that reflects what she is seeing in her riding? The honourable member for Notre-Dame de Brasse-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, as I stated in my speech, precarious employment, part-time jobs, the fact that some families need to have 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet at the end of the month is something I'm seeing. And what I'm afraid to see is young people and teenagers working and children working to help out their parents. I know of a case of a girl who's 16 in high school who worked all evening and on weekends to help her parents pay rent. I'm not saying that's what's happening everywhere, but is that somewhere we want to head towards? What do we have to do to ensure that we don't end up mired in this situation? Let's diversify our economy to ensure that if there's a problem in one sector, we have the resources we need, alternatives to look at. So let's diversify our economy, and we need an economy that is fair also to the middle class and the lower class and those who make less money, not just the richest portion of society. Right now, the measures being brought in really help the richest families in our country. For example, income splitting is one of those examples. It will do nothing for the poorest of Canadians. We need policies that make sense, policies that will help everybody. We need to diversify our economy that will help us create good long-term jobs that are not precarious. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and for telling us about what she is seeing in her riding on the ground. It is essential for us to obtain an economic update based on the facts we have before us. That's what we are asking for today. We know that the government put all its eggs in one basket, and that is the oil basket. Oil, oil, oil. It's not working, and now they're simply waiting for the storm to wane, but that's not how things work. We are proposing concrete, tangible measures for the middle class, and I think these are good measures. The honourable member for Notre-Dame de Brasse-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and expand on what she said. We proposed, for example, the affordable childcare plan throughout the country, with Quebec, of course, being able to withdraw since it already has its own program. And we saw that some of the prices had to be increased in Quebec, and if it had gotten help from the government, those prices will not have had to go up. We see that the federal government is cutting into transfers in health to the provinces, and that downloads the cost onto the provinces and makes it more difficult for people across the country. We also talked about credit card fees, oil prices, and gas prices also The NDP has been fighting for measures to help Canadians with that respect. We have a plan that works that will help Canadians across all sectors of the economy. Reprise du débat, resuming debate.
Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is my first opportunity to speak in the House this year, so I would like to wish you and all those in the House and those in my riding, and indeed all Canadians, a Happy New Year. And I'd also like to just acknowledge, if I could quickly, my mother-in-law, Signa Radelet, who turned 95 late last year, and my parents, Val and Cy Donnelly, who celebrated their 57th wedding anniversary earlier this month. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of the excellent motion proposed by my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Mr. Speaker, we're calling on the government to present a clear and honest accounting of public finances rather than denying the scope of the challenges. We are also calling on for a commitment to introduce a budget that includes measures to create good quality jobs and address the challenges facing middle class and working people. Mr. Speaker, the government has no plan for the economy or middle class now that oil prices have plummeted. Canadians deserve answers from their government about the state of the country's finances, and they deserve a budget that invests in the economy and looks after the environment. The middle class is working harder than ever to make ends meet after a decade of damage done by this government, but they still are falling further behind. The NDP leader's practical plan for the Canadian economy will boost the fortunes of the middle class and ensure the environment is protected. This motion is proof that the NDP and our leader are ready to defend the interests of the middle class and working people in this country. The NDP is standing up to the Conservative government and holding them accountable for their reckless management of the Canadian economy. We must put Canada back on track, creating good quality full-time jobs and by prioritizing economic diversification. Mr. Speaker, let's do a quick review of the facts. So looking at the trade deficit, the Conservatives started with a $26 billion current account trade surplus and have turned that into a $60 billion trade deficit. When we look at youth unemployment, nearly double the national average, 13.4%, roughly 250,000 fewer young people with jobs than before the recession. We've seen an entire generation of middle-class jobs disappear, yet the Conservatives have done nothing to create the next generation of middle-class jobs. When you look at a recovery, you could question what recovery? 300,000 more unemployed Canadians, 375,000 jobs lost in the manufacturing sector under this Prime Minister's watch. In Toronto alone, 50% of the people cannot find full-time, stable work. They rely on part-time jobs, split shifts, and contract work. When we look to the future, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has predicted that Canada will have 67,000 fewer jobs by 2017 as a result of Conservative budgets. GDP will be 0.6% lower than its potential, he reports. And when you look at history, in the past 35 years, under both Conservative and Liberal governments, income has grown for the top 20%, but has shrunk for the bottom 80%. According to Statistics Canada, when you combine all budgets at the federal, provincial, and territorial level, it's the New Democrats, not the Conservatives or Liberals, that have the best record of balanced budgets. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that oil prices have fallen. In fact, at the time of the last fiscal update, which was November of last year, the WTI price of oil was $81 a barrel, and today oil is at $46 a barrel. Now that's a significant change. Mr. Speaker, another significant change has been recent announcements resulting in job losses. Looking at Target, Target announced it was closing its operations in Canada, putting 17,000 people out of work. And I know we have a Target just outside my riding, Mr. Speaker, and there were people that work and shop at that store. That will affect my riding. Suncor announced 1,000 jobs lost and more to come. MEX has announced its closing. Mr. Speaker, in December of last year, job growth was announced at 54,000 and job losses 58,000, so a net loss of 4,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, there are many unemployed in this is an interesting fact that I hope this government takes note. There are as many unemployed in Canada now as there were at the height of the last recession. That's astounding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my riding is not immune to these job losses. Earlier this month we had a very unfortunate announcement. Williams Moving and Storage, which has been in operation in Canada since 1929, announced it would close its operations in my riding. Again, this is a very unfortunate announcement, as they were a very good employer, a long-time dedicated family-run business with good-paying jobs. This is a real tragedy, and our hearts go out to the families, the Williams family, and to all those who lost their jobs and to their families. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has concrete solutions that will make life more affordable, and we have a clear vision to build a sustainable economy. Mr. Speaker, only the NDP leader has the practical plan and experience needed to replace the Conservatives and fix the damage that they have done. Canadians know that they can trust the NDP leader to fight for the middle class and working people and small businesses, and to invest in our economy while protecting the environment. The NDP leader has a practical plan for the middle class, and this includes a $15 a day childcare, national, affordable, and accessible childcare program. That is a maximum that provinces would pay, and if provinces wanted to invest more, that amount could drop. So we're saying that up to $15 a day would be invested, and it could actually be less than that. $15 an hour for a federal minimum wage, giving workers a good pay for what work they do in this country is important to a solid economy as well. Returning the retirement age to 65 from 67 in terms of OAS, old age security, is a critical promise that we are looking to undo what the Conservatives have done in terms of support for our seniors in this country. An NDP government would improve conditions for SMEs, for small, medium enterprises in Canada. We know they are the real job growth engine in this country, and this includes a focus on support for owner-operators, home-based businesses, and all those who are working so hard to provide products and services we as Canadians rely on day in and day out. That's exactly what an NDP government would provide. Mr. Speaker, I just want to focus on what I think should be looked at in terms of the economy, not just on specific narrow focuses, but on focuses or just jobs, but also we need to look at housing, health care, child care, food security, and income security. Unfortunately, in Canada, we still suffer from poverty in too many communities, including in my own riding. We have too many Canadians who are homeless, too many Canadians who still use food banks. This needs to be included in our assessment of the economy and how it's performing. We need to ensure that Canada's economy is serving not only those with wealth, but those with less. Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to check in my riding, and I do that annually. I do that every year with town hall meetings. I check in with my local mayor and council at council sessions. I want to get the input from individuals in my riding. I hear clearly the economy is important, but what tops the list is health care. 50% in the last 5 annual town hall meetings that I've done have continued to say that health care is critical, and we need to invest in a strong health care in our country. what we need to do is not lose track, and we need to keep focus on what is important in our economy, which includes other items of affordability. So that includes health care, it includes housing affordability, it includes child care and other important components that my constituents remind me of. So I think it's important that we support this motion. I call on the government to support this motion. Let's get a quick and timely fiscal and economic update so that Canadians know what's happening, and let's get that job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague for his speech today. And I'm not familiar with the riding he represents, so I looked it up on the internet from the actual city website, and I noticed that in 2012, of course that's a couple of years old now, but the average house price in New Westminster was $645,400. Wow. That was an average. That's a little bit surprising that it's got an NDP member. But the my question to the member is that I've heard from the NDP benches today, Mr. Speaker, issues about the income splitting that's been promised to families. I'm assuming that applies to then pension splitting. Are the NDP telling Canadians that they are not only not going to follow through on the income splitting that we're doing for families, but they're going to actually take money away from seniors by taking away the pension splitting that we've put in place a number of years ago? Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague, and he had to go to Google to find out about my riding, which is New Westminster, Coquitlam, and Port Moody. It's a fantastic urbanized riding just outside of Vancouver. We are, I think, a blessed riding in terms of what we have to us. We do have our challenges. Housing affordability is definitely one of those challenges, as is transit. But affordability is incredibly important. And yes, we will, an NDP government would get rid of that priority of income splitting. We would focus our priorities on things like, as I mentioned previously, childcare, investment in health care. We would actually invest in housing. We would invest in the things that seniors, not only seniors, but others in my riding are calling for. I have called and listened to them every year, invited them to my annual town hall meeting, and I hear clearly that's not the priority that they want to hear on income splitting. What they want is focus on a solid investment in health care, child care, and supports to housing. So those are the things in New Westminster and other parts of my riding that I hear from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. What's amazing when we look at the debates that we're having today, it's that the speeches on the NDP side are quite varied. They talk from different perspectives, but on the Conservative side, it's always exactly the same litany, the same tiresome phrases that are repeated over and over again. And it's a real challenge to be able to follow the debate when a Conservative speaks, because there's nothing new that's been heard for 8 or 9 years now. Having said that, to come back to the problems that my colleagues' constituents are having, according to the Bank of Canada, for the unemployed between the ages of 25 and 54, the numbers have been bad over the last year. So this is another worry, because it's really at the basis of our economy. People who can support their families, who can buy houses, and who can support economic activity in a community. And that was before the terrible drop in oil prices. So we have to wonder if the Conservatives' legacy is going to be like a poison pill for future generations. So I'd like my colleague to talk about this fact that the bank has referred to.
Quitlam, you only have a little bit less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I think it's an excellent point. I did raise that in my speech about youth unemployment, and I think it's the wrong direction that this government is going when it is not supporting or investing in our youth and the employment and the type of jobs that our youth need. Mr. Speaker, my colleague pointed out how even the Bank of Canada has addressed that and said that this is an issue that we need to draw attention to. I certainly hear from people in my riding. I have folks from Douglas College. I've met with the Douglas College, the student union. Many are very concerned with the future of our country, with the federal government and their lack of investment in education, in the lack of attention to youth and the direction of which when they have had the skills, they've done the training, get the education, that they get the jobs. And they are struggling when they get out of school with increased debt and high tuition. So, Mr. Speaker, that's not the direction that they feel that the Conservatives are going, that they want to get behind. They are saying they want to change. They don't want tired answers. They want new solutions. They want an investment in youth and youth of our day, and that is certainly what an NDP government would do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Wild Rose. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity to address my colleague's motion on the immediate presentation of an economic and fiscal update to the Parliament, outlining the state of the nation's finances in light of recent developments. The honourable member may have missed the economic and fiscal update that was tabled only 2 months ago. How quickly we forget. Allow me to refresh his memory on some of the key points that were discussed at that update. First of all, in the global context, with an election on the horizon, it's no surprise that the opposition has only just recently taken notice of developments in the Canadian and global economies. On this side, however, we have been relentless in our pursuit of growth and jobs following the downturn of 2008 and 2009. That period saw the worst global recession since the Great Depression, and it was followed by one of the worst global recoveries. We see signs of this challenge everywhere today, and we pointed out many of the risks in the economic and fiscal update in November. European debt is too high, and inflation has a negative 0.2% in December. The Eurozone economy is sputtering, stop and go for 3 years now. Last year, it was expected to have grown by just 0.8%, which is a global concern given that it is the world's second largest economy. The continent's 3 largest economies, Germany, France, and Italy, contracted in the second quarter of 2014 and have remained weak in the third quarter. And just last week, the European Central Bank significantly expanded its bond buying program, now estimated to reach $1.1 trillion, plus possible extensions to ward off deflation and revive a struggling euro area economy. Beyond Europe, the growth rates of key emerging economies, China, India, and Brazil, are also losing steam. Geopolitical conflicts in Ukraine, Iraq, Syria have complicated the economic recovery and fuel uncertainty in global. We have been saying it for years, and it remains just as valid now as it was in November. The global economy is fragile. Mr. Speaker, growth cannot be taken for granted. In many countries, it demands excruciating decisions and from everyone hard work. Now let's just turn to Canada's performance. For years now, Canada did that hard work, and it paid off. While the global recovery has been challenging, Canada has led the way to economic growth. A downturn that did not start here hit us later than most and affected us less deeply. But Canada emerged from it quickly and in better shape than other developed economies. We have recovered all of the jobs lost during the recession. In fact, our Conservative government created over 1.2 million net new jobs since the depths of the recession. While others are raising taxes to pay down deficits, our government has been reducing them. Not since John Diefenbaker was Prime Minister over half a century ago, has the overall federal tax burden been this low. And that is why, in the last economic and fiscal update, we introduced new tax cuts for hardworking Canadian families. And after years of hard work, Canada's free trade network now touches every corner of the globe. I cannot overstate the importance of this to the Canadian economy, allowing Canadians manufacturers to export their products to over half the global economy, a significant advantage in the competitive global market. Our labours have not gone unrecognized, except perhaps by our honourable colleagues opposite. So allow me to refresh them on some of our government's accomplishments. Bloomberg ranks us as the second most attractive place in the world to do business. If you're wondering who was first, it's Hong Kong, and that's due to the low cost of starting businesses. Both the IMF and OECD are expecting Canada to become the strongest growing economies in the G7 this year and next. The World Economic Forum rated Canada's banking system as the soundest in the world for a 7th year in a row. 4 credit rating agencies, Moody's Investors Service, Fitch Ratings, Standard & Poor's, and DBRS have reaffirmed their top ratings for Canada, and it is expected Canada will remain in its AAA rating in the year ahead. And most importantly, we have created the world's strongest middle class, according to the New York Times. At the same time, we have joined our international allies in applying economic sanctions to the rogue Putin regime. These sanctions are now taking their toll on the Russian economy. The credit rating was just classified as junk, a far cry from our AAA rating. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, we're on the right track, and we must stay on the right track. We must relentlessly choose prosperity, not reckless spending schemes that will consign our country and our children to remorseless decline. This government chooses prosperity. I know Canadians do as well. So where does the path to prosperity lie? Through our low-tax plan for jobs and growth, you may have already heard of the government's goals, but they bear repeating. Keeping taxes low for Canadian families and job creators. Equipping Canadians with the skills they need to pursue the jobs they want. Investing in the world-class research and innovation. Reducing red tape and empower businesses. Responsibly developing our natural resource wealth. Helping businesses succeed in the global marketplace by encouraging trade and in foreign investment. And making historic investments in infrastructure, including our new Building Canada plan, the largest and longest federal infrastructure investment in Canadian history. These measures are built on a rock-solid foundation, our government's commitment to return balanced budgets in 2015. In the worst of the recession, Canada's deficit stood at over $55 billion. Today, we are on track to eliminate the deficit, as the finance minister has affirmed, and begin paying down the national debt. Let me say again, we will fulfill our commitment to Canadians to balance the budget in 2015. This is a remarkable achievement when so many other countries are still locked in deep deficits. In fact, Canada's net debt to GDP ratio is less than half that of the G7 average. It's not easy to return to a balanced budget. Budgets, after all, do not balance themselves. That requires a plan and the discipline to follow it, not just whipping up rhetoric when an election is close. Canadians should be proud, not just of our impending balanced budget, but of how we got there. We repeatedly cut taxes close to 180 times, and we increased transfer payments by 55% since 2006 to reach $65 billion this year. Transfers which are used for key priorities such as health care and post-secondary education. We remain committed to keep taxes low while increasing transfers responsibly as our economy grows. What is not growing is the bureaucracy in Ottawa. Direct federal program spending has declined for the 4th year in a row. We have diligently controlled government spending, something that few nations have done, and we have done it while maintaining the programs and services Canadians rely on. This has meant that we've been able to provide even support for hard-working Canadian families. I refer, of course, to our government's latest steps to help Canadian families prosper. These actions include proposals to enhance the universal child care benefit, introduce the family tax cut, and increase the child care expense deduction dollar limits. Our government understands the basic truth that no government can tax its way to prosperity, and no government can indefinitely spend more than it earns. We cannot take this prosperity for granted. This government never took prosperity for granted, and we have worked hard to ensure that we are in a strong position, stronger than we were in 2008. We have a duty to manage our finances responsibly. Under our Prime Minister's unwavering leadership, we will soon return to balanced budgets. Now is not the time for risky experiments. As I said in November, at the time of the economic and fiscal update, Canada has come a long way, but we aren't out of hot water yet. The global economy remains fragile. That it is still fragile 2 months later should not be a surprise to the honourable member. Fortunately, our government has a plan to meet these challenges, a plan that is working, and we need to stay the course. That's why I call on this member and all the honourable members to focus not on this motion, but on working together to make the greatest country in the world even better. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So my question for my Conservative colleague, he's boasting about the fact that they reduced the tax burden on businesses and for people over the years since the Conservatives came to power. However, my concern is with small and medium-sized businesses. They did not get a reduction in their tax rate over the last few years, and so I'm curious to know why the Conservative government has preferred to give tax cuts to the big businesses in this country who didn't create new jobs. And why did they not instead help small and medium-sized businesses? If I talk about my particular region, those small businesses are trying to help create jobs there. It's a very high unemployment rate in my area. So the rate for the small businesses just hasn't changed. So why are they refusing to change that for them and improve it?
Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I mentioned in my speech, we talked about the fact that Canada ranks us the second most attractive place in the world to do business, and Hong Kong being the first. And the reason for that is the low cost of starting a business. And I would suggest to the honourable member that that is the case here as well in Canada. That we have, on a consistent measure, lowered the red tape. We've, on a consistent measure, lowered taxes. And we have indeed lowered taxes for small businesses. And it is still our intent to continue to do that. We have lower taxes in other areas. I would point to the fact that the GST, now the HST in the province of Ontario, was moved down by 2 points. But taxes lowered across the board for all Canadians. And he's certainly right that we must focus on small businesses and the need to grow small business because, again, he was correct in saying that is where the majority of the employment will take place. Happens not only with the lowering of their own business taxes, which is something that this government has done, but an overall lowering taxes so that Canadians have more money in their pockets. Because it's the mom-and-pop shops, it's the smaller manufacturing areas in this country that employ those people. And those people will then be in a position to have more money to spend, and that money, of course, spreads into the economy, making our economy stronger. And that certainly is the intent of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened closely to the member's remarks, and he said this, whipping up rhetoric when an election is close. Just along the lines, isn't the way to manage the economy. Well, if we heard anything about rhetoric, we heard it in the speech. We hear it from the Minister of Finance daily. We hear it from the Prime Minister because they're always talking about they're going to balance the books. Well, isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister has never had a surplus on his own other than the one transferred to him by the previous Liberal government? We could call this Prime Minister Deficit King. That would be the proper name. And isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that under this Prime Minister's watch in the last 8 years, that the debt load of the country has increased at a minimum by $133 billion and at a maximum by $160 billion. He's added that to the debt of Canadians. Isn't that true? And now they're talking about that they're going to balance the books. I have to ask you, I'll ask the member, Mr. Speaker, what is the Prime Minister going to, and his Minister of Finance now, going to cut in terms of value for taxes from Canadians in order to do that? Because they've cut EI, they've cut pretty near every service known to mankind in this country during their watch. Canadians are getting less values for the taxes, and that's not rhetoric, that's the facts.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Essex, you only have about 30 seconds on the time. I'll give you a bit more than that, given the number of questions that came out of that one.
I wish I had more time to first of all talk about the charge that this government inherited, this surplus, and that's a long discussion, because we could then say that deficit was a result of further or previous Liberal governments in the Trudeau area. But I will say that this government, back in 2006 and 2007, paid off more of the debt than any other government in the history of Canada. And I will say, when he talks about what we will do, and all this talk about all this hyped up pre-election preamble that we won't do what his leader did, is go into southern Ontario and say, you need to stop thinking about manufacturing jobs and start thinking about something else. We certainly won't do that either. What we will continue to do is do the things that have proven to improve this government to the point that we are the envy of the G7, and we will continue to move in that direction so that we will continue to be the envy of the G7 and of the rest of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd certainly like to thank the opposition for this opportunity today to showcase our government's strong economic record. It's a record of success in the face of adversity, a record that Canadians are rightfully proud of. And it's a record that the opposition and the Liberals would utterly destroy, Mr. Speaker. The opposition claims to demand action, but they have absolutely no ideas. They demand that we rescind tax cuts for families, but they have no plan at all to return money to Canadians. They demand that we spend more and more money, as they would do. And of course, we know, Mr. Speaker, they have no plan to return to balanced budgets like we do. Our government would not, Mr. Speaker, follow the well-trod Liberal path to economic decline. We will continue to follow the course that led us through the largest recession since the Great Depression. A course of prudent, decisive action. And Canada, Mr. Speaker, now enjoys the fruits of our approach. It's an approach that has led to a job record that is second to none. We have created over 1.2 million net new jobs since the depths of the global recession. And of these jobs, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority are full-time, high-paying private sector jobs. In fact, Mr. Speaker, more Canadians are working today than at any other time in our history. Any other time in our history, more Canadians are working today. And Canadians are wealthier for their hard work. In fact, the Canadian middle class is among the richest in the developed world. But Canadians are not just wealthier. They are benefiting across the board from economic improvements introduced by our government that allow them to make the most of their opportunities. And we did not accomplish this, Mr. Speaker, by taking the Liberal approach of raising taxes and slashing transfers to the provinces. On the contrary, we have provided tax relief close to 180 times. And I wish my Liberal colleagues across the way would quit trying to talk while I'm speaking and pay more attention, because what I'm saying is we have provided tax relief close to 180 times since taking office. That's an outstanding record, Mr. Speaker. Now, when I talk about tax relief, just on its own, Mr. Speaker, our family tax and benefits package will benefit every single Canadian family with children to the tune of $1,140 on average each and every year. Every family in the country that has a child under 18 will benefit from these measures. And 2/3 of that money goes back into the pockets of low and middle income Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And both the NDP and Liberals have said that they will take this tax cut away from Canadians. Instead, both have proposed to spend it on more government and on more bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. And this is really the fundamental divide between our government and the opposition. They continue to embrace the philosophy that it is better to spend money that we don't have than to balance the budget and to give money back to Canadian families and businesses. And I know where this approach has led in the past. And I know where our approach has led. And our approach has led to one of the best growth and job records amongst developed economies. And I also know where the opposition's approach will lead. It'll lead, as it always has in the past under the Liberal governments, to big government, to low growth, and to deficits as far as the eye can see, Mr. Speaker. But it is not only...
Order. There's just way too much chatter. I'm having some difficulty, in spite of the fact I have the microphone turned up as loud as possible, from hearing the member for Wild Rose. So I would ask all members to lower the decibel levels, please.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I know it concerns them that our government's record is so warmly received by Canadians and that their record is such a poor one of big government and of low growth and of deficits as far as the eye can see, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not only on tax relief for Canadian families that we disagree with the opposition. We've also lowered taxes for businesses across this country to create jobs and to create economic growth, Mr. Speaker. And now Canada leads the G7 with the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment. According to KPMG, total business tax costs in Canada are the lowest in the G7 and are in fact 46% lower than those in the United States. And the opposition would reverse this course, with the NDP in particular saying that they will increase business taxes. Only a party that has no experience in government or running a business thinks that taking money out of the hands of businesses would somehow create jobs. And I can assure this House and all Canadians, in fact, that we will keep lowering taxes for businesses and we will continue to reduce red tape. And we have lowered taxes while growing federal financial support for health and social services that define and sustain to all-time record highs. And, Mr. Speaker, this success is no accident. It's come about because our government has created the conditions for success and kept to them when times got tough. This may have escaped the attention of the opposition parties, but it has not escaped the attention of independent experts all around the world. Moody's Investors Services, Fitch Ratings, Standard & Poor's, and DBRS have all reaffirmed their top ratings for Canada, and it is expected that Canada will maintain its AAA rating in the year ahead. This paints a picture of a superb environment for business, for manufacturing, for trade and investment. And this means a strong environment for creating good, high-quality, full-time jobs for Canadians. While we cannot expect our actions to insulate us fully against future risks and crises, we can be confident that the foundations that our government has laid over the past 7 years have set us on the right course. Going forward, We will continue to be hard at work on the next federal budget, fully cognizant that we, like other countries, still have headwinds to confront. As our government and our Prime Minister has consistently said, the global economy remains fragile, and we are not immune to economic forces outside of our borders. We are not immune to the decisions of countries around the world. It is true, as Canada, we are a significant oil exporter, and the unexpected collapse of crude oil prices since last June is an area where we must have particular vigilance. We know the impact of lower oil prices is complex, and it has a variety of potential effects on the economy. And given the volatility of prices, there is no consensus about the future of oil prices in the shorter term. And that is why we are taking the prudent approach and monitoring the situation, Mr. Speaker. And I would certainly discourage, Mr. Speaker, the sort of thinking at the core of today's motion for debate that erroneously assumes that current circumstances will not continue to change and evolve. Today's motion by the opposition would have us act prematurely and panic at the first signs of adversity. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians can rest assured that our government will not try to build a hasty defense against global headwinds on shifting sands. We will continue to do as we've always done, Mr. Speaker. That's to act prudently and effectively and decisively. And we will do so, as always, on the basis of sound analysis and policies with a proven record of creating jobs and growth in the face of global challenge. And, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to our next budget delivering on this commitment, as we have always done before. And I would certainly encourage, Mr. Speaker, all honourable members of this House to support our government in its efforts and to reject today's motion and all of their other ill-considered actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good speech. Resuming debate. I'm sorry. Questions and comments. Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know what my colleague thinks of the announcement made by my leader during his speech to the Economic Club. He said that an NDP government would reduce taxes on small businesses from 11% to 9% to stimulate the economy. So I'd like him to tell me what he thinks of that measure announced by my leader. Thank you.
Member for Wild Rose.
Well, I would certainly say that no. I would encourage all Canadians to contrast all the statements and record of the NDP to the statements and record of our government. When you look at our government, we've consistently reduced taxes for all Canadians. As I mentioned during my speech, Mr. Speaker, 180 times we've reduced taxes. The average family saving now over $3,400 in terms of tax savings. Of course, we've reduced the taxes on businesses. The NDP has indicated they would, of course, raise those taxes. So it's very contradictory to what their leader has said, in fact, today. But certainly, when you look at the records and the plans of our government, certainly no question which one would certainly create the most opportunities, would certainly continue to see the lowest taxes, and not see the kinds of risky spending schemes proposed by the NDP, would not see return to huge deficits and debt that we would see from the NDP without question. We would also see that. We know, Mr. Speaker, from the Liberal Party, there's only one party that Canadians know that they can count on when they want to see lower taxes, when they want to see balanced budgets, and that they want to see growth and prosperity in this country, and that is our Conservative government under the leadership of our Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've listened to the member from Wild Rose's comments with great interest, and I unfortunately believe that he's mixed his adjectives up with talking about a prudent approach or premature action. does he actually consider that it was prudent to offer and promise up a $2 billion tax break to the families who need it the least at a time when the budget isn't balanced, and this government is created a huge vulnerability for this country to have balanced books with this premature tax break? But, Mr. Speaker, the key question that I'm wondering is that does this member believe that part of the prudent approach is the deliberate clawback of over $1 billion from the Veterans Affairs budget and the slashing of frontline staff and staff in Veterans Affairs by 1,000 staff members? Is it prudent to withdraw from injured armed force members and veterans the very services and mental health care that they need and deserve?
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, I would say shame on the honourable member for the kinds of smears that I just heard. I don't hear any basis in fact in any of the things she's talked about. Our government's commitment to our veterans is absolute, is completely absolute. We have an absolute commitment. But I want to thank her for the opportunity to rise, because she did mention the approach that our government would take as compared to the Liberal approach. And I think this is a very key thing, because there's a very key difference between our approach and the approach of the Liberal Party. Their approach would be one that would see more money taken from taxpayers and given to bureaucrats in Ottawa, because they believe that they know better than Canadians how to spend their own money. That is not the approach of our government, Mr. Speaker. Our approach is one that believes that Canadian families know best how to raise their own children, that Canadian families know best how to spend their own money, not bureaucrats in Ottawa. And that is the key difference between our two parties. We would see Canadians have their money returned to them in the form of tax cuts, because we know that money, put it back into the pockets of Canadians, is where it can be best spent by Canadians on their needs and their priorities, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to rise in this House to rally around my colleagues to support the motion presented by my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley, but I'd also like to say that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Compton Stansted. Now, the motion that was presented in this House is very simple, and our requests on behalf of the NDP are very clear. Now, I will lay them out to the government. It seems as if they always turn a deaf ear, but what we're asking the government is to immediately present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament, outlining the state of the nation's finances in light of the unstable economic situation. So not bogus predictions, as we so often hear from the Conservatives. We want a genuine economic update. We're also calling on the government to commit to presenting a budget that will include measures to help the middle class and to create good quality full-time jobs, which would be a very good idea. So these are not unreasonable demands, on the contrary. And yet, since the beginning of the day, since we began debating this motion, the Conservatives have refused to answer our questions or to be transparent with Canadians. They just use window dressing to try to appear to be good managers, but we know it's not the case. Now, I can understand that they want to deny or hide the reality because it's not advantageous to them. And we can see that here with the situation in Canada. We can see how incompetent this Conservative government is. Now, they try to make us believe that they are good managers. They try to attract people's trust, but Canadians know that they are not to be trusted. We in the NDP have often pointed out the Conservatives' obsession with the natural resource sector to the detriment of other sectors of the Canadian economy and the potential consequences of the lack of the diversification of the Canadian economy. And today, we can see the consequences. We're dealing with them. The Conservatives have tried to deny it. They've tried to discredit the NDP for different reasons. But today, we are faced with a situation that is very problematic given plummeting oil prices. barrel prices are declining at a great rate. And recently it has been announced that because of these plummeting oil prices, it will be very difficult or practically impossible for the Canadian government to balance its budget in 2015 or 2016 as promised. They're looking more at 2017, 2018, which is still very optimistic because TD Bank seems to believe that oil prices will recover, but there are other economists who are much more pessimistic and who think that the budget may not be balanced until well after 2018 if things continue on the same track. Now, I'd like to talk about what Mr. Alain Dubuc of La Presse said yesterday in one of his articles. And I don't think that Mr. Dubuc can be suspected of being a hidden New Democrat, but he clearly set out, illustrated the Conservatives' incompetence in economic matters. So Mr. Dubuc said, the Canadian recipe was based less on Conservative genius than on a hazardous fortune based on oil prices. Canadians' success, or the illusion of success, based on the figures put forward by the oil patch, was based more on investment in the oil patch and the growth in the Western sector than on the diversification of the Canadian economy, with heavy consequences for the Canadian economy, especially in Quebec and Ontario. Therefore, the Conservative government is responsible, at least in part, for this current crunch. And this highlights the entire problem of the situation created by the Conservatives. They have decided to focus solely on the oil sector, and rather to the detriment of other sectors of the economy. I'm thinking, for example, of the manufacturing sector, which underwent tremendous losses over the past few years. We are seeing today numerous job losses, bankruptcies of large companies. For example, Suncor, which has announced job losses within its company. So even the oil extraction sector is suffering terribly right now because oil prices are much too low. According to economic projections, each drop of $5 in the barrel of oil deprives the government of some revenues of some $1 billion. So imagine if the oil price remains this low, $45 US a barrel, as it is today. That means that there will be income losses of some $6 billion over 1 year for the Canadian government. And when we look at the Conservative government, which was counting on these revenues to post a surplus and to make electioneering promises to its cronies, and now it's really up against it because it won't be able to help Canadian families because it will have to make other cuts. The government's choices are very limited, and that is why the NDP is calling on an economic and fiscal update today. It's calling for that today because it wants us all to be able to make the best choices for Canadian families.
Now, looking at the situation, I can really see that if the government is panicking and trying to delay the tabling of the budget until April, but waiting to see whether oil prices go up or down isn't a viable economic strategy. I hope they realize that as quickly as possible. We need to see the budget, and they want to balance the budget at any price, but how is that going to happen? Do they want to cut services more than they already have? Are they going to cut or use the contingency plan that was supposed to be used for emergency purposes and not to fill in holes left in the Conservative budget? Those are not solutions that will help Canadians, Canadian families, people who need the help of the government. So already we've seen that, we can see that some things have to be postponed, for example, services and so on, because they weren't able to balance their budgets. For example, they've cut services to veterans. They're constantly trying to position themselves for the elections, and they keep saying that they support veterans when we all know that is completely untrue. We are going to have to make very difficult choices. thanks to the Conservative government, because it is completely incompetent in managing the economy. It was unable to really plan for a proper budget. Instead, they wanted to have giveaways for election purposes. Did they even look at rethinking the income splitting scheme, which will be very expensive? Not at all. Even though we know that many experts have spoken out against this income splitting scheme, it will help. Actually, it will not help over 85% of Canadian families, but we've seen also that it would lead to a deficit for the government. We're already seeing a problematic situation where the government is trying to use funds that, and the contingency fund that was supposed to be used in case of emergency, and they're trying to simply please a certain class of elites in certain ridings so that they can put more money into their pockets and then keep going with their plan. I remember very well when the new Minister of Veterans Affairs was very pleased to announce to his supporters, Conservative supporters, that his family would be able to benefit for nearly $3,500 in tax credits thanks to the Conservative government's measures. But, you know, he gets quite the income as a minister. But what does that really do for him and also for the average person? We want the government to stop burying its head in the sand, and we want it to really look at the current economic situation. The NDP has proposed measures that could help Canadian families. For example, our national affordable childcare strategy. The government of Quebec has put this kind of strategy in place, and there are 70,000 women who have been able to return to work and to join the labor market force. These are excellent employment stimulus measures, and I hear nothing of the sort from the Conservative government. That's what we're asking for, a budget. We want them to commit to really tabling a budget soon so that we can see the measures to help families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some further comment in regards to the government's inability to be able to provide a national budget in a timely fashion. Does very little in terms of being able to restore confidence that the Government of Canada actually knows what it is doing, let alone trying to deal with the government trying to give the impression that it wants to have balanced books or even possibly a surplus in 2015-2016, when there is actually no real tangible indication that they have the ability to balance the books, and they've demonstrated that as this Prime Minister has accrued debt after, or added to our debt year after year after year. And further to that, if she might want to provide some comment in regards to how unfortunate it is that the government has not seen the merit of reversing its position on the income split, because you're talking about a $2 billion commitment in which that's going to benefit less than 15% of the population, and that money is going to be coming out of the middle class, Mr. Speaker. That the government is really off track on so many fronts, that at the very least they could do is stand in their place today and announce the fact that they are going to have a budget, and that the budget will be presented on such and such a date.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I would like to thank my colleague for this question. He seems to have listened to my speech very carefully, because I did, in fact, go into the details of how income splitting is not a measure that will help Canadians, and the NDP has already committed to reverse that decision. And I do not understand the Conservatives' obsession. Yes, we understand that it's an election year and they're trying to please a certain elite to try to get a few more votes on their end. However, they're not truly helping the majority of middle-income Canadians and their families. we'd like to be able to discuss what, for example, the ideas of the member for Papineau. We don't exactly know what they're thinking. We've heard different things from this person. In London, he says we should help the manufacturing sector and then the auto sector. It's a little bit confusing, but I'd like to hear what the other parties have to say. I would have liked to hear also what the member for Papineau would have to say, but the day's not done. Questions and comments?
James Bay.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai beaucoup respect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of respect for my colleague, and it's true that the image of Conservatives as good managers of the economy is but an illusion, because they have not shown us the numbers. Could she tell us more about what the results of this incompetence will be? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and also compliment him for his excellent grasp of Moliere's language. I'm very rather impressed by his French-speaking abilities. Now, with regard to the current problem, the budget has not yet been tabled. It has been pushed back to possibly April, but we don't know exactly when. They are not giving us, the government refuses to give us any information. And now the minister tells us that he is frustrated to be asked to answer the same question all the time. Well, if he answered it, then perhaps we would stop asking it. That's where we're at. We have no idea where we're going with the budget, and the other very negative impact is that we have to make very difficult choices. What do we have to cut to get to arrive at a balanced budget? If that's what the government believes it wants to do, well, fine. However, but how do we get there? How do we get to a balanced budget? We've already seen that offices at Veterans Canada have been closed, that retirement age has been pushed back to 67, and so on. There are measures like that are very problematic for Canadian families, and that is why it is such a problem. Questions and comments? A very quick question. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I also wanted to mention the Bank of Canada numbers for the segment of the population 25 to 54, the most active population group, and we know that their contribution to the labour market decreased significantly in 2014 as a direct consequence of the measures taken by the Conservative government. So I'd like my colleague to tell us about these measures, which are undermining our future prosperity. You have 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. What he's given us is another disastrous consequence of the Conservatives' decisions, and I'm starting to be lacking in words in terms of describing all the negative impacts that these measures are having. I know that in my writing, I know that my other colleagues and others are seeing the same problems, and I'm looking forward to 2015 elections so that we can elect an NDP government and move ahead. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you very much. All my respects to you and to all. A Happy New Year. A Happy New Year to everybody. And a happy election year to you all. And as a first topic for an opposition day, I have to say that my colleagues really focused on something that is quite important. The regions, the economy, the middle class, the measures. This is how I see the current situation. A little bit of problems and very much worrisome. During that time, the Conservative government would rather let things go their own way instead of intervening, instead of taking measures that could actually help. It makes me think of a certain young person who thinks that budgets will balance themselves. Now, there is only going to be progress when we put the measures in place to stimulate the economy, to ensure the measures are in place, create wealth and growth. I look more at the macroeconomic side of things, the social side of things, because I think what's important is looking at how people react to these kinds of situations. First, I'd like to also say that my colleagues from Skeena Balkly Valley and Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques have proposed an excellent topic for discussion. And once again, this motion shows very clearly the incompetence of this current government in responding to the current economic situation. Through this motion, the NDP demands and calls on the government to immediately present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament so that we all know what is happening in the country, outlining the state of the nation's finances in light of the unstable economic situation, including job losses, falling oil prices, and declining government revenues, and prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges facing the middle class, and I want to stress that the middle class, by creating more good quality full-time jobs, by encouraging economic diversification. The Conservative government is telling itself that it's doing a good job. It's created jobs, but they are short-term, minimum wage, part-time jobs. That's not what helps an economy grow, and that helps a country grow and create wealth. And it is not sustainable. These types of jobs will not help improve the lives of Canadians and the quality of life of Canadians throughout the country. The middle class has borne the brunt of all the measures over the past several decades. These measures were brought in by the Conservatives and the Liberals. There are so many different things we could say. I will try to touch on some of them. For example, there is the administrative burden for small and medium enterprises to allow them to grow in a favorable environment. There's also social housing, employment insurance, a way to help Canadians make it from a job to another job if they do lose their employment. But there are also cuts to Canada Post and others, which were typical examples of middle-class jobs that reflected the identity of Canadians throughout the country. It's incredible what families from this income class have had to deal with. Administrative fees, various user fees, decrease in purchasing power, and also increases in energy and electricity costs. And these all have significant impacts on their daily lives. One of the examples I like to use is that of my parents. I come from a modest working-class family. In my parents' time, it was possible for them to work and put aside some money to buy a home, a small home, a car, and continue to feed their families, house their families, and clothe their families adequately, and even be able to have some leisure time without being completely indebted. They could even hope to send their children to university, but all of this has changed. This is no longer the case. Middle-class families have to make very difficult choices in terms of food, clothing, and I have teenagers. I can tell you that children want the latest style, of course, and that, of course, costs a lot of money. And in all of this, the middle class has to make more difficult choices, that is, take on even more debt and be at the mercy, put themselves at the mercy of the large banks. In our society, we have so much wealth, and this is completely unacceptable. Especially, it's unacceptable for a government not to react and respond to a changing economic situation. It has been changing so much since especially 2008. The state, the government must invest in order to stimulate growth. We need massive investments in research and development to prepare the way for the future. Small and medium businesses help create jobs, a sustainable local economy, and often they guarantee the very survival of many regions across the country. There are also the investments in infrastructure and transportation infrastructure in general. For example, railways, public transit, bridges, and so on. These are all incredibly important in Canada. Our country is a very big one, a very vast one. And these add to the costs our businesses and others face in terms of infrastructure. And these infrastructures have a lot of there are a lot of steps to be taken, and we need to ensure that our businesses can be competitive. We need to support those that are promising, that are in development, and I want to talk about a few in my riding that could really benefit from an economic framework, Enercan in Westbury, which creates biofuel, for example, Soucy Techno in Rock Forest and Waterville, TG. And Waterville still working in the rubber industry. It is always a very competitive industry that depends on the auto industry. There's also the Paul Valley Inc. Ironworks, and also it is in Saint Isidore, and many other examples. I can tell you that in some places there is very heavy equipment to be used. There's the Groupe Cabico Inc. in Quaticook, which builds cabinets and more. All of these and many more are waiting for the government to act, to provide a framework that is focused on prosperity. I don't want to forget the Grémont plant in Marbleton, which dates from 1840, one of the oldest in North America. Do I have a little bit more time? All right. What we need is an economic update followed by concrete measures. And we need a government and a responsible minister that will reassure Canadians instead of focusing on one single sector that has to go it alone in terms of supporting the Canadian economy. It is very difficult for that to happen, especially if we think of everything that has happened over the course of history in our communities, and many of our communities depend on a single industry. We call them single industry towns. Those that were unable to adapt, to change, have become ghost towns. Is that what is awaiting Canada? Thank you very much. The Honourable Member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments once debate resumes.
Statements by members.
Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu-Nicolet-Bécancour. Mr. Speaker, after having allowed uncertainty about compensation for Quebec's dairy farmers, who could lose millions following the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement, the government is attacking Quebec's dairy farmers once again. Rather than dealing with local companies, federal penitentiaries will be providing powdered milk from Winnipeg to Quebec penitentiaries. The Chagnon Dairy had been delivering 12,000 containers of milk per week to the Cowansville and Drummondville penitentiaries. Will the minister listen to reason and call Correctional Services Canada to order about this aberrant decision? It's not a matter of what's better in your coffee, but the economic impact and loss of jobs that this federal decision will have on this region and on Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to commemorate the life of a dear constituent. Simon Alexander Kingston was born in Bay de Vin on October 2nd, 1920. He was a retired, self-employed businessman and founded both Kingston Fuels Limited and Kingston's Car Wash Limited, which are both still operating in Miramichi and are providing much-needed employment. In addition to his business, Simon was also a dedicated member of St. Mary's Anglican Church, where he was a former church warden, a member of vestry, and a member of the cemetery committee. He was also a member of the Miramichi chapter of the Shriners Club. Mr. Kingston was a veteran of the Second World War, serving overseas with the Canadian Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, and a member of Branch 18, Royal Canadian Legion, Miramichi. Most importantly, Simon was a dedicated husband and father. His absence will be felt by many, both by his family and his community.
Déclaration.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in the framework of my new duties as official opposition critic for the Francophonie, that I rise today on National Family Literacy Day. It's as a parent that I'm also saying that being a parent is not always easy. A large number of parents in my riding are active and committed, and they have to deal with a very rushed and stressful life. Throughout Canada, many initiatives have been put in place to encourage Canadian families to integrate into their daily routine at least 50 minutes of reading together as a family. It's important to point out the work of literacy organizations, libraries, and schools. These organizations contribute to the integration of Canadians in our society and economy. The current government should devote more importance to families by renouncing income splitting and by creating a national plan to fight poverty. Under the NDP in 2015, Canadian families will be our priority.
Mr. Speaker, over the past few months, the Yukon has lost two iconic figures. Alex Van Bibber passed away in late November at the age of 98. A child of the Gold Rush, Alex played a hand in almost every major event in the Yukon, including becoming one of the first Canadian Rangers in 1947. He pioneered the Yukon's robust outfitting industry and led the Humane Trapping Initiative, and he worked 8 summers on a gold dredge. When Robert Kennedy came north to climb a Yukon mountain for his brother John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Alex was hired as one of the expedition guides. He embodied everything that is great about the Yukon and was dubbed the toughest man in Canada. The recent passing of Yukon artist Ted Harrison at the age of 88 has left a distinct hole in the Yukon art scene as well as the hearts of Yukoners. His vision of the North and its people was so vibrant, it not only filled Yukoners with pride, but made others long to visit and witness the majesty of the Yukon for themselves. Mr. Harrison is one of Canada's most popular artists. His love of the land and the people of the Yukon brought him international acclaim, and his paintings can be found in private collections around the world. Mr. Speaker, both of these men contributed to the Yukon. We are sad for their loss, but proud they are Yukoners. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next month is Black History Month, and as a nation, we should mark the occasion by exploring and celebrating the proud traditions of African Canadians. In 1995, at the request of the Honourable Jean Augustine, Prime Minister Chrétien established Black History Month to highlight the countless contributions made by people of African descent to the Canadian mosaic. Today, as we reflect, we must remember the influences of people like Honourable Lincoln Alexander, Honourable Jean Augustine, Carrie Best, and dozens of others who pushed aside outdated boundaries. In this spirit, I am proud to welcome a group of young leaders to Ottawa today. These young Canadians from the Children's Breakfast Clubs represent hope and change for tomorrow. In the month ahead, I encourage all Canadians to celebrate the many offerings made by our friends and neighbours of African descent. Certainly, we are all better off for their work, their generosity, and their spirit of giving. Welcome to Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, every 11 minutes a Canadian dies from tobacco use.
every 10 minutes, 2 Canadian teenagers start smoking cigarettes, and if they continue, one of them will lose their life because of it. I made a decision myself to quit smoking 35 years ago, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so happy I did. Earlier this month, I took part in the Break It Off campaign, a partnership between the Canadian Cancer Society and Health Canada as part of the National Non-Smoking Week. The team stopped at Cornwall St. Lawrence College campus to encourage young Canadians to quit smoking. Over the years, these types of initiatives have contributed to reducing smoking rates from about 50% in the 60s to about 16% today. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in this youth program because they are the future, and I hope that whatever their futures hold, it won't include smoking. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, popular opinion has it that Canadian youth are disengaged from the democratic process. Yet from my experience, our youth are playing an active role. Take, for example, Nessa Deans, an 11-year-old constituent who is enthusiastically participating in the political process at all levels. For her efforts, Nessa was named the youth winner of the 2014 Samara Everyday Political Citizen Award. Claire Edwards, while in high school, successfully advocated for a student trustee position at the Edmonton Public School Board and now chairs the City of Edmonton Youth Council. She's been recognized with the Top 30 Under 30 Award. In the last federal election, University of Alberta students organized a vote-mobile service to help students access advanced polls. Finally, at the service for Constable David Matthew Wynne, Kinusheo grade 6 students sang this verse lauding his support for the value of youth engagement. We can make a difference in our world today. Together we can make our world a better place. When we share together, so much can be done if all the children of the world would care in unison.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, a couple of months ago we marked the 25th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall, a great day that opened the door to democracy and human rights across Europe and beyond. Today we mark a monumental anniversary of a different kind, the 70th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, a word synonymous with the absolute worst of human behavior. Last week, the people of Azerbaijan marked a 25th anniversary of their own. Unfortunately, this was also for a terrible tragedy, one that came at the end of the Cold War. On January 19, 1990, in response to peaceful demonstrations in Baku calling for Azerbaijani independence, Soviet leaders sent in tanks and troops to viciously quell those gatherings. When the smoke cleared, 130 civilians had been killed and more than 700 more had been wounded. At that time, Human Rights Watch reported that the violence used by the Soviet army was so out of proportion to the resistance offered by the Azerbaijanis as to constitute an exercise in collective punishment. Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Canada-Azerbaijan Friendship Group, I have twice laid flowers for victims at the Martyrs Alley Memorial in Baku and heard firsthand accounts from Azeri friends who were there that night. This month, Canadians joined with Azerbaijanis to remember those who died and recognize that, in the end, their sacrifices ultimately hastened the end of the Soviet Union and the Cold War. May they rest in peace.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's a sad honour for me to rise today to celebrate the life of Link Byfield. You know, Link's name is synonymous with Alberta politics, and he embodied the passion and the conservative spirit of Alberta. When the West wanted in, it was Link who knocked on the door. His Alberta Report and Western Report were the voice of reform, and the Reform Party would never become the powerhouse that it was in Canada without Link. But he didn't stop there. He went on to become Canada's first independent elected senator with 236,000 votes, and then he co-founded Alberta's Wild Rose Party. And now Link changed the political landscape of Canada, and he did that with humility, with humor, and with faith. And we should all recognize his contributions that he made to this great country. Mr. Speaker, our prayers go out to his family, but they can rest assured that the things Link stood for, his passion, his commitment to freedom and justice, will be carried on. Rest in peace, my friend.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, last Monday we heard the sad news of the sudden death of my predecessor, Mr. Michel Guimont. I wish to pay tribute to this politician who was in this House as a member of the Bloc Québécois from 1993 to 2011 for the riding of Montmorency-Haute-Côte-Nord. Setting aside our political differences, I'd like to underscore the qualities of this larger-than-life politician whose leitmotif was the welfare of his fellow citizens. He was a man with a big heart committed to his community. Everybody called him by his first name, and he also had an exceptional ability to create links with the people he met. To his children, Isabelle and Alexandre, his grandson Olivier, and his partner Joanne, always remember that Michel lived life intensely and devoted the best part of his life to the service of his fellow man.
Honourable Member for Prince Edward Eastern.
Speaker, our government is committed to keeping the worst of the worst behind bars right where they belong. That's why we're committed to bringing forward legislation that means life sentences for dangerous individuals and predators will be just that, a life sentence. Never again will they be free to terrorize law-abiding citizens. Sadly, though, today I was disturbed to learn that the NDP and the Liberal Party will oppose this legislation that they have not even yet read. This is clearly an example that the Liberal leader, he's not up to the serious job, and might I even say a critical responsibility of protecting Canadian families.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, there are 200,000 more Canadians on unemployment than before the recession. Crossing our fingers and delaying the budget is not a good economic plan. That's not leadership, Mr. Speaker. As Kevin Page said, the state can afford stimulating the economy and must invest in this and increase its tax base. That's what our leader suggested today by putting forward a job creation plan in the manufacturing sector and in the small business sector. Rather than giving billions to big corporations that are already profitable, we should be supporting small and medium-sized businesses that are the engine of employment in our country. It's time to diversify our economy and promote innovation. The Conservatives are delaying their budget. The Prime Minister refuses to work with the provinces to face economic challenges, but Canadians know that they can count on the NDP.
Member for Brampton Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, since coming to office, our government has made it a mission to reduce taxes on Canadian families. This is why our Prime Minister announced that we would be putting hard-earned money back into the pockets of Canadian mums and dads with our family tax cut and the enhanced universal child tax care benefit. Soon, families in my riding will receive approximately $2,000 annually per child under the age of 6. When you add it all up, Mr. Speaker, a family with 5 children will receive nearly $60,000 by the time their children turn the age of 6. While we're making life more affordable, the Liberals and NDP would take this money away from families and hike taxes. Mr. Speaker, unlike the members on that side of the House, we will continue to stand up for hardworking Canadian families. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, International Holocaust Remembrance Day is observed every January 27th to mark one of the darkest atrocities in human history, the systematic killing of 6 million Jews during the Second World War. This year's solemn day of remembrance has a special meaning. It is also the 70th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The victims of this unfathomable crime against humanity were 6 million daughters and sons, mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, people whose lives were ended prematurely through acts of blind hatred. Today is not only a day of deep reflection for the Jewish community, but for all Canadians and people around the world. On this day and every day, we must give special meaning to the words "never again" by pledging to actively stand up against hate, injustice, anti-Semitism, racism, and refuse to be silent in the face of genocide.
The Honourable Member for Loubinière-Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, thanks to our Conservative government, Canadian families can rest assured that the money they've earned by the sweat of their brow will go back into their own bank account. Our plan is simple and we will maintain it. We trust parents to invest in their children and to spend their money as they see fit. Soon, Quebec families will receive $1,920 per child under 6 and $720 per child between 6 and 17. The NDP and the Liberals want to withdraw that money from them and spend it on bureaucracy. Despite the opposition and the third-party Liberals who've taken a position against the middle class, I'm proud that our Conservative government is giving money back to the 4 million Canadian families that have children under 18. We recognize that parents are in a better position than the government to administer their own money. The member for Outremont.
Today we stand together to commemorate the Holocaust, humanity's darkest hour. We remember the millions of mothers, fathers, brothers and sisters who were targeted by evil, including my wife's family. Nous avons en mémoire ces enfants.
We remember these children whose bright eyes were shut too early. And we remember the 70th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. That day, humanity did more than put out a horrible fire. We revived the flame of the human spirit. The contrary of love is not hate, it's indifference. Let's never wallow in indifference based on the poison of anti-Semitism and intolerance in all its forms.
We wish to build a better Canada, one of diversity and peace. And so against hate and indifference, we'll work tirelessly so that this can never happen again. And we will build a world where love will prevail.
Member for York Centre.
Speaker, today marks the 70th anniversary of the liberation of the Nazi death camp Auschwitz-Birkenau. Beginning in 1942, Jews would arrive from the ghettos of Eastern Europe in cattle cars. Upon arrival, those strong enough to work would be sent to the right. Women and children would be sent to the left to die in the gas chambers. By 1944, some 20,000 people a day would be murdered in this fashion. Some had another fate. Joseph Mengele, the camp doctor, would pick children, particularly twins, for gruesome experiments. Those sent for slave labor would be tattooed with a number on their arm, like my dad, 15 years old at the time. Many were worked to their death. Others, by time of liberation, would sit or lie on the ground, staring vacantly into space, no longer aware of who or where they were. By liberation, over 1 million Jews died in Auschwitz, plus 100,000 others in this factory of death. Therefore, when we remember the dead souls and we say never again, let this not be a mere phrase, but a call to action. A call to resist anti-Semitism and ignorance in all its forms and to refuse to be bystanders to evil whenever it rears its ugly head. Let that be the true legacy of Auschwitz.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in commemoration of the 70th anniversary of the Auschwitz liberation. J'invite les honorables députés à se lever.
I would invite members to rise.
Thank you, colleagues. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, last fall I asked the Prime Minister whether Canadian forces in Iraq were painting targets for airstrikes. The Prime Minister answered, quote, "The purpose of Canadian forces in Iraq is to assist and advise. There is not a direct combat role." Again, I asked about ground forces targeting for airstrikes, and again the Prime Minister said, quote, "Canadian forces involved in Iraq are not involved in combat." But the Chief of Defence Staff has confirmed that painting targets is a combat role. That mission has involved combat from the beginning. Why did the Prime Minister mislead Parliament and mislead Canadians about sending Canadian forces into combat in Iraq?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the only problem here is that the NDP doesn't support the military mission against the Islamic State. Something, Mr. Speaker, that all of our principal allies and many more around the world are involved in because it involves a direct threat to this country and to the civilized world. Mr. Speaker, our troops are there advising and assisting Iraqi forces, and Mr. Speaker, they're doing an excellent job. We stand 100% behind them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, our troops always do an excellent job in the missions that they're given by the Canadian government and by this Parliament. The question here is, why did the Prime Minister mislead the Canadian public? Those quotes are clear. Those questions were precise. The Prime Minister gave intentionally misleading answers. Canadians want to know why their Prime Minister on something this important did not tell the truth to Canadians.
The opposition knows that phrases such as deliberately mislead or potentially mislead are unparliamentary, and I'll ask him to keep that in mind. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, it's the leader of the NDP who's caught in his own contradictions. Canadian troops under their commanders are executing exactly the mission that Canadians have given them, that this Parliament has given them, that Canadians expect. They are advising, they are assisting, and guess what, Mr. Speaker? If fired upon, they're going to shoot back, and if they kill some of the ISIL terrorists, Canadians are going to support that no matter what the NDP does.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister will be judged by Canadians based on what he said, not what he has changed in terms of his version. He told Canadians that we were not involved in a combat mission. That was false, and he will be judged on that fact this year, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about telling Canadians the truth. Now, the current fiscal year ends March 31st. When will we see a budget?
March 31st. When are Canadians going to see a budget?
Right Honourable Prime
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond to the second question. This year, Canadians will, in fact, judge all parties, and they will judge that this government has the attitude necessary to take action to put in place a mission against ISIL. That is the right thing to do, and we are very proud of our action.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Now, that's the truth that the Prime Minister is having a problem with.
The Prime Minister has put all his eggs in the resource extraction basket for 9 years. The Prime Minister has fed into a cycle of boom and bust. He's left our economy at the mercy of falling oil prices. Now the bill is coming due. The NDP is ready, laying out clear actions the government could take to help small business and kickstart manufacturing. Why is the Prime Minister dithering yet again? Why no action?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, completely the opposite is the truth. The reality, of course, Mr. Speaker, is that everybody is projecting the Canadian economy will continue to grow this year. Mr. Speaker, what we have done is pursued a plan of balanced budgets and low taxes for families, for individuals and businesses. What the NDP has advocated, in fact, what they were advocating as little as just a few weeks ago was that we impose additional tax and regulations and costs on the energy sector. That shows, Mr. Speaker, how completely out of touch the NDP is with economic reality, which perhaps explains today the leader's attempts to flip-flop and do a deathbed conversion towards lower taxes for business.
the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Unlike the Prime Minister, the Bank of Canada understands that action is needed now. Just last week, the Bank of Canada cut interest rates below 1%, levels we haven't seen since the depths of the financial crisis. The bank understands the risk, and they're responding. Why is the Prime Minister, as usual, sitting on his hands? Where's the budget?
Hear, hear.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the Governor of the Bank of Canada understands is that you do monetary policy once every quarter. He makes a monetary policy announcement. In this government, when it comes to budgetary policy, we do it every year based on a long-term plan. That plan has created 1.2 million net new jobs. We're continuing to grow. We're continuing to move forward. And unlike the NDP, we're not going to write a different budget and have a different economic policy every month.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, last fall the Prime Minister said that our mission in Iraq was
to assist, it is not to accompany.
However, yesterday the Minister of Defense confirmed the contrary. Can the Prime Minister take this opportunity to correct the remarks made by his Minister of Defense? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the members of the Liberal Party and their leader have taken a position that is not very wise in opposition to the mission against ISIL, which is essential for our allies and for the safety of this country. The mission is clear, Mr. Speaker. Our troops are there to assist and advise the Iraqi troops, Mr. Speaker. If we are shot at, we will shoot back. That is what our troops have done, and we are very proud of that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, oil prices have fallen nearly 50% since the fall fiscal update. The Prime Minister has certainly been briefed on our current fiscal impact. Will he now tell Canadians exactly how much that drop in oil prices has affected the Canadian government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government has been very clear. Obviously, the drop in oil prices affects the government's fiscal flexibility, but I've said repeatedly the government will balance the budget this year. I note, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliamentary Budget Officer himself has said today, even looking at his own numbers, that the government will be capable of balancing the budget this year. Mr. Speaker, we're not in recession. We have every intention of balancing the budget.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, after 2 weeks of contradiction and improvisation, the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister have now confirmed that nothing appears to have changed because of oil prices. Now, if that's the case, then why is the Prime Minister allowing the Minister of Finance cause uncertainty, and why are they delaying the budget? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is following its long-term plan to balance the budget, to reduce taxes, and to create jobs. This plan is working. We can see the results. I fully understand that the Liberals and the NDP are more in favor of hiking taxes and increasing the deficit, but, Mr. Speaker, that is not our policy, and that is why we are seeing growth, and our policy is admired across the world.
Mr. Speaker, we've lost more than 500,000 manufacturing jobs over the last decade, and Southern Ontario has been rocked by plant closures in recent years. Right. Now, the Conservatives have just stood by, while the Liberal leader says it's time to give up. Well, they're both wrong. We can kickstart manufacturing in Canada, but we need action now to boost investment and create jobs. So will the Conservatives adopt our plan to help create the next generation of well-paying manufacturing jobs for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Anytime a New Democrat starts a question with, will you adopt our plan, I'm going to go ahead and say no. Mr. Speaker, you know, we actually do have good jobs, good numbers when it comes to manufacturing. Manufacturing sales, she singles out the province of Ontario. Sales and manufacturing in Ontario are up 41% since the recession. And just in the past month, Chrysler has announced that they're investing $2 billion into the city of Windsor. Honda Motor Company in Ontario says they're going to invest $850 million to create jobs. Ford Motor Company is investing more money as well into Oakville, which is going to create 1,200 new jobs in Oakville in the auto sector. So we do have policies that are working, that are creating jobs, and is supporting the manufacturing sector well into the future for Canadians.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of jobs in the manufacturing sector have disappeared. Middle-class families have to turn to low-paying, precarious jobs because the Conservatives are incapable of diversifying our economy. With the slowdown in the oil industry, we can see the extent of the damage caused by the Conservatives. Why are they refusing to take action to diversify our economy and to stimulate job creation in the manufacturing sector? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, we are currently putting in place policies that are for the benefit of our economy in each region, in many sectors of our economy. And here is what Jason Myers said. He's the head of the Manufacturing Exporters Association of Canada. The programs that the Conservatives have put in place to support the manufacturing sector are working very well. And that was a quote. Mr. Speaker, it's good to have policies and commitments and approaches to protect our industries in each region across the country and to have a diversified economy. And that is exactly what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. The slowdown in the oil industry has shed clear light on the bad management by the Conservatives. They've neglected to diversify our economy. 500,000 jobs were lost in the manufacturing sector over the past decade, and the government isn't doing anything. Instead of delaying the budget and pushing it back to April and boycotting the Council of the Federation, the government should show some leadership and work with the provinces in order to stimulate job creation in the manufacturing sector and for SMEs. Why is the government not doing anything? The Honourable Minister of Industry. As I just said, Mr. Speaker, that is not at all the case. What we're doing is putting in place policies that will protect, promote, and accelerate job creation, good quality job creation in all regions of the country. Now, if we're talking about the automobile sector, we have seen investments. The Asia-Pacific Gateway. You can see that we are in a position to say that we have good policies for the future and for investments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. The NDP plan to stimulate job growth in the manufacturing sector and for SMEs is a responsible, concrete plan that will make it possible to kickstart job creation and promote a broadening of the tax base for the state. Several measures proposed by the NDP have been supported by the manufacturers and exporters of Quebec and by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Solutions to kickstart the economy exist. Why is the government refusing to help the middle class? The Honourable Minister.
To supporting the middle class, this government has done more than anybody else. And in fact, there was a well-publicized, well-documented study that was on the front page of the New York Times that said that Canada has the wealthiest middle class in the world. And it's because our government has delivered for the middle class, lowering taxes, supporting key industries in all parts of this country, and ensuring that good quality jobs are happening all across this country to the benefit of all regions of Canada. That's why we have our national shipbuilding procurement strategy. That's why we're supporting the automotive industry, Mr. Speaker. We're keeping taxes down. We have a 13-point lower corporate tax rate than what's offered in the United States, which is creating jobs in Canada, in all of our regions, Mr. Speaker. We're leading the world. 1.2 million net new jobs have been created, and we're going.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
The Conservatives say to the 400,000 Canadians that lost those manufacturing jobs, they just read the New York Times and have hope. Another day and another report showing the mess that Conservative economic mismanagement has put us in. Today, the PBO joined the Conference Board, the TD Bank, and others in raising concerns about the impact of low oil prices on the Canadian economy. Conservatives have failed to build a balanced economy, blowing billions on handouts to the wealthiest families and most profitable corporations. While tens of thousands of Canadians' families lose their jobs, the finance minister refuses to do his. Delaying the budget months and hiding under the covers won't help these families out at all. So will he support our motion, at least, to show us the books, come clean with Canadians for once?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the PBO is one of many forecasters, and they have shown
that the government can, in fact, reach a balanced budget next year, which we are, of course, determined to do. Our government has a low-tax plan for jobs and growth, and it's working. 1.2 million net new jobs, a superior growth rate to that of the G7 countries overall. We're proud to lower taxes, and we're proud to provide benefits to 4 million Canadian families. The opposition would put forward policies that would raise taxes and increase debt.
The honourable member for Skeena-Boku Valley.
Our economy faces real challenges that call for a real response, but rather than spring into action, this finance minister has gone into lockdown, hiding the books and refusing to simply come clean with Canadians. But here's the reality. 1.3 million Canadians out of work. Jobs grew slower than population last year in Canada, and that was supposed to be a good year, according to Conservatives, and 400,000 lost manufacturing jobs that this government's doing nothing to replace. When are we going to see an actual plan from this government? When are we going to see a budget? When is he going to come out from under the covers and do his job for Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, as I said before, because of the instability of the oil market, we will not present a budget before April. We need to have all the facts. That's the prudent thing to do. What the opposition apparently would prefer to leap forward with their plans to increase taxes, to increase the debt, and to drag down our economy. We are presenting a policy which will advance the prosperity and the security of Canadians now and for future generations.
The honourable member for Skeena-Boku Valley.
Not sure what's worse, having bad policies like the Conservatives or having no policies like the guys down in the corner. Look, there's a clear choice and distinction between us and the Conservatives. The Conservatives believe in handing out billions of dollars to the 15% of the wealthiest Canadians. New Democrats believe in affordable child care for every Canadian family. Conservatives believe in putting all their eggs in one basket. New Democrats believe in a diversified manufacturing sector. Conservatives believe in massive handouts to the wealthiest corporations, but New Democrats believe in helping small businesses that create 80% of all new jobs here in Canada. So when are Conservatives going to get with reality and side with good policies and right ideas that will help Canada out today?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
We believe in lowering taxes on small business. They voted against it. We believe in lowering taxes for families. They say it's a bad idea. We support the National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy. They voted against it. We believe in expanding free trade with Europe. They're going to vote against it, Mr. Speaker. We believe, of course, in supporting our automotive sector with the Auto Innovation Fund. They have voted against it. Every single time we have taken measures that have been praised around the world for supporting the jobs in the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker, it's always been the NDP that has been against it. 1.2 million net new jobs have been created since the recession. We've done that while lowering taxes, not raising taxes. We have a balanced budget, and the Canadian economy will be strong well into the future.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Midi. Since the tabling of my bill to protect unpaid interns, the government has started to take the problem seriously, but we're still waiting for concrete measures to limit recourse to unpaid labour. Will the Conservative governments take action and ensure that all interns, students like others, will be considered full-fledged employees and protect them, as they should, under the Canada Labour Code?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, stakeholder consultation is very common on legislation that is before Parliament, and the Minister has asked me to meet with stakeholders across the country to discuss the issue of internship as it relates to the federally regulated workspace. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this government has presided over a youth jobs crisis, and the solution for so many young people has been to work for free. Now, the Federal Labour Code gives every single employee rights and protections. The problem is that unpaid interns are not considered employees under the code, so they do not have the right to refuse unsafe work. They do not have the same protections from sexual harassment in the workplace. So surely the Minister must agree with the NDP that these same protections should apply to all interns, paid and unpaid.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
government is committed to keeping Canadian workplaces safe, fair and productive, and it's why our Economic Action Plan in 2014 invested $40 million to support up to 3,000 internships in high-demand fields. And I want to point out that whether it's the youth employment strategy, it's our support for the internships, the $40 million, again, the NDP do not support those measures. They need to start supporting our government and the positive measures that we take.
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, for years this government has sat back and watched as manufacturing jobs bled from a sector desperate for help. Over 350,000 families suffered through the worst sector meltdown in a generation.
Right.
Just today, St. Thomas, Ontario lost another 1,500 jobs. Canada's manufacturing exports have plunged 7% since 2005, while U.S. exports have increased by 70%. Well, the only thing this government is good at manufacturing clearly is empty rhetoric. Instead of manufacturing false blame, will the Conservatives commit to a real plan to help our families?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, it was the leader of the Liberal Party who in Windsor last week said that the Canadian government should move away from supporting manufacturing altogether. So the policy of the Liberal Party is not neglect, but it's actually proactive abandonment of the manufacturing sector. That's, of course, mindless, Mr. Speaker. Our policies are working for Canadians, and let's let the last word on this go to Jason Myers, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters CEO. He said the programs the Conservative government has put in place support manufacturing, and they do it very well.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Speaker, the only thing this government manufactures is excuses. The reality is that the finance minister says he needs to delay the budget until he's heard from the economists. If the minister would listen, he'd hear TD Bank and now the PBO saying that he's heading towards deficit. Yet the minister insists he can balance the budget while giving income splitting as a gift to the rich and without program cuts. Now that he's heard from the economists and they're contradicting him, will he stop dithering and table a budget to clear up this uncertainty he's created?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, as I've said, the PBO indicated that Canada is well within the margin of being able to balance the budget, and in fact, we will do so. We will base our forecasts on the private sector, as we've always done. We will continue our plan, which is a low-tax plan for jobs and growth, and we will reject the policies of the opposition, which would raise taxes and increase debt and burden our children and our grandchildren with today's expenses.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Speaker, if the minister is so sure that he can introduce a balanced budget this year without spending cuts and deliver income splitting to the rich, why doesn't he introduce the budget as usual in February? Because clearly, according to what he's saying now, there's no fiscal reason or economic reason not to do that. So is the real reason for delaying the budget to April a political one? To table a budget, perhaps in the middle of the Mike Duffy trial, to try to distract Canadians from yet another Conservative scandal?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said, we base our decisions on the economic reality. And the reality is an instability in oil prices, which results in a need to get our information, which we will do. We present a budget once a year. We present our fiscal update once a year. We will balance the budget. We will honor our commitments to keep taxes low for Canadians, and we will reject the opposition's attempt to increase the debt and burden our children and grandchildren with today's expenditures.
For St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I submitted a formal question to the Minister on the order paper requesting the cost of the military mission in Iraq, and I was expecting a serious answer. Instead, the Minister's response was that he will only provide the information his department has 90 days after our time in Iraq is complete, whenever that might be. Can the Minister of Defence confirm that his department is actually in possession of the cost estimates, but that he just won't release them?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
What I can confirm
reaffirm is that our men and women are actively deployed in the fight against terrorism. And as I've already indicated, Mr. Speaker, there are costs already allotted within the budget, and any incremental costs will be tabled. But I think one thing we can all agree on is that even spending $1 fighting terrorism in that part of the world will be opposed by the NDP.
Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, unlike what the Conservatives promised, Canadian Forces members are on the ground in Iraq on the front lines of combat. And according to the Department of National Defence, only Canada is in this position. And so the question here, it's not about whether or not our troops should shoot back. The question is, why did the Conservatives put our soldiers in this situation without telling Canadians the truth about our combat mission in Iraq? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Is completely off base with this. We have been very clear in the government's decision to involve fighter jets out of Kuwait. Mr. Speaker, we've been a part of that. We're advising, assisting with our special forces. We've put this matter before Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because it's the right thing to do to stand up to terrorism and cooperate with our allies. And why does this never have the support of the NDP?
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay, Saint-Constant. We were all very happy to hear the Minister say yesterday that veterans will be his priority. But that's not enough to rebuild a relationship of trust. What's needed are clear answers and firm commitments. And so I'll repeat my question from yesterday. Will the government do the right thing, reach out to veterans, and reopen the regional Veterans Affairs offices as veterans have asked? Yes or no? Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as that member well knows, by the end of this year, veterans will have the opportunity to seek mental health supports at 25 offices from coast to coast. It's about meeting the new and rising needs for our veterans, Mr. Speaker, and offering services for veterans that are in their 20s and 30s, as well as veterans in their 80s and 90s, Mr. Speaker. We're meeting these evolving needs.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian knows that there is a moral and social obligation to care for those men and women we ask to put in harm's way. But it's only the Prime Minister and the Conservatives who do not believe that there's a moral and social obligation to care for those, especially now those in Iraq. So my question very simply to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, does the government believe that there is a moral, social, legal, and fiduciary responsibility to care for the heroes of this country that the government asked to put in harm's way?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I met the honourable member in 1997 when I was a lieutenant at the air base in his riding. That was 1997. A few years later, Mr. Speaker, he voted in this place for the new Veterans Charter. What we've got to realize between 1997 and today, we have to meet the new and ongoing needs for our veterans. There's a tremendous obligation, Mr. Speaker, recognized as far back as Robert Borden, but we're not frozen in time. We have to meet the needs now and in the future, and we will, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, on January 1st, our government's enhanced universal child care benefits took effect. Families will now receive even more benefits from our government. Would the Minister of Employment please update this House on how families will benefit from the latest tax cuts from our budget?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
I thank the member from Don Valley for his question and his support for tax fairness for families, Mr. Speaker. The package introduced by this government, of course, will focus benefits, two-thirds of them on low and modest income families. 100% of families with kids under the age of 18 will benefit, an average benefit of nearly $1,200 a year. A family earning less than $30,000 will receive an average benefit of over $1,200. A single parent with two kids earning $30,000 will receive over $1,500 in benefits. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the largest and most significant tax benefits for Canadian families ever. It will strengthen families. It will help parents with the cost of living. And, Mr. Speaker, we are proud of our family tax cut.
The honourable member for Alfred Benham.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were shocked to learn about the high-flying travel at CSIS. Director Michel Coulombe has racked up tens of thousands in travel expenses, including a $750 a night hotel bill.
Wow.
Meanwhile, CSIS case officers looking at high-risk travelers are overstretched and under-resourced. Does the minister really think this is an appropriate use of taxpayer funds?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Speaker, the travel directive of the Government of Canada is very clear. It states that the most economical means is to be selected, given the nature of the trip, when booking transportation, accommodations, and meeting facilities. Mr. Speaker, this government takes the management of taxpayers' money very seriously, and I have already directed that officials look into this matter.
The honourable member for Alfred Penna. It's outrageous that the travel bills for the director of CSIS are higher than those of even the minister. A hotel room at $750 a night? Well, that seems a little grand, especially when we know that CSIS agents are overstretched tracking radicalized individuals. Is this the kind of change the Conservatives wanted to bring to Ottawa? How can they accept this wasteful spending? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. As I already said, Mr. Speaker, the travel directive is very clear. We will answer this question. We will look at this, and I've directed officials to have a conversation on this subject.
The honourable member that it's a little bit rich coming from them. Maybe they were doing their research from one of the illegal offices they had that they still haven't reimbursed the taxpayers.
The honourable member from Churchill.
As they waste thousands, they're downloading huge new costs onto provinces. Most recently, they tried to sneak through changes making it harder to qualify for federal assistance in the wake of natural disasters. This will have a huge impact on Manitoba. In the last 5 years, we've had 3 major floods as well as other disasters. Under the new rules, this government is upping the threshold, leaving municipalities and the province with no relief. How can the minister justify leaving behind disaster-stricken communities across my province?
The
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. When it comes to First Nations, Public Safety Canada signed an agreement with Aboriginal Affairs, not only to make sure that the money is available on the ground, but also to facilitate coordination with provinces. This is news that was very happily accepted by communities in the provinces, and we will continue to support Aboriginal communities when they are the victims of natural disasters.
Mr. Dartmouth, Full Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about disaster relief to the provinces. This government, without any notice, have tripled the threshold to qualify for disaster relief. In Nova Scotia, for example, that means in the past 20 years, they would have to forego $20 million. Whoa. The question is real simple. Why is the government downloading again to the provinces? Why do they figure the provinces have to carry this on their own?
Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this government is standing by communities and provinces when come large disaster. The federal government is covering up to 90% of the costs when those big tragedy occurs, and we are working hand in hand with provinces and communities, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's be clear. This program was not updated nor indexed for decades. We took half of the indexation. Still, the province are a part of the program, and we will continue to support the provinces and the communities whenever it's needed in this country, and we will face the challenge. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the House, the Minister of Defence justified frontline combat by saying, and I quote, "I'm not sure we could train troops without accompanying them." Yet on September the 30th, the Prime Minister explicitly ruled out combat on the ground, and he said in question period, I quote, "The mission is to advise and assist, it is not to accompany." So why is the Defence Minister directly contradicting the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister today covering for him? Don't Canadians deserve the truth?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
We have been very clear, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the role of our Air Force operating out of Kuwait and our special forces who are there to advise and assist. I think what Canadians will not accept is the Liberal position that they will only take military action unless the outcome is already known, or if others are doing the heavy lifting, Mr. Speaker. That hasn't been a part of Canadian history. That's not what this country is all about. Canadians stand with this government and what we are doing in that area.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, the contradiction is too obvious to be denied. On September 30th, here's what the Prime Minister said. Quote, "It is to advise and assist, it is not to accompany." Yesterday, the Defence Minister said, "I am not sure we could train troops without accompanying them." The contradiction is so clear. The Prime Minister misled this House with his declaration. Why did the Defence Minister not rise at that time to tell Canadians in this House the Prime Minister is wrong? Our troops will accompany.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member doesn't want our troops doing anything. I mean, that's one thing we can all agree on. But we have been very clear that our special forces will be there to advise and assist, Mr. Speaker, and that we'll be conducting air raids out of Kuwait. What is the contradiction is that the Liberal Party wants us to do nothing in this fight against terrorism. Nobody agrees with them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Nickelbelt.
Speaker, for years, the Ontario Liberals have been bickering with Conservatives in Ottawa over the Ring of Fire and getting nothing done for Northerners. Instead of creating jobs in Sudbury, the Liberals are sitting on their hands. Can the Minister explain to me why, if there's something that needs to get done in Southern Ontario, it gets done? But when it's up north, there's a lot of talk and no action.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That might be a question for the provincial legislature, but I'll put it to my friend and colleague, Minister Gravel, this afternoon, who I will be meeting with to talk about, hopefully, specific projects that pertain to the Ring of Fire. As I've reminded this place and my colleagues in Ontario, the Build Canada Fund announced in 2013 has the potential to support infrastructure funding for legacy resource development projects like Ring of Fire. To this date, departments across our government have made responsible investments in Ring of Fire, and we're hopeful that the provincial government will get on board with specific proposals to move this forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the Conservatives are cutting $11 million out of the FedNor budget for Northern Ontario over the next 4 years. Now, this is on top of the fact we've already lost 30,000 jobs in the north. And if it wasn't that bad, we actually have to then deal with the provincial Liberals who don't seem to understand the Ring of Fire isn't a karaoke song. It is a $9 billion investment in the future. So I want to ask my colleague, where's the action plan? We have communities like Timmins, Thunder Bay, and Cape Creole being sidelined by this lack of investment that will help our businesses, our communities, and our First Nations. Where's the plan?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
A timely question, Mr. Speaker. I was just in Timmins, Kirkland Lake, Cochrane, and Hearst early last week. It was 38 below zero. The folks there were warmed up and comforted by the investments that FedNor was making across that region. Where they got frosty is when I reminded them that that member voted against every single one of those measures.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canada remains committed to showing our solidarity with the Ukrainian people in the face of Russian military aggression.
That's right.
We sure do. So far, the Canadian forces have made significant contributions to NATO's Baltic air policing activities, have deployed approximately 120 Canadian Armed Forces members to Eastern Europe to participate in training events, and have sent 20 operational planners to NATO headquarters. Can the Minister of National Defence please update the House on the latest contribution Canada has made to NATO's Ukrainian assurance measures?
Well said. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Last month, HMCS Fredericton departed Canadian Forces Base Halifax to join Operation Reassurance. The Fredericton is the first modernized high-readiness frigate to deploy overseas. As a result of investments from this government, HMCS Fredericton has new radar capabilities, a new electronic warfare system, and upgraded communications and missiles. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this government will continue to show, by supporting this mission, our support for the people of Ukraine.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Oh, sorry, Wascana. Wascana first. Sorry, Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Transport, and we're all glad to see that she's in such good health. group of agricultural shippers released a report yesterday showing that the railways are again some 12,000 cars behind in meeting orders to ship grain, and there is still no equity among corridors. North-south shipments especially are suffering, and that particularly hurts Saskatchewan. Since the farm groups will be updating their report every week, can the minister confirm that their figures are accurate? And how will the minister respond if the railways continue to fall short for the rest of this crop year?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate the member's kind wishes, but I knew there was going to be a but in there, so I appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I am very well aware of the report. We want to make sure that all corridors are being served in Canada, of course, so we're going to continue to increase the transparency in the Canadian logistics system. One of the key things that we have done is we've accelerated the review of the Canadian Transportation Act. There is a panel in place that is taking a look at what our transportation needs are going to be in the next 20 to 30 years. I'm confident they'll get to the right answers, and I encourage anybody in the logistics chain, be it agriculture or lumber or mining, whatever, to make sure they make their input into the CTA review.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you just seen, like everyone in this place, I'm pleased to see the Minister of Transport back, safe and sound. But it has been a year now since I asked the Minister to help get the James Street Bridge in Thunder Bay reopened. Now, the loss of this bridge has a significant economic impact on both Thunder Bay and Fort William First Nations. It impedes the work of first responders. CN should not be allowed to hold a community hostage like this. Will the minister finally respond to my request and intervene to get this important bridge reopened?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question and kind wishes as well. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that there are negotiations ongoing between Thunder Bay and the CN Rail, because CN owns this bridge, and if there are responsibilities and liabilities related to bridge repair and maintenance, we expect CN to fulfill these.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, this government has been steadfast in its support of the Ukrainian government in its opposition to Russian aggression. The Minister of International Trade was recently in Kiev on a trade and development mission to build on Canada and Ukraine's strong economic and cultural ties. Could the Minister please share with this House the latest development in the Canadian-Ukraine economic partnership?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting efforts to build a prosperous, peaceful and democratic Ukraine. The people of Ukraine face enormous security and economic challenges, and Canada will remain Ukraine's steadfast and trusted partner in its time of need. Yesterday, I was in Kiev to announce that Canada and Ukraine are actively engaged in negotiations towards a free trade agreement. I also announced another $52 million of development assistance and economic support. By further strengthening our economic partnership, our work together will improve social and economic conditions and create growth and prosperity for all Ukrainians.
The Honourable Member for
Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Nutrition North is an utter failure and symbolic of the Conservatives' failed Arctic policies. And now the Minister's Department has put out a tender for a consultant to help them out with Nutrition North. Not now, but next fiscal year. The reality is that parents across northern Canada are going without food, and elders are scavenging in the dumps. Canadians in southern Canada have begun sending food to northerners through organizations like Helping Our Northern Neighbours. Why are the Conservatives delaying action on this immediate crisis?
Again, Mr. Speaker, the government is indeed taking action. We indicated to the House and to Northerners that we would implement all of the recommendations of the Auditor General, and the fact remains, I mean, you know, the NDP may grandstand and try to mark political points and play politics with the fate of Northerners. But the fact of the matter is that the results are clear. Since the implementation of Nutrition North, the perishable food, nutritious food shipped to northern Canada has gone up by 25%. And the cost of a food basket has gone down for a family of four by $110 a month. So that's something and quite a significant achievement.
Honourable Member for Saint Leonard Saint Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 5 years, through the tax credit for the child fitness tax credit, the government has spent a huge amount of money. The objective was to get young Canadians moving, and it's failed. According to a report from 2014, only 5% of Canadian youth will get enough physical activity. We need to implement sporting programs that are better financed and more accessible with modern infrastructure. What is the government waiting for to act when it comes to the physical fitness of our young Canadians? The Honourable Minister of State for Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that active, healthy lifestyle is good for people of all ages. That is why we have great organizations like Participation, Kids Sports, Special Olympics, Sport for Life, and Canadian Tire Jumpstart that we fund. And that is why I'm proud that Prime Minister doubled up fitness tax credit to $1,000, and also the universal child care benefits when increased. My hope is that parents put those towards sports for the kids, so that kids can get involved in sports and physical activity, and they excel in education as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, for the story of the blogger Raif Badawi in Saudi Arabia has gone around the world. Although Mr. Badawi is not Canadian, his family is here, and Canada must denounce this terrible situation and make sure that human rights are respected. I know that this government has already said several times that asking for clemency from the Saudi government will not... I know they've already done this, but that's not enough. Can this government concretely say what it will do to ensure that Mr. Badawi can come join his family here in Canada? The Honourable Minister of State.
The punishment of Mr. Badawi to be a violation of human rights, and we continue to call for the clemency. In this case, Mr. Badawi is not a Canadian citizen, but we continue to make our position known, both publicly and through diplomatic channels, including the Minister of Foreign Affairs recently raised this issue with Turkey Al-Faisal, and that is also made representations to Saudi Arabia's ambassador in Ottawa and the ambassador in Riyadh as he met with Saudi officials.
Question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Bob MacLeod, Premier of the Northwest Territories. In recognition of Black History Month, I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the author of The Book of Negroes, Lawrence Hill, as well as some of the cast and producers of the TV miniseries, Clement Virgo, Damon de Oliveira, Ingenue Ellis, Lyric Bent, Margaret O'Brien, and Armand Leo. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Business of supply, resuming consideration on the opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Cullen regarding the economic situation.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires pour l'honorable député de Compton-Stanstead.
The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague for Compton-Stanstead for his very good speech made for the people in his riding. I'd like to get back to the Bank of Canada report on monetary policy. It indicates that long-term unemployment is close to its peak after the economic crisis. Almost 5 years after the fact, long-term unemployment
which is the most damaging unemployment, is still at its peak. That's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. I fail to see how the government can step aside from its responsibility from such destructive unemployment. I'm sure that my colleague will agree. This is the kind of unemployment that excludes people from the labour force in the long term. I'd like to hear his views on that. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. I thank my colleague for his question. One of the long-term effects that is most perverse is the exodus of these people who are in a situation where they can no longer find work in their region, and we see an exodus at that point, and that's highly regrettable. We see this exodus because the government forgot that there are people who need training. We're not talking about a program that will only affect 15 or 20% of the population that needs the training services. We need labor force reintegration programs, and that's only going to happen when various levels of government work with entrepreneurs and with local players in the economy. Then we can achieve some movement in that direction and avoid having regions that are completely devitalized and emptied. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to re-emphasize a point that I made earlier today, and that is that it is a fundamental responsibility of the federal government to instill a sense of confidence in the economy. And one of the ways in which it does that is to provide a national budget in a timely fashion. For the government, for the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to say, well, we don't know what's happening in the oil sector, as a result, we're going to have to delay the budget, is irresponsible and disrespectful in terms of the important role the government has in presenting a budget for many numerous reasons. I'm wondering if the member would like to provide additional comment as to the disappointment that Canadians have in this government's inability to present a budget to Canadians through the House of Commons.
Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Well, I thank my colleague for that question. That's exactly what I was talking about. When a government can't adapt to economic circumstances, trust diminishes among all the players, that is, workers, the unemployed, decision makers, various levels of government, entrepreneurs. When the economic environment doesn't fit in with their plans for prosperity, there's disillusionment, and then it's very hard to achieve any growth. So it's very disappointing to see that the government can't adapt, can't adjust to a situation that is the same worldwide. The government trusted only one sector of the economy, and now that it's kind of shaky, the entire Canadian economy is suffering, and that's highly regrettable, because if something had been done to diversify the economy during the previous period in order to anticipate the situation we're in now, we wouldn't be at this point. Manufacturers could be productive and export and create jobs in prosperous communities. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. And before I begin my remarks, I'd like to indicate that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague for the member for Winnipeg South Centre. Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity to address my colleague's motion, with whom I sit on Finance Committee with, on the state of the nation's finances. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have continually said that the global economy remains fragile. Events beyond our borders, including the falling price of oil, can affect our economy. That is why it is more important than ever for our government to stay the course with a steady plan to balance the budget, create jobs, and secure Canada's long-term prosperity. Now, let me be clear. Our government remains committed to balancing the budget in 2015. Despite the changing international situation, Canada's economy remains strong. Since coming to office in 2006, our government has had the best job creation record in the G7, and we are leading in economic growth. Since the depth of the recession, over 1.2 million net new jobs have been created, with 82% being full-time, 84% of them in the private sector, and 66% of them in the high-wage industries. This record is the result of the resiliency of the Canadian people and the efforts of our government through Canada's Economic Action Plan. Our government has put tax relief at the core of all of our budgets, and we have a proven record of continuously lowering taxes and tariffs to the benefit of all Canadians, particularly hardworking Canadian families. Our government remains focused on what matters most to Canadians. In fact, actions taken by our government since 2006, including the measures we announced in October for families with children, will provide tax relief and benefits of up to $6,600 for a typical two-earner family of four. We have lowered 150 different taxes since taking office in 2006, and the overall tax burden is now at its lowest level in over 50 years. This is an achievement we can be proud of. Families will soon see the benefit of our proposals to increase and expand the universal child care benefit, which will provide an additional $720 per child to families with children under the age of 18. This is in addition to our family tax cut, which will establish fairness in the tax system for parents who earn different incomes. Taken together, our new measures will provide benefits to every single family and children under the age of 18 in the country. Now, in providing this support for hard-working Canadian families, our government has not deviated from our commitment to balance the budget. Nope. We will balance the budget in 2015 while delivering close to $27 billion in tax relief and increased benefits for hard-working families over this year and the next 5 years. The opposition, on the other hand, would jeopardize this tax relief, taking away benefits from hard-working Canadians at a time that they need it most. Speaker, some of my esteemed colleagues across the floor would argue that there is no harm in running a deficit in 2015 to pay for new, costly, and unnecessary programs. We on this side, however, do not. Balancing the budget is a means to increase Canada's economic potential, to improve employment opportunities for Canadians by creating more good-quality full-time jobs, and to raise our citizens' standard of living. The benefits of balancing the budget and reducing the debt are many. Some of these include ensuring that tax dollars are used to support important social services like elderly benefits and health care rather than paying interest costs, instilling confidence in consumers and investors whose dollars spur economic growth and job creation, and strengthening Canada's ability to respond to longer-term challenges such as population aging, unexpected global economic shocks, and global security threats. We need to stay firm to our commitment to the Canadian people to balance the budget, a commitment that we have reaffirmed to Canadians time and time again. While the global economy may be struggling, the fundamentals of our economy remain strong. We must address our challenges not by engaging in reckless fear-mongering or spending, as the opposition would suggest, but by following through on our commitments and continuing to move forward with our low-tax plan to create jobs, promote growth, and secure our long-term prosperity. Recently, our government took actions to stay the course and build on our record. As previously mentioned, we invested in tax relief for Canadian families that will pay dividends for generations to come. We also created the Small Business Job Credit, a tax credit that will provide an estimated savings of approximately $550 million for job-creating small businesses. And we invested $5.8 billion in additional infrastructure investments that are crucial to supporting our economic growth. I am confident that as a result of these actions, Canada's economy will continue to grow and create jobs. Budget to 2015 will build on this record. In the lead-up to the budget, our government will survey private sector economists to ensure that we have the most up-to-date views, including their views on the economic impact of lower oil prices. This is the practice that has been done for nearly 2 decades. Speaker, we will not change our plans to indulge in the opposition's hysteria. We will remain committed to our plan. Our Economic Action Plan has seen Canada perform strongly through these uncertain times. With the help of our Economic Action Plan, Canada was able to weather the storm when the global economic crisis arrived in 2008. We have emerged stronger with more jobs and stronger growth. By balancing the budget, our government is not only fulfilling our commitment, but we are also protecting ourselves from future volatility. In conclusion, Speaker, our government will balance our budget in 2015 without raising taxes or reducing funding for health care and important social programs. We will stay the course and provide the steady fiscal management that Canadians have come to expect and demand. We will not engage in irresponsible spending like the opposition suggests, and we will remain committed to our core principles of job creation and low taxes. Canadians succeed in the global economy through the creation of high-quality jobs and create opportunities for success. Our success is not based on chance, but rather by choice. Budget 2015 will be the next chapter in our government's long-term plan to strengthen the Canadian economy in an uncertain world. This next chapter of our plan will build on our strong record to date. Taken together, the measures our government have introduced since 2006 and those to come in Budget 2015 will continue to keep taxes low and help Canadians succeed in the global economy to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his remarks. I would have liked to have congratulated him for having made the dullest speech on the Conservative benches today, but he didn't equal the performance by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Each speech that we've heard, with a few rare exceptions, is the same. And it's some kind of incantation, it's some kind of strangeness there, and the Conservatives are simply turning away and not facing the facts. Comments made by the Governor of the Bank of Canada and others about the current situation. They're not even taking into account the context in the drop in the price of oil. The Bank of Canada has clearly stated that the activity rate for people aged 25 to 54 years of age dropped in 2014 significantly. And that's incredible, Mr. Speaker, because that is the economic basis, the basis of our economy. Those are the people who are establishing their families, buying homes, and are well established, and they're threatened seriously because of the decisions made by this government. Their activity has dropped significantly, and as a result, that leads to debt, loss of jobs, bankruptcy. How can the member opposite ignore those facts coming from the Bank of Canada?
Speaker, it's absolutely appalling that the member opposite would consider low taxes, job creation, leading the economic recovery in the G7 as dull. It just indicates where the NDP is coming from. But let me just paint a picture of what an NDP government would look like. And we've had experience with it in Ontario, unfortunately. There was in 1990, there was a small forecasted, but the first year the NDP decided the small deficit wasn't good enough, so they decided to go for a $2.5 billion deficit. In their first budget and spending, they increased it by up to a $9.16 billion deficit. In 5 years, the Ontario debt rose from $20 billion to $60 billion. The Ontario credit rating was downgraded twice. Taxes rose to the highest marginal rates in North America. In 1991, there were 5.3 million people working in Ontario. By 1995, when the NDP left office, there were 122,000 less working in the province. They reopened collective bargaining agreements. They made civil servants work on unpaid days. And now they want to bring that plan to Canada.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government made a decision to delay the budget or to postpone it to April, which, in our view, is an irresponsible decision. Clearly, the price of oil has dropped, but that's not the government's fault. But it is their fault because they've all put their eggs in the same basket in the oil sector. The government will be held accountable because there will be consequences of delaying the budget for organizations and groups that are waiting for federal funding, groups that are facing the end of a fiscal year at the end of March. And this will have, the delaying of the budget will have an impact on them, as well as the provinces. So they are waiting they await the tabling of the federal budget in February and March before putting their budgets together to take into account federal transfers. So the government must be responsible. It must take account of the new economic reality and must bring forth a budget. Now, I can understand the discomfort felt by the government having to respect this game plan, and because now they're facing a budgetary shortfall, but they could simply use some money from the big banks and use that to help balance their budgets.
Well, Speaker, it's I listened to that question with great interest. It's important that those who have experience with governing, and I know that member does not on that side, wait for all of the information to be in before decisions are made. Our government made a commitment to the Canadian people to balance the budget in 2015. We've had a plan since 2006. You know, the first thing we did when we came to government in 2006 was to pay off billions of dollars in federal debt, which ended up to be the smartest thing any government could have done, because that gave us the latitude and the fiscal flexibility to be able to respond in 2008 when hard times hit. So, with the experience, with the plan that we have in place, we have created 1.2 million net new jobs. We lead the G7 in terms of economic performance, and we in 2015 will be another chapter in the next plan.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today it is my honour to speak here as a representative from the riding of Winnipeg South Centre. According to Economic Development Winnipeg, Winnipeg has been one of Canada's most diversified economies and has the lowest overall business costs not only in Western Canada, but in the Midwestern Pacific United States. Also, in the last Metropolitan Economic Activity Index, CIBC rated Winnipeg's economy as the fourth best in a national survey. We are only behind Toronto, Calgary, and Regina. However, despite such a positive outlook in Winnipeg, we are most certainly not immune to the global economic challenges facing the world today. Internationally, the economic context is without a doubt one of strife and struggle. After the most severe global recession since the Great Depression, our government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, has been able to steer past the recession, and as a result, Canada has weathered the economic storms and come out of it ahead of all nation members of the G7. For Canada, the recession is long gone, but its impact is still weighing heavily on the world economy. The volatility of commodity prices remind us that we are not immune to factors beyond our control and beyond our own borders. Geopolitical crises such as those in Ukraine, Iraq, and Syria underscore these concerns. The barbaric terrorist attacks in France, as well as attacks in Australia and indeed Ottawa itself, are justifiably alarming people around the world and truly cut to the core of fundamental liberties that are the basis for human progress. These things remind us that the global economy remains fragile and volatile, and it is why we must stay the course with our low tax plan. By keeping taxes low, our government is helping Canadian businesses maintain the best economic environment possible and allowing small businesses to maintain their competitive edge. Our country's small and medium-sized businesses continue to be job creators for hard-working Canadians, and our government is committed to help them grow and create new opportunities here at home. Our government is making life more affordable for families as well. Mr. Speaker, it is our government's actions on job creation and economic growth that have underpinned Canada's recession recovery, and therefore a debate such as today's on the future of our economy is indeed very timely. The stakes in this debate are high. Canadians cannot afford higher taxes and more debt. Quite simply, what is at stake is better, safer, and more prosperous futures for our families. The challenges that stand between Canada and this brighter future are considerable. It is not time for risky ideas and reckless spending. This is why, under the strong leadership of our Prime Minister, our government is on track to balance Canada's budget, and we are now in a position to help Canadian families balance theirs. When speaking to my constituents, they continue to tell me the same thing, that the cost of living, from groceries to hydro to housing, is going up. While the federal government does not have a say over hydro prices, we do have a say on federal taxes. We know that for a more affordable life, Canadians need a more affordable tax burden. That's why we are cutting taxes for Canadian families and providing benefits to all families with children, with a majority of these benefits actually going to low and middle income families. Continuing with the enhancement of the universal child care benefit, mothers and fathers in Winnipeg South Centre will receive $1,920 each year for every child under 6 and $720 per year for every child between the ages of 6 and 17. We know Canadian families deserve to make their own decisions, and we are proud to be the only party standing up for them. Unfortunately, the NDP and Liberals want to take this money away and spend it on big government bureaucracy, instead of giving decision-making power where it should be with the parents. The NDP and Liberals think they know best. That is not right, Mr. Speaker. While our government is making life more affordable for families, the opposition would rather hike taxes and run us back into a deficit. That is their plan. It is not our plan. Let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, how the small Trudeau deficits of the early 1970s became massive deficits that went on for a quarter of a century and ended up with Liberals dramatically hiking taxes on everybody, just as we see Liberal and NDP leaders threatening to do so today. The opposition is looking for any excuse not to balance the budget, but rather to spend more taxpayer dollars. They think they can tax their way to prosperity, but Canadians know that no government can indefinitely spend more than it earns. It's just like home. Higher debt means higher taxes and service costs and cuts for our children and our grandchildren. The Liberal leader believes the budgets balance themselves, even if you spend billions of dollars that you just don't have. Canadians know better. Canadians know how budgets work. Only by making tough decisions, as we all have with our own families, using sound judgment, can a budget be balanced. And that's exactly what we are doing as government. Through our government's prudent fiscal management, we will balance the budget while investing in the priorities of Canadians. We will also not raise taxes like the Liberal leader has pledged to do. Under the leadership of this Prime Minister, Canada's economy will continue to be the envy of the world. We're leaving more money in the pockets of Canadians to stimulate our economy. We have cut taxes in every way government collects them: personal, consumption, business, excise taxes, etc. And the result is a total annual saving for a typical family of around $3,400. That's annually. We have also removed over 1 million low-income Canadians. We've removed them completely from the tax rolls, and the overall federal tax burden hasn't been this low in more than half a century. Mr. Speaker, given the ongoing uncertainty in the global economic environment, it is much more important now than ever to stay the course. Canada has a highly diverse economy, and that is why our government supports jobs, growth, by connecting Canadians with available jobs, fostering job creation, innovation and trade, and investing in manufacturing, infrastructure and transportation. Canada's manufacturing sales have bounced back and are up 25% to the highest level since the start of the recession, and that's great news for residents of Winnipeg South Centre, since manufacturing makes up a large portion of our economy. In fact, just last week, the president of Manufacturers and Exporters said many of the programs the Conservative government have put in place support manufacturing and do it very well. The source was the Ottawa Citizen for that on the 21st of January. However, the Liberal leader would rather encourage manufacturers to close shop. This is not our view. Our government recognizes that Canadians working in the manufacturing sector are some of the most innovative in the world, and we want to help them be that. This is very different than the Liberal high-tax, high-debt plan, which would devastate the industry, just as it recovers from a global recession. Canadians definitely expect better. Mr. Speaker, let me give a first-hand example of how our economic plan is working in Winnipeg South Centre. In 2013, our government announced $1 million in support to West Canatest R&D Inc., Westcard it's called, to assist companies in Manitoba's aerospace sector. This is building on our government's previous aerospace investments, and this investment will help support the development of an aerospace facility capable of engine testing and post-testing redesign. Winnipeg is now one of the most cost-effective cities for aerospace manufacturing in North America, and with highly skilled and growing workforce members of over 5,500. It's the third largest cluster in Canada in the aerospace industry. More than 40 aerospace-related businesses make up a diverse supply chain with annual revenues surpassing $1.3 billion. And this new facility will expand the research and development capabilities of Manitoba's aerospace industry is very, very positively for our local economy. I am thrilled to see that Manitoba aerospace industry is creating jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity, which is exactly what the Canadian government is trying to accomplish throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, these are remarkable achievements which have helped the residents of Winnipeg South Centre. It's too risky to divert, and for this reason, it's far too risky not to support this government's economic plan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Repentigny.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the government say that Force and Democracy had never governed, but however, I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, how they can take position to say that they are so competent and so certain about their budget, so certain about the direction that oil is going to take. If we're talking about this, it's because there's market volatility, and volatility, to the best of my knowledge, was present last year as well. And with all of their so-called competencies, they weren't able to see that there were changes coming. So will they not bring in new things that recognize that there's a problem? Is it normal that they're going to have to go into their contingency fund of $3 billion? And finally, do they understand the impact that this is going to have on the provinces and on individual Canadians?
South Centre.
Well, I thank the honourable member very much for that question. And comme vous le savez, monsieur...
As you know, Mr. Speaker, we are entirely focused on job creation, on long-term growth and long-term prosperity.
On the creation of jobs and growth and making the economy a better place. We don't have a crystal ball, but we do have a sound economic approach. We are reducing the tax burden on the individual Canadian, and as my colleague previously cited, one of the smartest things that this Prime Minister did, and he was widely criticized for doing so in 2006, was to reduce and pay down the deficit by $39 billion. It's that kind of foresight that we want to continue. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I get the impression when I hear my colleague speak, she's wearing rose-colored glasses. She's living in an imaginary, marvelous world, because the current situation is presenting problems in several areas, at several levels, in many areas of the economy. And they seem to, and she seems to have left that out of her speech entirely, so I'd like to ask her to speak about Canadians' concerns when it comes to the current economy and the jobs that have been lost in the manufacturing sector under the Conservatives over the last 9 years. 400,000 jobs in the manufacturing sector have been lost, and so I'd like to hear what she has to say to those who've lost their jobs, who worked in factories, who had been working in factories for decades and who found themselves without a job last year, and who now are 45, 50 years. They need to find a new job, and it's very hard for them. So I'd like to hear what she has to say about what the government will do to help them.
Big South Centre.
Well, I thank the honourable member very much for that question, and I will address both parts of that question. First, I don't have rose-colored glasses on. I have the filter of looking at the economy through the eyes of a chartered accountant, because that is my profession, and I am a fiscally prudent and responsible member of the community. I also look at the economy through the lens of a parent and a partner in a wonderful marriage where we actually have never spent more money than we have. And this is a radical concept to many people, but it's one that really has to catch on. So I think that's a very important component in our analysis. As far as the manufacturing jobs, as we have indicated in all of our remarks throughout the day, we are supporting the manufacturing sector, the like of which it has not received for many, many years. And in fact, perhaps my honourable colleague is confusing our comments with the comments of the Liberal leader who actually wants to shut manufacturing facilities down. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Mr. Speaker, I read an interesting quote this morning in a blog by Newfoundlander Drew Brown. Now, Mr. Brown describes himself as a Newfoundlander in exile, a young man who's working on his PhD in political science at the University of Alberta. The quote, Mr. Speaker, was by a well-known Newfoundland lawyer who gave a talk to the Canadian Bar Association back in the early 1930s. The group had just finished singing "O Canada," and the Newfoundland lawyer said this. He said, quote, "That's the real difference between Newfoundlanders and Canadians. In Canada, you guys sing, 'We stand on guard for thee,' but back home we have to sing, 'God guard thee, Newfoundland,' because no one else is up to the job." Mr. Speaker, there's truth in that. Newfoundland and Labrador is always in need of guarding, in need of fighting Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, because God guards those who guard themselves. Mr. Speaker, I cannot give a speech on a motion focusing on the state of the country's finances without mentioning right off the top this Conservative government's latest financial double-cross to Newfoundland and Labrador, a double-cross of biblical proportions, which was how it was described back home, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, I'm talking about the $280 million that this Conservative government promised my province as a, quote, transition fund for, quote, development and renewal. Those are Conservative words, Mr. Speaker. They're not my words. Transition fund, development and renewal. The $280 million fund was promised after Newfoundland and Labrador surrendered minimum processing requirements as part of the free trade deal with the European Union. Minimum processing requirements protect fish plant jobs on land, and we gave that up, Mr. Speaker, after the province struck a deal with this Conservative government to make the free trade deal with the EU happen. But this Conservative government has reneged on the deal, Mr. Speaker. Now, just recently, the Justice Minister came to St. John's, Mr. Speaker, and he insulted Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. He insulted us to our faces. He said Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are demanding a CETA slush fund, which is not true, Mr. Speaker. Now, that's the same minister who used a military search and rescue helicopter to taxi him from a fishing trip on the Gander River. That minister has no credibility back home, Mr. Speaker. But then neither does this Conservative government, not when they double-cross my province, Mr. Speaker. This government made a commitment to my province. We expect this government, we demand this government to honour that commitment. Now, that fund is about diversifying the economy, that $280 million fund. It's about preparing our fishing industry for tariff-free access to the 500 million person EU market. It's about a promise made, a promise kept, Mr. Speaker. It's about integrity. It's about honour. The first part of the motion before this House today, Mr. Speaker, the first Opposition Day motion of the year, calls on the government to update this House on the state of Canada's finances in the wake of collapsing oil prices, in the wake of huge job losses, in the wake of the decision by the Finance Minister to delay the tabling of the annual budget until April. There is no good reason, Mr. Speaker, to put off updating this House, to put off the federal budget. Mr. Speaker, the decline in world oil prices has been stunning, has been shocking. From an average of $94 a barrel last year to $56 a barrel this year. That $38 a barrel drop has virtually wiped out this government's anticipated surplus in its next budget. This Conservative government's mismanagement and sole focus on resource extraction has left our country vulnerable to these sorts of resource price shocks. We need to diversify our economy, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives have failed to do that. Oil revenues have plummeted, Mr. Speaker, and this Conservative government's reaction is to push an income-splitting scheme that gives billions of dollars to the country's wealthiest people. Oil revenues have plummeted, Mr. Speaker, and this Conservative government is pushing a job creator tax cut that only creates 800 jobs at a cost of $500 million. Make sense of that math, Mr. Speaker. Newfoundland and Labrador knows all about the incredible downside of economic tunnel vision in terms of the oil industry. We're getting it from both ends, Mr. Speaker. Oil revenues are down from our own offshore oil play to the point that the province is facing a deficit this year of $916 million. Now, that's a deficit of almost $1 billion for a small province with a population of just over 500,000 people. On the western end, thousands of layoffs in Alberta's oil sands will also have a devastating impact on our migratory workforce. Alberta oil money has been propping up our fishing outports for years, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. Newfoundland and Labrador has been solely focused on the oil industry to our peril. Mr. Speaker, the fishing industry is an afterthought to the provincial government, an afterthought to the federal Conservative government. The diversification is not in the Conservative vocabulary. Mr. Speaker, the second part of today's motion calls on the Conservatives to prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges faced by the middle class by creating more quality, full-time jobs and encouraging economic diversification. There's that word again, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Conservatives, the Liberals have failed at diversification. Over the last decade, under Liberal and Conservative governments, we've lost more than 500,000 manufacturing jobs, most of which were in Ontario. We are addicted to oil, Mr. Speaker. We are fixated on pipelines, fracking, deep water drilling, oil at all costs, the environment be damned. Now, make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, we have done well by oil. My province in particular, Newfoundland and Labrador, is a have province because of oil revenues. But with oil revenues down, the province is bracing for cuts to tackle that $916 million deficit. With oil revenues down, this federal Conservative government is apparently proceeding with income splitting for the wealthiest Canadians. But what about the middle class? Where does that leave them, Mr. Speaker? Now, Mr. Speaker, I spoke on the telephone last night with a 68-year-old woman in my riding. Now, she was a career woman who worked at a good job, and now in retirement, she makes around $25,000 a year. Now, I asked her, she said she considers herself middle class, but she can't afford $900 a month rent, which is the average cost of an apartment in St. John's. Instead, Mr. Speaker, she's forced to live in her daughter's basement apartment. Now, where's the help for the middle class, Mr. Speaker? Where is the help for that woman? Mr. Speaker, a forum on child care was held this past weekend at St. John's, and one of the stories told was that of a single father, a father of 3, who had to quit his job because he couldn't afford child care. Now, the man said that because of how much money he made at his job the year prior to becoming a full-time father, he didn't qualify for assisted child care, so he had to go on social assistance to raise his children. How will income splitting help that man raise his children? It won't, Mr. Speaker. Now, my party, the New Democratic Party of Canada, proposes a national child care plan that would cost parents, child care would cost parents no more than $15 a day. That plan would boost the economy by allowing more parents, more men, by allowing more women to access the workforce. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, we're calling on this Conservative government to release its economic update, to diversify the economy, to introduce a budget that includes measures to create quality jobs, a budget that addresses the challenges facing the middle class, and while they're at it, Mr. Speaker, a budget that stands on guard for Newfoundland and Labrador. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. Of all the strange and contradictory and perhaps even bizarre things we've heard in the House this week, one of the strangest and most concerning things I heard was a minister yesterday who said that the other provinces in Canada would resent supporting Newfoundland as they pursued what was agreed to by the Conservative government as part of this deal. I was curious as to whether this member was aware of any premier, any province, any member of Confederation, any individual who said that Newfoundland doesn't deserve to be honoured and respected in the way that you've spoken to. Whether the minister is mistaken or whether the minister is trying to create a fight amongst the provinces simply to cover up the tracks of quite clearly what you described as a double cross against your province.
Again, remind members to address their comments to the chair rather than directly to their colleagues. Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank that honourable member for that very good question, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians need to understand that what Newfoundland and Labrador was asked to give up, what I consider a constitutional, what I consider as a right based in the Constitution in our terms of union with Canada, is what's called minimum processing requirements to protect fish plant jobs on land. The answer to his question is the fact that Newfoundland and Labrador was the only province in Canada asked to give up something in this Canada free trade deal in the CETA negotiations. What we were asked to give up was minimum processing requirements, the only province in Canada. Now, is the Prime Minister trying to create a rift between the province? Probably. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. I cannot read the mind of the Prime Minister, but I can tell from his actions that he does not hold Newfoundland and Labrador in high regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with much attention to my NDP colleague's speech. He raised the cases of a number of people who are jobless in his riding, and I hope that they will find jobs as quickly as possible. I believe that my leader, the member for Outremont, announced at noon today measures to promote job creation to help small businesses around the country, whether they be in Chicoutimi or in Newfoundland, to drop the tax rate on small businesses from 11 to 9%. And let's remember that small businesses create more jobs than anyone else across the country. This is something that can help small businesses across the country so that people don't have to go elsewhere in the country to get jobs.
The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for another good question. When it comes to our party, when it comes to the New Democratic Party of Canada, be it the announcement that was made by our leader today on a tax break for small business, be it our national child care plan, whereby child care will cost no more than $15 a day for Canadian families, or be it a national minimum wage, a national federal minimum wage of $15 a day. I think that Canadians see that the policies of the New Democratic Party of Canada are the policies that will most improve Canadians. It will most improve the living of middle-income Canadians, and yeah, I think that will be clear. They will see that. Unlike the policies of the Conservative Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker, like income splitting, that will only benefit the top 15% income earners in the country. The wealthiest families in Canada will be the ones to benefit from this, from that Conservative policy. Now, that's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. We need policies that impact the lives of everyday Canadians, of middle-class Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to rise and speak for a few moments on this important motion, a motion that that was introduced by my colleague, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and a motion that calls on the government to immediately present economic and fiscal update to Parliament, outlining the state of the nation's finances in light of the unstable economic situation, and to prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges faced by the middle class by creating more good quality full-time jobs, encouraging economic diversification. I think it's important, Mr. Speaker. The government has decided to postpone its budget from being presented possibly this week or next to sometime in April, and it hasn't said exactly when. And they've done that based on the fact that over the past year, oil prices have dropped by 40%. And they've suggested that as a result of the instability, the unstable nature of the economy, that they needed some more time to do what exactly, I'm not sure, but I assume to work on the budget. But it's interesting because they're not going to change anything. They said 6 months ago that they were going to, when the price of oil was in the $80 range, they said that they were going to a barrel. They said that they were going to balance the budget, have a surplus, that they brought in an income splitting plan that's going to cost $2 billion. That is going to benefit only 3% of the Canadian population, the more wealthy families in this country. And there were other strategies that they brought in order to do that. But now that the price is under $50, or is in the area of $50, Mr. Speaker, they say they're still going to do the same. So what is it? Is it unstable economic times? Is it not unstable economic times? Are they going to have to change the budget, or are they not going to change the budget? So why is it they're waiting? If they're so sure, if they're so convinced that they can hold the course, then why don't they be clear with Canadians? Let us know. You know, Canadians deserve to be treated like adults. They can handle the truth. They demand the truth, frankly. They want to know exactly what this government has in mind. And I got to tell you, I listened to some of the speeches from members opposite, and you know, I've been in this business a long time, and I should know by now not to listen, but I do, and I continue to get as tired and annoyed when I hear this nonsense about we're going to balance the budget. We're going to balance this budget in order to, you know, prevent generations down the road having to pay the cost. You know, that's a good sentiment. And I agree with paying your way. I agree with living within our means and making sure that that we can afford to do what it is that we do, Mr. Speaker. But that's absolutely not what this government has done. I mean, since 2008-9, this government, at that time, the debt was in the area just under around $457 billion. In 2014, the budget debt is estimated to grow to $618.9 billion. You see, though that's an expense that future generations are going to be responsible for. Now, I recognize the idea of balancing your books, your operating deficit, and having a surplus so that you can pay down that debt. But that's not what this government has done. They've done just the opposite. They've confounded economic principles, and they've spent in the good times, and they haven't spent in the bad times in order to stimulate the economy. They're completely flying in the face of the economy. And on top of that, they have put the handcuffs on federal government capacity to be able to bring in revenues to deal with our operating expenses so that we can pay down that debt. They have foregone taxes to the corporate sector in particular, but also wealthy Canadians, Mr. Speaker, to the tune of, and between just in the last 4 or 5 years, to the tune of $14 billion has been foregone, just from 2010 to 2014 as a result of corporate tax cuts. So my point is this. If you're going to keep reducing the capacity, the fiscal capacity of the government to provide programs, to provide services, to operate the things that this government does, then you're not going to be able to pay your bills when times get tough, and that's the issue. And the other thing the government has been doing at the same time that they continue to, in the good times when they continue to spend, and now we're seeing the austerity program, one of the ways that they're doing it is they're chopping departments, Mr. Speaker, they're laying off staff, they're freezing wages, and they're downloading to the provinces. Do you know that the total national debt in the public sector in this country has risen, Mr. Speaker, to $1.2 trillion. $1.2 trillion. So that's the amount that the public sector owes. That's the amount that all Canadians are responsible for. Now, you and I both know that there's only one taxpayer. So the federal government may be able to say, well, we're lowering taxes and putting money back in the hands of wealthy Canadians and a few individuals from here and there, and so we're able to reduce our operating costs. But they're downloading all that cost to not only provinces and municipalities, but to individuals, to the point where we're running up a debt, Mr. Speaker, that is completely and utterly stifling. Wages in this country, the minimum wage in Canada since 1970 has increased by 1 penny. By 1 penny. By 1 penny, Mr. Speaker. We have an infrastructure deficit as determined by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in the area of $200 billion. Who's going to pay that? Who's going to pay that? If the government doesn't manage their ability to be able to deliver programs and services and to make the kind of investments that are necessary for its responsibility, then somebody's going to have to pay, but they're going to have to pay down the road. So this idea that they are reducing taxes, that they are going to balance the budget, and that somehow is going to benefit generations is just absolute nuts, Mr. Speaker. What we need, I believe, and what we've heard from this caucus, is we need a government that's going to start showing some confidence in Canadians, that's going to start making investments so that our young people are able to find work, meaningful work in their communities, in provinces where they live, that they're going to be able to earn a reasonable family-sustaining wage in order to be able to help grow the economy, that they are going to learn, they're going to be able to pay into pensions, that they are going to be the next generation, Mr. Speaker, that is going to be able to pay down the debt that this government continues to grow. Those are the kind of investment. We've laid them out. We've talked about affordable childcare, 15-day childcare. We've talked about leading the way with a $15 federal minimum wage, Mr. Speaker. Just today, our leader talked about extending for 2 more years the accelerated capital cost allowance to try to make sure that we encourage businesses, industries, to manufacturers to be able to make investments. We've done the same thing with the innovation tax credit, Mr. Speaker, trying to promote innovation, research and development. We've cut small business. We're proposing to cut the small business tax rate from 11 to 9%. You see, those are investments. Those are working with the people in our constituencies across the country from one end to the other, to be able to grow the economy, to be able to build strong communities that their families can grow and can thrive in. That's the kind of leadership that we need. That's why we need to support this motion introduced by the member from Buckley Valley, Skeena Buckley Valley. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today, but it's, I don't know if it's laughable or talk about economic policy, and for many people across this country, maybe it's academic, but for those of us who actually have had to live under NDP governments, it's not a joke. And in many ways, it was the kind of thing that, or was the thing that destroyed the economy. I come from Saskatchewan. For 50 years, we had NDP governments there, and their policies made sure that our economy was lagging far behind our neighbours. They refused to develop our resources. The taxation and investment policies basically destroyed the local economy. And it's only in the last 10 years that we've been able to get rid of them, that we've been able to start to gain some ground on the neighbours around us. And so it's interesting today to hear them talking about, in some areas, copying our policies and then trying to sell them as their own. Their tax credits, they say, are good. Ours are some sort of punishment or whatever. And at home, the NDP candidates now started a campaign for the next election. And all I'm reading in the literature that they're sending out is that raising taxes are the keys. We need to keep raising taxes and raising taxes. And so, Mr. Speaker, well, I need a little bit of time here to talk about this because it's important. These folks, every time they get in office, they destroy the economy. They never build it. They have no credibility. Why would they expect Canadians to trust them?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Thank you. Look, I'm not going to talk about other governments. You know, I'm not going to talk about 10 years ago but I would, because that government was re-elected 4 times because it was providing important leadership in Saskatchewan. But I just want to ask that member, Mr. Speaker, the public debt responsible, the federal government, has gone from $457.6 billion in 2008-2009 to $161.3 billion in additional debt over the past 7 years. Who's responsible for that? Whose policies are responsible for running up the debt and for putting future generations in HoC?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments from the member, and I'd like to continue on the same stream. We need to recognize that this particular government and this Prime Minister have actually been an absolute failure in dealing with the debt issue. Even though they were provided a surplus budget, they quickly turned that at a time in which we were not into a recession into a deficit situation. And for years now, every year, this government has brought forward a deficit. Now we hear the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance saying, well, look, we're going to have a surplus budget this year. But by the time in which public accounts gets to deal with whatever it is this government comes up with in April or whenever it decides to bring it to the House, there's no real accountability as whether or not it's maybe a made-up surplus. There's no evidence. They don't have any history of showing that they can actually provide a balanced budget or a surplus. So why should we even believe them, given that this is an election year, if they were to fix the books to create the impression that they have a balanced budget?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Winnipeg North is absolutely correct. Why should we believe them? But let me give me an opportunity to raise something else that's very serious, and that is the whole question of income inequality and the fact that that while the incomes of the top 1% have been surging for decades, typical Canadian families have seen their income fall over the past 35 years. And when the data is examined, Mr. Speaker, what we understand that over the past 35 years, 94% of the inequality, the gap that we're talking about, happened under Liberal governments.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to congratulate and thank my colleague for his excellent speech, his proposals, his presentation, his analysis. I'd like to get back to the fact that the Conservatives are in a bad way right now. They have to delay their budget because they put all their apples in the basket of oil. And now oil was supposed to be $80, $85 a barrel. Now it's under $50 a barrel. So how come we have a Conservative government that bet on fossil fuels and let down the manufacturing sector that creates jobs in this country?
Thank you, and an excellent question, and one that's been raised before in this House. One thing that we've said is that this government is failing to recognize how important it is to have a properly balanced and diversified economy. And we particularly talk about this in the area of trade. We are one of the only industrialized countries in the G7 that doesn't have an industrial strategy in our country, so that we actually know what's going on in the various sectors in our economy, so that we can make sure that we are signing trade deals that actually make sense for our economy and that we can adapt to changes in the world economy that have affected the natural resource industry.
Resuming debate. Oh, pardon me. Before we resume debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows.
The Honourable Member for Quebec on Canadian heritage.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for York West. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to join this important debate. The federal government has a basic responsibility to have Canadians trust in our economy. That's why we need the budget now. This delay is causing uncertainty in the markets and for Canadians. The Prime Minister put all his eggs in one basket, and now, when economic growth is slowing down and the price of oil is going down, obviously, he has no plan B. Last week, the Bank of Canada took action, but the Prime Minister is improvising as he goes along and canceling meetings with our major partners and allies, and by delaying the tabling of the budget. By delaying the budget, the Prime Minister has put down his arms and admitted he has no plan B. Canada's economic prosperity is at stake, but the Prime Minister has shown middle-class families will have fewer services so that the wealthiest in our society can have millions of dollars in tax cuts. With who is the Prime Minister working these days? His main priority during this difficult period is to protect this gift of over $2 billion given to the Canadians who need it the least. The Conservatives should change course when it comes to the income splitting plan, which will cost the Treasury $2 billion a year. Tax relief for the middle class, which will only benefit the wealthiest families in Canada. During the election campaign of 2011, the Prime Minister promised that when the budget was balanced, his government would allow families to split income for tax purposes up to $50,000. On October 30th, 2014, the government announced a slightly changed plan offering families a theoretical tax break which could go up to $2,000. 85% of Canadian households will not benefit from income splitting, including the heads of single-parent families, parents with similar incomes, and families who do not have children under 18. In most cases, the maximum benefit, $2,000, will be paid to households where a single person earns the income, and that income is higher than $100,000 a year. This program will cost the Treasury $2.4 billion during the 2014-15 fiscal year and $2 billion in subsequent fiscal years. We need leadership and a smart plan to see our economy grow in all sectors and in all regions for the entire population. The priority of the Liberal Party is clear. We must improve the prosperity of Canadians who are middle class and who have not had a decent income increase in 30 years. Canadian families deserve to have a fair chance for success. This government has neglected to take into account what has made Canada a prosperous country: diversity, balance, and partnership between the regions and different sectors of activity. Canada's strength should not depend on a single sector in a single place. It comes from the diversity of its population and of its economy. Yes, we do need the strength of the West, but we also need the East, the strength of the East, the North, and the central part of Canada. I want to thank my colleagues, especially the Francophones, for having listened to my poor French, and I do hope I was understandable.
I think I have a few minutes left, Mr. Speaker. Am I right? 4 more minutes. Okay. So I'll continue in English, and I'll say in English, thank you very much for your tolerance as an Anglophone MP representing an Anglophone riding. I do apologize for murdering the language of Balzac, but it's important to try. Balzac, by the way, had a Ukrainian wife, so I feel especially close to him. It's true. So just continuing my comments. Look, one of my favorite commentators about the economy is Warren Buffett. And in his 2001 letter to shareholders, he had this great line. And his line was, "You only find out who is swimming naked when the tide goes out." Well, in Canada, the tide has gone out. That is what has happened to this government, and we are finding that, you know, what we see now that there is no tide is not that pretty. The economic tide which flattered Canada's relative economic performance consisted primarily of two things: high commodity prices and the fact that Canada, alone of the G7 countries, avoided the financial crisis. Thanks, it might be worth noting, to the very wise and prudent and against the conventional wisdom decisions of the Liberal government to maintain tough banking regulation. Well, you know what? Now that tide has gone out. And the tide has gone out because we have, first of all, those high commodity prices which flattered our economic performance have collapsed, particularly the price of oil, and the financial crisis which devastated the other G7 countries and really flattered Canada's relative economic performance has now started to abate and isn't hitting the other G7 countries so badly. So particularly in relative terms, we're seeing the true reality of Canada's economic performance and the true reality of this government's economic stewardship. And what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, is a government which has failed to understand the central economic challenge of our generation, and that is adjusting to the new realities of the 21st century economy, the realities of an economy in the age of the technology revolution and in the age of globalization. And what is happening in this 21st century economy is a relentless hollowing out of the middle class. We are seeing middle class wages over the past 30 years stagnate at the same time that wages and wealth at the very top is increasing. Now, this government for years has been in denial about this. And in fact, when the leader of the Liberal Party first started talking about the hollowed out middle class, we were met with derision and with denial. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is now becoming a truth universally acknowledged that this issue of income inequality and the hollowed out middle class is the central economic challenge, and we have to address it. I'm just going to read a final quote, and this is from the World Economic Forum in Davos, not generally seen as a hotbed of pinko communists. And this is what they have to say about income inequality. Across rich and poor countries alike, this inequality is fueling conflict, corroding democracies, and damaging growth. Not long ago, those who worried about inequality were accused of partaking in the politics of envy. I've heard that. Critique myself. In the past year, this concern officially became mainstream as voices from the Pope to Christine Lagarde cautioned of its impact. The mounting consensus, left unchecked, income inequality will set back the fight against poverty and threaten global stability. Instead of pushing against these economic forces, this government, particularly with its imprudent and unfair income splitting plan, is exacerbating them. And that's why we support the opposition motion. Let's have a budget. Come clean. The tide is out. We want to see what you guys got. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks and congratulate her for the first part of her remarks in French. It was very impressive, and I thank her for that. I have a question now. I know that she alluded to income splitting, and I do have a question with respect to that. On the issue of the status of women as regards income splitting. Now, she said that it wouldn't benefit couples with an equal salary. But if we broaden this concept, we could see who it would benefit the most, and they are couples with a huge salary gap between the two. Oftentimes, the man earns more, and either the woman doesn't work or has a much lower salary. Does she not think that this is a measure that will reduce the status of women, it will push us back, and be a disincentive for being in the workforce?
For Toronto Centre.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her absolute patience with my terrible French. On the question of the gender impact of income splitting, I think that is an excellent question, and one of our big concern with income splitting should be the fairness issue, particularly at a time when we are discovering the fiscal constraints are greater than we thought. To be giving a tax break to the Canadians who need it least is absolutely unconscionable. It not only makes bad economic sense, it's just wrong. But the gender impact is significant too. And the effect of income splitting is to discourage married women from entering the workforce. As a working married mother myself, I think that is something that our economic policy shouldn't be ideologically slanted towards. And in fact, countries like Sweden, provinces like Quebec, has found that if you do the opposite, if you have economic policies that encourage maximum female labor force participation, you get a measurable improvement in GDP and in tax take.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Speaker, and I was listening to the answer to that last question, and the member mentioned fairness being an important piece of this, and on the income splitting end, and I couldn't agree more. And in fact, that's in part why we've introduced that measure. Wouldn't the member agree that when you have a total household income of a certain amount that pays one rate of taxes, and another total household income simply because one wage earner earns a lot more and one a lot less, that you have one household paying a lot more in taxes than another, although the total household income for the two different families could be identical. This is fairness. That's exactly what this tax policy is about, is bringing fairness to two different household incomes and then allowing one household to enjoy the same benefits, the same freedom, and the same flexibility to determine what they do with their hard-earned dollars. It's about giving Canadians freedom and flexibility and balancing out the inequality that exists today in total household incomes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
I thank the honourable member opposite for his question, but of course I disagree 100% with the premise. Look, all the calculations show that income splitting would disproportionately benefit Canadians at the very top of the income distribution. This is a benefit that would go to just 15% of Canadians, and it would go to those who need it least. So as a matter of economic fairness, income splitting is a really bad idea. As a matter of sound economic policy, it's a really bad idea too, because what we're learning about economic policy, which is about focused on growing the middle class, is that if you don't do that, you have slowing economic growth. If the middle class doesn't have the incomes to purchase, you have an economy which is stalled. So an economic policy like income splitting, which benefits the top, is a policy which also actually has an adverse impact on GDP.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for York West.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really pleased to be able to get up and speak on this important motion that's on the table, and I want to congratulate my colleague. She did a super job on that, on her comments, both in English and in French.
Hear, hear.
And so, as nervous as she was, I think she did a fine job, and I applaud her for being able to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet today to speak to the NDP motion. But I have to say with profound disappointment that instead of discussing the budget, we're discussing why we don't have a budget. And I really do find it quite shameful that the government is refusing to conduct itself with even the slightest degree of fiscal prudence and transparency. For a government that campaigned on accountability and transparency 10 years ago, and to be in a position now where we're talking about passing motions in order to force the government to bring out a budget. It really doesn't make a lot of sense when you look back at just what the message was. Canadians know that the fiscal situation has changed since the fall economic update, and the government owes all Canadians the decency of an honest answer to hard economic questions. Level with Canadians, let them know the degree of what the situation is, and I can see no reason that they would not just understand it, accept it, disagree with it as they want, but at least they have the right to know. The facts are clear, yet the Conservatives are smugly refusing to deal with the true fiscal reality, and their head-in-the-sand approach is beyond contempt. But this is what we know so far. The most recent fiscal update made a series of assumptions about economic variables, including what the price of a barrel of oil will be over the next several months. The last time the minister did his math, oil was trading at US $81 a barrel. At $81 a barrel, the minister figured, and right, there would be a surplus this year, the first since 2008, of about $1.9 billion. But now, sources such as the Bank of Canada say oil will trade well below that $81 a barrel average. In fact, the TD Bank said earlier this month that $50 a barrel oil will result in a $3.2 billion deficit. We didn't say this. The Parliamentary Budget Officer didn't say this. This was Toronto Dominion Bank's experts, economists. And at $40 a barrel, which is not too far from where we are now, it would result in a deficit of $4.7 billion. I think Canadians would understand that. Come forth, explain it, but no, they continue to put their head in the sand and trying to figure out how they're going to do all of these things that they've promised, even though clearly we can't afford it. So why can't the government just admit this and ask for help? And be honest with Canadians, be honest with parliamentarians, and say this is a serious situation. How can we solve it in a non-political fashion, in a positive way? But rather than giving honest and forthright answers, this government has promised a spending spree totaling billions of dollars. They have steadfastly promised to ignore the facts because they claim they can increase expenditures, decrease revenues, and balance the budget simultaneously. Well, they must be real magicians in order to do that, and all of that would be done just in time for an election.
Sure.
So, as appealing as all of this would seem when expressed as a soundbite in a taxpayer-funded Conservative ad, is just not believable. Canadians are not swallowing it. They don't believe it. They run their own households, they run their own businesses, and they know that something as serious as the impact in the oil revenues is going to have a huge impact on the budget's ability, the government's ability to deliver a balanced budget. I operated a small business for 30 years, and my banker would never have accepted a financial plan like the one that their government is talking about. But most Canadians know that you can't budget like this. It doesn't work in a household, it doesn't work in business, and it certainly doesn't work in government, at least if you're being honest with people. Liberals want to see the updated numbers. Let's have some transparency and some honesty so Parliament can make the decisions necessary to get past this crisis. Canada needs a coherent economic growth plan. Instead, the Prime Minister is making it up as he goes along. Conservatives have put all of Canada's eggs into one basket, and when that basket crumbled, they lost their footing and had nothing to fall back on. Prime Minister is addicted to high oil prices, and now that the economic situation has changed, the Prime Minister is unable to cope with adverse economic developments. So he's retreating to a bunker with the hope that no one will notice, and somehow, when he gets up the next morning, everything will be fine. Well, as I said, instead of reaching out to Canadians to show leadership and to build confidence, the Prime Minister has punted the federal budget, normally delivered in February, into April or later. Now that might mean a June budget and introduce the budget and without any analysis. We won't have any time to do any discussion or debate it and roll right into an election. So by the time Canadians would find out the real picture, well, it'll be well after the election, and by that time it might be too late. This means Canada will go without a budget for more than this entire fiscal year. Granted, Conservative budgets are only slightly better than nothing, but it would be nice to have some accurate numbers, even if they're not really accurate, but at least it's something to deal with. But let's remember that the government did not get us into this situation overnight. In 2006, the Prime Minister was handed a steadily growing economy which had generated 3.5 million net new jobs, declining debt and taxes, a decade of balanced budgets, annual surpluses of about $13 billion, and fiscal flexibility projected ahead 5 years, totaling $100 billion. Well, that's what this Prime Minister had to work with, the most robust fiscal situation in the world, and he blew it in less than 3 years.
That's right.
He overspent by 3 times the rate of inflation. He eliminated all the financial shock absorbers that had been built into Canada's budgetary framework to protect against adverse events. And he put this country back into deficit again, a structural deficit before, not because of, before the recession, which arrived in late 2008. Prime Minister failed to anticipate that recession. We all remember his great words that there was going to be no recession. We were in total great shape. There was being no recession. And 6 months later, wow, we've got a recession. As it began, he dismissed it as just a good buying opportunity. And when he couldn't deny reality any longer, his belated stimulus plan was slow, convoluted, intensely partisan, and tainted with boondoggles like fake lakes in Toronto and multi-million-dollar misappropriations for ornamental gazebos and sidewalks to nowhere in Muskoka. He used the stimulus package as a mathematically challenged excuse to cover up what was horrific and short-sighted fiscal management. In effect, he went on a spending spree with the nation's credit cards, and he has no plan now to pay the bills, not even the minimum balance. So now he thinks he shouldn't be required to report to Parliament. He just expects that people will trust him, despite his personal legacy of fiscal failure. Canadians are weary of the fiscal failures that characterize this tired government. The Conservatives expect us to lower expectations and settle for less. Just trust us. Whether it's the Iraqi war or whether it's the bus, just trust us. Well, that's the exact opposite of the things that any of us should be doing. Yeah. Unfortunately, the bill for Conservative blunders is being shouldered by Canada's middle class and the children of that middle class. Middle class incomes have been flat for years, while living costs and household debt have ballooned. 70% of those employed in the private sector cannot count on a company pension. 60% of middle-class parents worry about affording any kind of higher education for their kids. And youth unemployment remains near recession-like levels, and a whole generation of young Canadians are putting their lives on hold. And let's not forget the attack on income trusts and old-age pensions.
No, we haven't.
Is this what the Prime Minister means when he talks about prosperity? Well, I don't think so. Today's motion is about transparency and accountability, and Canadians deserve a fiscally competent government.
Hear, hear.
It's not this one. Thank you very much, Mr.
Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the member said, just trust us, in reference to the Conservatives and the budget and their policies that they're bringing forth. Well, I agree with that. The Conservative policies don't give us a very long-term vision. They're not the best policies in the world. They're economic and other policies. But I have even more trouble seeing where the Liberals want to go. Either they're not telling us where they want to go, or they tell us something and the opposite as well. Their leader in London said that we should just give up on the manufacturing sector, but the next day in Windsor, he said we had to invest in the auto sector. So what's their vision?
Request.
Just have a little patience.
That's right.
On to what our leader has said and not said. When you're looking at when you are looking at manufacturing sector that's in trouble and needing some change, it's about how do you put things together? What's the strategy for moving forward the manufacturing strategy in our country? How do you help the auto sector? Okay, so if you listen properly to what the leader of our Liberal Party was saying, it is. Mr. Speaker, could you please tell those folks across the hall, I guess they don't like what I'm saying because they're very noisy, but anyway, you're not getting up and I'm going to continue. We have very positive ideas and plans of where we're going and what's needed to build this country, and it means a solid fiscal framework, and it means new ideas, and we'll show you those ideas when we get into an election campaign.
Well, the chair would agree that there are certain members who seem to want to talk when others have the floor, but given the opportunity to ask questions or give speeches themselves, seem to not take advantage of that. So, but anyway, questions and comments, Honourable Member for the Yukon.
I heard the honourable member recommend and urge the government to project any numbers, even if they're not accurate. And I know that fits in nicely with the Liberal Party's philosophy of the budgets will just balance themselves, but that's clearly not a responsible course of action, and it's not something a prudent government would do. It's not a course of action that our government's going to take because it's not a prudent measure. Of course, last year we tabled the budget in February early, and the Liberals raced out the door before they'd even read it to criticize it. So I'm not sure what they're waiting for. We know they're going to criticize it. We know they're going to vote against it. Why don't they just race out the door and criticize it now? They don't want accurate numbers. In fact, they've urged the government to produce any kind of number, whether or not they're accurate. That just shows the irresponsibility of the Liberal Party and the folks in the opposition. What Canadians can count on, Mr. Speaker, and this is certainly a comment, not a question. Canadians will absolutely count on this government for a low tax plan and a balanced budget in 2015. That's a responsible course of action, and those numbers will be tabled by a great finance minister in April. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York West.
Well, let me tell you, no matter what you put out there and put on the table, I don't think anybody's going to believe your numbers anyway. Because for the most part, the numbers you put forward are inaccurate. You're making faulty assumptions. When you got into power, when the Liberals left this position and you got into power, we gave you $13 billion, and you blew it trying to buy votes all over this country. That is completely incompetence when it comes to running a country. So no matter what budget you put forward, I doubt any of us will believe your numbers anyway.
That's right. You guys can't even balance a budget.
I would just like to point out to the member and others that, in fact, I have not put any numbers forward. And so this member has been in the chamber for many, many years, and I'm sure she'll recall that she's to address her comments to the chair. Rather, when she uses the word you, presumably that's to the chair, I guess. Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Parkdale High Park. Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to rise today to support this motion, which is just common sense. What the NDP is calling for is for the government to be clear and honest with Canadians when it comes to the state of the finances of our country. We're also asking the Minister of Finance to do his homework by taking into consideration the difficult situation for the middle class and by prioritizing economic diversification in his next budget. It's really quite simple, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are concerned with the current financial instability. When they fill up at the pumps, they're very happy to see that their bills are a bit lower, but they're asking how this is going to affect our national budget and their jobs. These are questions that I've been asked very often over the last few days because Canadians aren't getting a clear answer from their government. We already know that fluctuating oil prices will have an influence on the economy. We should have expected nothing less, because the Conservatives put all their eggs in the oil industry's basket. And, in fact, the NDP has, for quite a long time now, been telling the government it should do otherwise. Because of a lack of emphasis being put on innovation and diversification, our economy is now vulnerable to this kind of shock in the natural resource sector. A number of experts have already spoken out on the potential impacts of this situation. For example, Stephen Pawlaz, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, has said that the drop in oil prices will have unambiguously negative consequences on the Canadian economy. Revenue from oil exports will drop, and investments and jobs in the energy sector are already going down. Another example, according to an OECD study, federal revenue from the tax on businesses and gas taxes will drop by $4.3 billion. And according to TD Bank, the government won't have the room to maneuver with their budget to put in place a tax credit for adult fitness. and they'll have even less room for the famous income splitting plan. So, Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada gave its opinion. The OECD has given its opinion. TD Bank has given its opinion. And today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer also gave an opinion on the financial impact of falling oil prices. Is it too much to ask that our finance minister do the same thing? It seems that Canadians have the right to have a clear and honest answer from their government, particularly when we know that the most recent financial projections were based on an oil price of $80 US a barrel. Today we're also asking the government for a firm commitment that the next budget will take the financial situation of the middle class into account by proposing measures that will lead to job creation, that will create quality, full-time jobs. It should go without saying, but after a succession of Liberal and Conservative governments, families have understood that they can't take for granted that their government is working for them. In fact, the income for the 1%, the most rich, is increasing steadily, while Canadian families have seen their income drop over the last 35 years. And I don't need to remind you that this situation is largely a Liberal legacy. The increase in income inequality over the last 35 years is now at 94%, and that's largely due to federal Liberal governments. But let's be clear, this traditional Liberal brand is now becoming a Conservative tradition as well. For example, by proposing measures like income splitting, the Conservatives have chosen to give billions of dollars to a few well-off households, but nothing to over 85% of Canadian families. And this despite the fact that it's the middle class that needs help. I hear it constantly in my riding. Families are working more and more, but they're having a harder and harder time making ends meet. In 4 years, I've never seen so many people come knocking at my door to get help. And here, I'm not talking about people who are looking for help getting a quicker answer from a federal department, because we know that it takes a very long time these days to get answers from government departments because of cuts made by the Conservatives, and that's not due, notably, to the hard work of our public servants. And it's not people asking for help to file their income tax. The people who are coming to see me are asking for help to make sure that their children will have 3 good meals a day. They want to make sure that they won't find themselves out on the street. I'm hearing the same thing from community organizations who, I have to say, do exceptional work in our region, particularly with the limited means that they have at their disposal right now and given the cuts that they've had to face. For example, in 2014, Moisson Outaouais saw the number of requests for food increase by 25%. At Centre d'Outaouais, I'm told that families who, in the past, contributed to their annual fundraising campaign are now benefiting from the fundraising that's done. The cuts that this government has made to the public service have had a direct impact on the Ottawa region. However, the Conservatives continue to refuse to help families and job creators in our region get through these difficult times. I just finished a tour of small businesses in my riding, and I have to say that I was very impressed by the exceptional work that our entrepreneurs are doing. There's innovation, knowledge, and passion. Tons of it in Ottawa. It's time that the federal government realize that, and that they give real support to the efforts of these small businesses to stimulate our regional economy. On November 29th last year, I participated in the Socioeconomic Forum of the Outaouais, which was presided by the Gatineau Chamber of Commerce, and I'd like to congratulate them for the excellent forum that they organized. I met with dozens of stakeholders from across the riding, from all areas, who came together to discuss their common vision for development in our region. And it was really disappointing to see to what extent these people feel they can no longer count on their government to give them a leg up. In this riding, the federal government is no longer considered to be a partner in community development, and that's regrettable. It's unacceptable. At the NDP, we believe that the government can and must be a partner for entrepreneurs, a partner for organizations, a partner for families. And at the NDP, we have a plan. The implementation of an affordable daycare program, a federal minimum wage at $15 an hour, a tax break for small businesses. These are just a few examples. However, Canadians shouldn't have to wait until the next election to be treated with respect. That's why I would invite my colleagues from both sides of the House to vote in favor of this motion, which would allow Canadians to be informed on the state of our economy, and which will give them the guarantee that all Canadians will be taken into account in the creation of the next budget. I would just like to add, Mr. Speaker, in closing, that there's quite a bit of instability within government programs. When a budget is presented late, that creates instability within the government, and there's a lack of aid that is being given to the departments to create their planning for the next year. And that's very regrettable, Mr. Speaker, because both the services provided to Canadians and the work that's being done within the departments is being endangered by this late budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to pick up on the one particular area of the speech and first of all correct the record and then maybe ask a question. And there was a conversation about the middle class and how the middle class are having some challenges. But I think it's important to recognize for the first time middle-income Canadians are better off than Americans. Yep. The average Canadian family now pays $3,400 less in taxes. Since we took office, the median net worth of Canadian families has increased by 45%.
Why would you say that?
And a new report, this is from the Commission on Inclusive Prosperity, says Canada is experiencing continuing middle-income growth, while for many countries this is halted. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I hear the NDP talk about massive bureaucracies for social programs, whether it be the 45-day work week, the universal child care plan that's going to benefit very few. Many of our shift workers, it's not going to benefit. Massive carbon tax. I'd like the member, given these very promising statistics under our policies, to indicate, because I believe someone's going to have to pay for that, and I think it's going to be the middle class paying for those very expensive programs that they propose.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear the member speak of what's being done for the middle class, and when I look at what's happening right now, the minimum wage is really a great loss, and the median income has basically not gone up over 30 years. Families' household debt has gone up to, I think, 165% of where it was. It's incredible. And when it comes to income splitting, which is only going to help a very small number of the population, with what she's saying and what we've seen over the last few years, it's clear that we need to help the middle class and the less fortunate. When I look at what I'm seeing in my riding with the work being done by community organizations who've seen their programs cut because the federal government has turned its back on them, it's clear that the federal government has a major role to play, and it's not playing a leadership role in the community.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that if you looked at it, the word of the day would be middle class, being the word that is likely most often being used. Compare that to a couple of years ago when we had budget debates, and I would suggest to you that it was rarely being used. It wasn't until the member from Papineau, once he became leader of the Liberal Party, and we started to talk and focus more attention on the middle class, recognizing that the middle class has in fact been neglected to the degree in which today we're focusing a great deal of time. We in the Liberal Party are very happy to see the Conservatives and the New Democrats finally coming on side, recognizing that we need to focus more attention on the middle class. My question to the member, and she's made reference to it, and maybe get her to expand upon it, and that is the issue of the government when it made the decision to hand out a $2 billion income tax income split where less than 15% of the population would benefit. It was the leader of the Liberal Party that ultimately came out right away indicating that we do not support it and we would reverse it. The question I have for the member is, maybe the member can expand upon what her party's position is on it and why it took them so long to adopt the Liberal Party's position on the income split policy.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from the Prairies seems to have forgotten that the healthcare program was created by the NDP. I think that when we talk about help for the middle class, we were in the avant-garde and we were present and we have been there for healthcare all along. Separation or the division of wealth, just for a few people, income splitting. The Liberal Party, in the beginning, was in favor of that, and it was just after that they adjusted their point of view. So maybe they should listen to the discussions, the statements that have been made by their leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy to be joining this debate today, speaking about what I think many Canadians and indeed people around the world have on their minds, which is the state of the economy. And the motion that has been presented by the official opposition finance critic, I think, is a very important one, and it is calling on the government to present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament so that we all, on behalf of Canadians, can find out the state of our economic affairs, because the motion says that in light of the nation's finances and the unstable economic situation, including job losses, falling oil prices, and declining government revenues, that we need to know exactly what's going on with the nation's finances. But further, the motion calls on the government to prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges faced by the middle class by creating more good quality full-time jobs and encouraging economic diversification. Now, there has been indeed a lot of discussion about the middle class. Middle class, what does that mean? Who is middle class? What does a middle class lifestyle mean? Well, I think a lot of working people across this country know what a middle class lifestyle is. They know that it means having a good job that can pay your bills, that can give you enough money to pay for a decent place to live, that can allow you to support your family, that provides benefits for you and can help you one day look forward to a secure retirement. People know that that middle-class lifestyle also depends on access to quality health care. And as the member who just spoke said, that from Hull-Aylmer said that, of course, our Medicare system was pioneered by New Democrats, by Tommy Douglas in Saskatchewan, and pioneered by New Democrats here in the House of Commons. And it is one of the services, one of the public programs that best guarantees a middle-class, secure life, which, of course, has been undermined by governments, including this government and previous governments. But one of the things that we most need to talk about right now is the state of the country's finances, given the rapid decline of resource prices, especially oil and gas prices, and what that means to the state of our budget. Mr. Speaker, I'm having a very difficult time hearing myself speak, let alone other people.
Well, I appreciate that. I cannot do anything about the construction, but could ask all honourable members to keep their voices down so that we can hear what our honourable colleagues have to say. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
I don't think they can hear you either, Mr. Speaker, but thank you for that intervention. Well, clearly what we've seen with this government is throughout their time in office, whether in opposition or in minority or in majority government, their focus has been on the oil and gas sector. They have put all of their energy, as it were, quote unquote, in the energy sector and have ignored other sectors of the economy. And now the chickens have come home to roost because of the dramatic drop in oil and gas prices throughout the country. Of course, it has affected the nation's finances significantly, and it has left our country vulnerable to the kind of price shocks that we're experiencing today. If there was ever a rationale to diversify our economy, it is, of course, what we are experiencing today with energy prices. Clearly, the government has been left scrambling. They counted their chickens before they were hatched. And I believe that this nation, the people of Canada, deserve a fair accounting of exactly what state our nation's finances are in. We need to hear from the government about what their plan is in terms of how to deal with this rapidly changing economy, because what the Conservatives have promised is an income-splitting scheme that will do absolutely nothing for 85% of the population here, but would spend billions of dollars of money that the government, in fact, may not now have. And what we're seeing, in fact, is so many Canadians who are being affected by job losses. We're hearing today, in fact, that Tim Hortons, as a result of a recent takeover, will be laying off thousands of jobs, or many jobs, I'm not sure the exact number, in their office sector. But we've seen, whether it's Target in the retail sector or Electromotive, Heinz, John Deere, many industrial jobs have been lost throughout this country. And we need to know what this government's plan is to secure a middle-class lifestyle for working Canadians, so that we know and they know that they can count on a secure income and they can make their financial plans. With respect, we're expecting Canadians to do their budgets and to plan their economic situation, but the Government of Canada is not telling Canadians what their plans are for the economy. And, I mean, coming from Ontario, we've seen manufacturing drop dramatically in the province of Ontario, from about 20% of Ontario jobs to less than 15% of Ontario jobs. These are good-paying jobs with benefits that allowed people to live a decent lifestyle that are being lost, Mr. Speaker. What the NDP wants to do is support the manufacturing sector, help with the creation of good manufacturing jobs. Our leader laid out a plan for that today. We also want to see the lowest paid workers lifted out of poverty with a $15 minimum wage, and that is a commitment that will help some of the lowest paid Canadians raise their income level. We also want to boost the security that all Canadians have by offering a national child care program that would cost Canadians no more than $15 a day. I know in my own community we see families paying up to $2,000 per child per month for child care. It's like having a second mortgage in a housing market that is already very, very steep for families. And what the NDP is offering is more security for families across Canada in offering a national child care program. Now, Mr. Speaker, as the official opposition, we're proposing what we would like to see, but of course our main job is holding the government to account. And boy, do they ever need holding to account these days. They are failing Canadians, and they're refusing to even tell Canadians what the state of the economy is and what their plans are for the future. Clearly, they're confused. They're caught off guard. And, if they need help, the opposition is here. We're willing to work together. But let me just quote a couple of outside impartial analysts on this question. The TD report says, Toronto-Dominion Bank, those socialists at the TD Bank, the conclusion is unambiguous. In the absence of new measures to raise revenues or cut spending, TD is projecting budget deficits in fiscal 2015-16 and 2016-17 as opposed to the surplus as expected at the time of the fiscal update. The OECD Deputy Chief Economist, the stunning decline in world oil prices from an average of $94 last year to $56 in 2015 has virtually wiped out the government's anticipated surplus in the next budget. So what is the state of the economy, Mr. Speaker? What are the finances of the country like? We need to know, we deserve to know, Canadians deserve to know, and they deserve to have a budget sooner rather than later so that they know how the government is going to pay for its very expensive, very elitist promises like income splitting for the wealthiest 15% of Canadians. The NDP wants to know what the state of the finances are because we are committed to providing childcare, support for small business, and we are committed, unlike the Liberals who think that Ontario should move away from the manufacturing sector. According to their leader, we believe in a strong manufacturing sector, an advanced manufacturing sector. We believe in an economy based on energy efficiency, sustainability, and the best science and technology that this country can offer, because we know that together, when we work together, we can be globally competitive, we can do better than the best, but not with this government hiding in the past and not with them refusing to reveal the state of the country's finances. So we look forward to this government stepping up to the plate, coming clean with Canadians, and let's work together on behalf of Canada for the good of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, I see the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to step up to the plate and advise that an agreement has not been reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 concerning the proceedings at report stage and third reading of Bill C-44, an act to amend the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act and other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages. Thank you.
I'm sure the House appreciates the notice by the Honourable Government House Leader. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
Member
Spadina.
Thank you very much. I've been following today's debate, and I've heard from two parties that no matter what changes, their proposed course of action, which existed a month ago, is going to be pursued with even more vim and vigor now, despite the fact that fundamentally the economics have changed. In fact, the motion today in front of us states that the world has changed and new numbers are needed, but yet the ideology that seems to support certain courses of action has not produced a different course of action, and it worries me. But the question that I have is this. I've also heard today about this so-called abandonment of the manufacturing sector by the leader of the Liberal Party. And what I don't understand is that when asked the question, should we depend on one single source of manufacturing in Ontario, the leader said, no, we need to diversify, not put all our eggs in one basket. In the same way, we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket on the resource sector. We need to diversify. There was never, ever, ever a statement regarding walking away from manufacturing or walking away from the auto industry. What is the member quoting when that statement is made, suggesting that just the leader of the Liberal Party wants to walk away from manufacturing in Southern Ontario? I have never heard him say that.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I frankly agree with him that it was quite shocking to hear the leader of the Liberal Party say that Ontario should transition away from manufacturing. Clearly, the behavior of the government to ignore the manufacturing sector has meant that the number of manufacturing jobs have dropped from 20%. The percentage in Ontario of manufacturing jobs has dropped from 20% to below 15% in Ontario. So their neglect and their promise of neglect is really quite shocking, Mr. Speaker. But never mind, Ontario workers can count on New Democrats.
Order. 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 It's awfully noisy in here this afternoon. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park is in the process of responding to the question from the honourable member for Trinity Spadina. I'm sure that honourable members would like to hear what she has to say. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just going to say that workers in the manufacturing sector, whether it's in Ontario, Quebec, or wherever in Canada, can certainly count on New Democrats to support their sector and not say that or imply that somehow it's a sector of the past. But let me say more than that. When we're in difficult times where finances appear to be different than they were expected to be some months back, we need to look for ways of saving money. And you know, there are some pretty obvious ways. One, of course, would be for all parties to support New Democrats' call to abolish the Senate. That would certainly save a significant amount of money. But I would also call the government's attention to the millions, over $100 million that they have spent on government advertising, which borders on partisan, to support their approach to the economy, which, quite frankly, I think is offensive to so many Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Right now, Mr. Speaker, 1.3 million unemployed people in Canada. 11% of the workers come from the manufacturing sector, which was very hard hit. The NDP position is quite legitimate. I'd like to hear my honourable friends' views on this. We want the middle class to live better in this country. We would like the line to stop and that the public be told the truth.
Merci à ma collègue pour
Thank my colleague for her question. Truly, the situation is so difficult for hundreds of thousands of workers who are unemployed, who have lost their jobs, especially in the manufacturing sector, but in other sectors as well. This government really doesn't have a plan to help those workers. They've cut back on employment insurance, and they've cut assistance to the manufacturing sector. They say that the market will decide and will solve everything, but in difficult situations like we have now in our economy, when you need a government to show leadership and help the economy, help employers create jobs, the unemployed have no hope right now. There are a lot of families that are suffering because of the lack of jobs and layoffs that we're seeing right now in this country.
Debate, I'll let the honourable member for Burlington know that he only has 2 minutes remaining in the time I allowed for debate on the motion before the House, but I'm sure the honourable member will wish to use all of his 2 minutes. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year to you, too, for those 2 minutes. Thank you very much. First of all, it's my honour, as always, this is an honour for every member of Parliament to speak in the House of Commons, and I'm looking forward to our discussions over the next number of months here in the House as we lead into election. But what I'm very excited about, Mr. Speaker, is that the motion today, particularly in Part B, it says prepare a budget that addresses the economic challenges facing the middle class, creating more quality full-time jobs and encourage economic diversification. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what our finance minister will be doing. So that tells me, based on its opposition motion, that they will be supporting our budget when we present it. That will be the first time in the 9 years that I've been here that the opposition have supported our budget. Of course, we need to take our time to make sure things are accurate. We heard, Mr. Speaker, from the Liberal Party's last speaker, on this particular topic. Just give us numbers, whether they're accurate or not, and then be patient. She says be patient. Well, Mr. Speaker, my response to the opposition, the third party, is that you also need to be patient. Our finance minister is putting together a budget that will be accurate, reflecting the issues and the events that are happening today. And those numbers will be ones that Canadians can trust and have faith in. And this Parliament and this House will have faith in. It will happen in a few short weeks, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, what would be interesting for my colleagues from across the way to learn is that the legislation actually does not require a budget to be presented at any time. In fact, a former finance minister, Minister Flaherty, presented the earliest budget in Canadian history a number of years ago in this House. There's plenty of time for us to bring the budget forward. We'll have accurate numbers. We'll be moving this economy forward. We'll continue to create jobs and create opportunity for Canadians. That's why you should have patience on the other side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right on. Well done. It being 5:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Cote, moved that the House call on the government to A, immediately present an economic and fiscal update to Parliament outlining the state of the nation's finances in light of the unstable economic situation, including job losses, falling prices, and declining government revenues, and B, de préparer un budget
to prepare a budget that takes into account the economic situation, the economic challenges facing the middle class by creating more good quality full-time jobs and by encouraging economic diversification.
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Monsieur le Président, je demande que ce...
Mr. Speaker, I ask that this vote be deferred to tomorrow, Wednesday, after government orders.
Merci. En conséquence,
Therefore, the recorded division is deferred until tomorrow at the end of government orders.
And I see the honourable member for Burlington standing on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you'd find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30, Mr. Speaker.
Whoa, that's leadership.
Is that agreed? Agreed to see the clock at 5:30? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-627, an act to amend the Railway Safety Act, safety of persons and property, standing in the name of Ms. Bateman.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. This is a fascinating process that I've become witness to as I start my second sitting of the House. It's private members' bills that appear to do something, but in fact deliver very little, much beyond the title of the bill. We all agree, and I think events of the last couple of years have shown us the significance of rail safety. But the trouble here is that the bill, which seeks to make us feel safer, doesn't deliver the resources, in particular the inspectors needed, actually to deliver rail safety. And we also know that the problems plaguing the rail industry in this country are far more complex than simply just saying we're going to inspect more. We support and we agree that providing much better inspection will lead to safety, but it has to be done. And to do it, you need to hire inspectors. You also need to take a look at a whole series of other provisions that are contained within the rail infrastructure of this country, and they too must be strengthened as well. And I can give some examples. But the reason this issue is of such concern to the residents and the citizens of Canada that I represent is that the northern boundary for the riding that I'm here representing is in fact the rail line that both the Lake Megantic trains ran through and the Mississauga trains that derailed a generation ago and caused unbelievable hardship in my corner of Canada. And this line of rail has had little in the way of upgrade or upkeep, largely because we've had a federal government that's neglected it. And certainly, following the Lake Megantic reports, what we know is that while commitments are made to rail safety, the follow-through is very rarely there. And I can cite a perfectly well-known example within my riding. There is a stretch along DuPont Street where, even though we have grade separation, not a single fence is secured. In fact, there are holes punched through the fences, usually close to the liquor store and the bars, where people crisscross the tracks, and no matter how many times you call the rail companies, no matter how many times you petition the government, no inspection is done of the basic safety provisions that are there. So having all the inspections in the world is all well and good, but as I said, if there's no follow-through, we leave our rail system extraordinarily vulnerable, and that is a significant problem. I also have previous experience within the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and as a local councillor, and when you ask a fire department, is the city safe, they'll tell you yes. The reality is, and mayors across this country are speaking to this, is that without advance notice of dangerous goods moving through a city in real time, when an accident occurs, despite how many inspections may have or may not have happened, despite how many inspectors there are or are not, if the local fire department doesn't have real-time information, huge problems can follow. And we know the Mayor of Calgary in particular has had the most difficult time getting his federal counterparts, including elected representatives from Calgary, to stick up for cities and to stick up for communities that have these rail lines moving through them. This is a significant problem. And yet this bill, which claims to address rail safety, skates past this, rolls past this, as it were. And this is a problem. We also know that capital infrastructure has not kept pace with demands on the rail system. We know that with the difficulties this government has had creating pipeline access to Tide, that rail is being used more and more. In fact, the number of rail cars rolling through Midtown Toronto have dramatically increased. The weight of them has dramatically increased. The frequency has. And as well, even though there are speed limits posted but not shared with the public, the speed of trains moving through densely populated areas has also increased. Yet what do we get? A government that walks away from infrastructure spending, not only with municipalities and provinces, they walk away from federal infrastructure spending as well. And it is just unacceptable. And so, yes, we need more inspectors. The rules need to be tightened. But the infrastructure needs to be repaired and maintained and sustained in this country, not only for the sake of the economy, but for the sake of the safety for people that live near the rail lines. And it's not just people in my riding. Right across this country, settlements are strung across the rail lines. And this is a significant problem. And the infrastructure spend here is diminished. We're giving up rail lines, not sustaining them. When we have opportunities like we saw in St. Thomas today, in Elgin County, where we have opportunities to build rail capacity and to support infrastructure development and to work with the rail sector, both public and private, to develop and deliver stronger infrastructure, we don't get a minister going to London. We get some backbenchers going. We don't get a deal in St. Thomas. What we get is a failure to act and a failure to deliver. And so it's not just the infrastructure that the government has let fall away. Building the rail capacity, building the industrial base to support a strong rail system is also disappearing from this country. So rail safety is much more complex than simply having inspectors. And announcing that you're going to have new inspection rules and announcing and promising through this bill, through a headline, that there'll be more inspectors. If you don't actually deliver it with a budget, if you don't actually follow through on that budget with real hires, if you don't sit down and work with municipalities and the provinces and the private sector rail supply companies and our partners south of the border to ensure continental rail security, all you're doing is passing private members' bills. We support it in principle. What we can't support is the practice or the lack of practice on this critical file. We had a large meeting in my riding not just a few weeks ago. The issue, rail safety. The response from the government to get basic information. Are the trains following the rules? Are the trains even publishing the speed limit so they can be monitored properly? Is rail safety being attended to, and are level crossings being eliminated in dense urban settings? All of these issues, there is no response beyond we're taking care of it. Everything should be fine. but we know it's not fine. And that's the problem with this bill. It seeks to comfort a fear that's present in our communities, but there is no follow-through. There is no dollar committed to this bill. There is no substantial follow-through in terms of building a stronger rail system. And as I said, time and time again, when requests are made of this government, all we see, all we hear, and all we experience is a failure to commit to rail safety and to the development of rail in this country as an alternative to some of the other dangerous practices of moving goods and services. We need a comprehensive national rail strategy. We need a comprehensive infrastructure spend that deals with not just the capacity issues that are challenging us now, but also delivers us a new rail future. And unfortunately, what we get is this bill, which, as I said, is a title, and while it can be supported in principle, the practice and the performance of the government leaves us very, very nervous. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak on this bill that has been brought forward by the member from Winnipeg South Centre, who has just done an outstanding job in her first term, the first of many terms here in Parliament. I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak about our government's efforts to improve safety of Canada's national rail system through current regulatory action, and more specifically through Bill C-627, an act to amend the Railway Safety Act to further enhance the protection of Canadians, property, and the environment. I believe that we can all agree that rail transportation is one of the utmost important modes of mobility in our country. Canada's railways are vitally important to our national economy. They are the most fuel-efficient form of transportation of the movement of goods in an interdependent transportation system. Although Canada's railway system is one of the safest, railways are not without risk, and increased rail traffic means increased chances for rail accidents, which disrupt freight, commuter, and passenger services, leads to lost revenue, increase in public costs, and reduces productivity for customers, and in some cases, terrible fatalities. Canada has a robust rail safety program that strong federal rail safety rules and regulations in place to ensure that the safety and the protection of the public is a top priority. The Rail Safety Act is the cornerstone of the federal rail safety regime in Canada. It provides Transport Canada with the responsibilities to oversee the railway safety through inspectors and audits, supported by strong safety education and awareness. Under the Rail Safety Act, Transport Canada's rail safety program is responsible for developing, implementing, and promoting safety policies, regulations, standards, and research. Its oversight role includes monitoring railways companies for compliance with rules, regulations, and standards, as well as for the overall safety of railway operations through audits, inspections, and investigations. And it will take appropriate actions when required. Transport Canada monitors and inspects the operation of 31 federally regulated railway companies and approximately 40 local railway companies. Railway safety inspectors located in 5 regions across the country are key in maintaining and improving the safety of our national rail industry. They inspect the railway track and equipment and monitor operations on a regular basis. Following the tragic events in Lac-Mégantic, Transport Canada took decisive action to improve railway safety and transportation of dangerous goods by requiring that any person who imports or offers the transport of crude oil to conduct classifications testing, railway companies that share information with to ensure that railway companies share information with municipalities, which will further support municipal emergency planners and first responders, and that the removal of the least crash resistant .111 tank cars be removed from dangerous goods service. To address the Transportation Safety Board's recommendations from its final report on Lac Macdadic, Derailment Transport Canada issued an emergency directive that requires railway companies to meet standardized minimum requirements for handbrake applications and implement additional physical securement measures. Moreover, Transport is recruiting additional staff to carry out more frequent audits. In recruiting additional staff with engineering and scientific expertise for oversight of transportation of dangerous goods is another important component of the reforms. Transport in response is also creating a process for increased information sharing, as I mentioned, with municipalities, and also researching the properties and behaviors of hazardous materials and of the hazards of Canadian crude oil. To reiterate, its commitment to a safe rail transportation system, not only for communities across the country, but for Canada's economic well-being and further strengthening the federal railway safety regulatory regime. Transport Canada accelerated the development of several key recommendations. To be more precise, the department accelerated the development of 5 regulatory packages to address the recommendations of the Rail Safety Act Review Panel and on rail safety to respond to the recommendations of the Office of the Auditor General's Fall 2013 report, and further improve the railway safety and strengthen the department's regulatory oversight and enforcement capacity. The new railway safety administrative monetary penalties regulations were published in the Canada Gazette, Part 2, on October 22nd, 2014, with a coming into force date of April 1st, 2015. The regulations introduce a new tool in the Rail Safety Programs Enforcement regime that could be used to ensure compliance with the Rail Safety Act, as well as regulations, rules, orders, and emergency directives made under it. Amendments to the Transportation Information Regulation would improve data reporting requirements to better identify and address safety risks before accidents happen. This would improve safety by supporting better planning and performance measurements, allowing for focused audits and inspections and targeted programs that address specific safety issues. New railway safety management system regulations are being developed to replace the existing regulations that came into force in March 31st, 2001. They were the first of their kind in the federal transportation sector and introduced a formal framework that helps railway companies integrate safely into their day-to-day operations. Besides increasing our level of protection from accidents and negligence, these new regulations will further advance a strong and enduring safety culture in the railway industry for years to come. In addition, these regulatory actions stemming from the review, Transport Canada is also developing grade crossing regulations to efficiently manage and ensure safer grade crossings. This would lead to a reduction in collisions, fatalities, injuries, and property damage, and the potential for environmental disasters resulting from spills of dangerous commodities. All individuals who use graded crossings, whether they are walking, driving a car, or a passenger on a train, will benefit from the improved safety. All these regulations are expected to come into force in the next year to build upon the existing strong rail safety program rules and regulations. And they all complement Bill C-627 to provide Canadians with the safest rail system possible. Moreover, the government has made a commitment in the speech from the throne in 2013 to ensure that there are adequate resources to hold the federally regulated railways accountable in the event of incident. The Railway Safety Act provides the department with the power to protect people, property, and the environment from potential harm by ensuring that railways operate safely within a national framework. Under the Rail Safety Act, Transport Canada has a variety of tools available to enforce compliance and respond to safety concerns or threats to safe railway operations, such as a notice and order to respond to threats, to railway safety operations, a ministerial order to inform a regulatory party of a particular rail safety problem and ordering them to address that problem and prosecution. Mr. Speaker, there are many efforts to make our national railway system safer. Our nation was built on the railway, and we will grow stronger with a safer railway as we move forward into the 21st century. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise on behalf of the people of Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert on an issue as important as rail safety. On several occasions, I met with my constituents to hear what they had to say about this issue. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that they are very concerned and that they are demanding the implementation of more rigorous regulations. They are also calling for the enforcement of these regulations. Admittedly, since the terrible accident in Lac Mégantic in July 2013, additional safety measures have been taken to deal with the transportation and carrying of dangerous materials. But we can do more, and we must do better. Bill C-627, which we are debating today, would confer upon the Minister of Transport and the inspectors for railway safety the authority to order a rail company or the owner of a road crossing to undertake certain work not only when railway safety is compromised, but also when there is a threat to the safety of persons or property. For example, the bill would enable the minister to issue an order compelling a company to take remedial measures in the event where barriers continue to not function properly across a railway. So if I interpret this bill correctly, this implies that the minister will conduct verifications of each railway area and could require all companies to take steps to strengthen safety. Mr. Speaker, on paper, this bill would respond to concerns raised by citizens calling for more pedestrian crossings and more investment in safety measures for them. But it doesn't respond to essential questions such as how often will inspections be conducted and with what resources. Mr. Speaker, the budget for railway safety was cut by $5 million between 2012 and last year. So each year, the budget for railway safety goes down. In addition, this bill also deals with level crossings. The government already has a program in place for level crossings, but the money earmarked for it is not spent, has not been spent. $3 million earmarked for improving level crossings remain unspent. My colleague, the member for Brossard-la-Prairie, went to meet citizens in Verchères, a neighboring riding, and elected municipal officials told him something very interesting. The municipality of Verchères put in a request for funding under the Level Crossing Improvement Program in 2010 in order to obtain a safe barrier system. Mr. Speaker, they are still on the waiting list. Mr. Speaker, the government is implying that this bill will change things. When will the Conservative government start to listen to Canadians and deliver safe level crossings? There were funds available for level crossings, but the government still has done nothing. They are taking us for fools, Mr. Speaker. The second clause of the bill attracted my attention, Mr. Speaker. It says that the bill would confer upon railway inspectors the authority to ban the use of railway works or material if they pose a threat to the safety of persons or property. The Auditor General and the Office of Transportation Safety clearly stated that the department is facing a resource shortage. As for the department, it has refused to say how many inspectors, qualified inspectors, would conduct the verifications. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that the Railway Safety Branch of Transport Canada is underfunded. It lacks staff, and the existing staff, do not have sufficient training. According to a report dating back to 2013 from the Auditor General, Transport Canada would need some 20 system inspectors so that each railway company under federal jurisdiction would be verified every 3 years. At present, the department does not have that many qualified inspectors to conduct these verifications.
Now, this is not very reassuring if we look at the application of this bill. There are still too many deaths and too many serious accidents at level crossings. Protecting the public and the environment is one of the essential responsibilities of the government. Self-regulation and self-inspection do not work. The government needs to make up for the lack of oversight and for inadequate inspections. Since 2009, the number of deaths linked to an accident at a level crossing was 19, and in 2013 that number climbed to 31. In my riding, a serious accident took place in 2013 because there wasn't a pedestrian crossing. How many similar situations exist in all of our ridings? For a long time now, the NDP has been calling on the federal government to tighten regulations on level crossings and that it put in place the recommendations made by the Transportation Safety Board. This private member's bill has some good elements. The government, and I say again, the government, must undertake a full evaluation of rail safety regulations and how they're applied, and it needs to find a way to improve that instead of having to depend simply on private members' bills. Obviously, we intend to support measures that will improve safety at level crossings and rail safety, generally speaking. However, the government must respect its obligations. It must assume full responsibility for rail safety. We need rigorous evaluation to be taken on the state of rail safety in this country, and we need to act, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very honoured to rise this evening to speak in support of Bill C-627. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to begin by congratulating my colleague, the member for Winnipeg South Centre, for putting forward such an excellent bill, for representing her constituents' interests and concerns so effectively, and coming to Ottawa to make positive change. Her constituents should be very proud of her. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-627 is an act to amend the Railway Safety Act, Safety of Persons and Property, which aims to provide greater protection to persons and property from risks inherent to railway operations. The amendments proposed in this bill would emphasize the authority of the Minister of Transport and railway safety inspectors to intervene when required in the interest of the safety of Canadians and for the protection of property and the environment. It would be a step forward in supporting a comprehensive railway safety program and strong railway safety rules and regulations already in place to further strengthen the safety and protection of the public. Before I describe this initiative further, let me highlight some of the important history of Canadian railway safety legislation. For many years, the safety of Canada's federal railways was regulated under the Railway Act, originating at the turn of the 19th century. When Canada's railway system was rapidly expanding, the Railway Act was designed for a bygone era. At that time, much of the national rail system was under construction to open up new territory across this great land and to encourage settlement. Fast forward in 1989, the Railway Act was replaced by the Railway Safety Act, which was designed to achieve the objectives of national transportation policy relating to the safety of railway operations and to address the many changes that had taken place in the rail transportation industry in the years leading up to the changes. It was a time of privatization and restructuring, supported by a new federal policy that separated economic and safety legislation to provide the railway companies with the flexibility that they needed to grow and to prosper. The Railway Safety Act gave direct jurisdiction over safety matters to the Minister of Transport to be administered by Transport Canada, where responsibility for other federally regulated modes of transportation, of course, resides. Today, railway safety regulation continues to be governed by the Railway Safety Act, which was developed in the spirit of cooperation between industry and government. The Act moved away from a one-size-fits-all regulatory approach to one that set objectives and rules and encouraged the responsibility of railway companies to target these rules towards their own unique safety and operational conditions. Transport Canada undertakes its responsibility to maintain a safe national rail system through policy and regulatory development, through outreach and education, and through oversight and enforcement of the rules and regulations it implements under the authority of the Railway Safety Act. As I mentioned, the Railway Safety Act was developed in the spirit of cooperation between industry and government to facilitate a modern, flexible, and efficient regulatory regime that will ensure the continuing enhancement of railway safety. The Act provides for detailed safety requirements to be developed either by the government in the form of regulations or developed by industry in the form of rules. The Act provides the Minister with the ultimate authority to approve or reject industry proposals on the grounds that they are or are not conducive to safe railway operations. Once approved, all rules have the force of law, and Transport Canada has broad powers to require a rule change, or development of its own regulation in areas laid out in the Act. In the interest of railway and public safety, the Minister of Transport can order a company to formulate or revise a rule. If the industry refuses to comply, the Minister can independently establish the rules. Fundamentally, the legislative framework recognizes the responsibility of railway companies, like any company, for the safety of their own operations. And the federal government, through Transport Canada, retains the responsibility and the power to protect people, property, and the environment by ensuring that the railway companies operate safely within the national legislative framework. There are currently 16 rules and 7 engineering standards under the Railway Safety Act. The main rules cover rail operations, freight car safety, and track safety. These distinctions make Canada's railway system strong, and concrete action has been taken throughout the years to make it even stronger. Since its introduction, the Act was amended twice, the first time in 1999 to fully modernize the legislative and regulatory framework of Canada's rail transportation system and to make railway companies more responsible for managing their operations safely. It also gave the general public and interested parties greater input into issues of rail safety. And on May the 1st, 2013, the Act was amended again to further improve railway safety, reflect changes in the industry, and make the Act consistent with legislation for other modes of transport. The amendments increase safety and consistency by strengthening the department's oversight and enforcement capacity, enhancing the implementation of safety management systems, increasing the importance of environmental management, and clarifying the authority and responsibilities of the Minister of Transport in respect to railway matters. The amendments also clarified that railway safety inspectors exercise their powers under the authority of the Minister, and that the Minister may enter into agreements with the provinces on matters relating to railway safety, railway security, and, of course, the protection of the environment. Over the past 20 years, we have seen significant changes in the rail industry, Mr. Speaker, including industry restructuring, the privatization of CN, the proliferation of short lines, the rapid growth in freight, passenger and commuter rail services. Rail traffic between Canada and the U.S. has grown, and expanding trade with Asia has increased international container traffic through West Coast ports. As my brief outline illustrates, rail safety legislation has greatly evolved over the years to keep up with the expanding population, economic growth, and emerging technologies. This bill is the next step towards an even stronger legislative framework, putting even more emphasis on protecting the safety of Canada's most important resource, our people. Bill C-627 proposes to amend the Railway Safety Act to provide the Minister of Transport with expressed authority to disregard objections received for proposed railway work if the work is in the public interest, to expand railway safety inspectors' authority to restrict a railway's operations when their operations pose a threat to safety, to include when the threat impacts the safety of a person or property, and finally to add a new ministerial order to allow the Minister of Transport to direct a company to take specified corrective measures if railway operations pose a significant threat to persons, property, or the environment. So, Mr. Speaker, to summarize, the proposed amendments in this bill would increase the safety of Canadians, enhance the safety of our communities, and contribute to a stronger economy, a modern infrastructure, and a cleaner environment by providing the Minister of Transport with additional enforcement authority to further protect Canadians' property and the environment. They align with the objective in the Railway Safety Act to, quote, promote and provide for the safety and security of the public and personnel and the property and the environment in railway operations, unquote. We believe these proposed amendments are timely. We are once again modernizing the Railway Safety Act to reflect the verifiably increasing requirements for public and railway safety, and these are changes all Canadians can agree upon. And in our 2013 speech from the throne, we included a commitment that the government will take targeted action to increase the safety of the transportation of dangerous goods. This bill is yet another testament that we intend to deliver on the commitment we made to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of all Canadians, I urge all honourable members to give this bill their unanimous support. Merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member for raising this matter in the House because it is a matter extremely critical to my constituents and, frankly, all Albertans. The issue of rail safety is top of mind in Edmonton Strathcona. Our riding is laced with rail lines, crossings, and terminals and loading for petrochemicals and for bitumen. And up until about a month ago, tanker cars of bitumen and chemicals sat right within the center of Edmonton Strathcona, right in the busiest section of historic Old Strathcona. Much to the delight, Mr. Speaker, of my constituents, to everybody's surprise in the city of Edmonton, Canadian Pacific has announced that they are now considering selling off some of those properties. And I am very pleased because I've been working with city councillors through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and my constituents in trying to get Canadian Pacific to be thinking seriously about improving the safety for my constituents, let alone the nuisance of having rush hour traffic backed up. So yes, rail safety is top of mind, but it's not just the issue of inconvenience or the risk to residents. About a decade ago, the largest spill off railroad into fresh water in North America occurred in a lake where, for 4 generations, my family have had property at Lake Wabmo. And to this day, a good portion of that bunker seal and oil oil remains in the bottom of that lake, and nobody knows what will happen to it. So there is, of course, heightened concern in that Wabmo community of residents to monitoring what's going on with train loads, the speeds, the state of the rail lines and the crossings, and I get repeated calls from residents out in that area, very concerned that the inspection is not catching a lot of the concerns out there. I have heard from residents in Slave Lake, Alberta, with concerns that a rail bridge there that was partly burned out is not being maintained. And of course, we witnessed around Christmas time this past year the derailment in Banff National Park, the dumping of hazardous substances into a very important fishery in our national parks. So yes, rail safety is top of mind to Edmonton Strathcona, but to all Albertans and all Canadians. And of course, Lac Megantic being one of the most recent incredible tragedies that could have been prevented if we had better measures in place and better enforcement. So yes, rail safety is a critical issue. We just heard, Mr. Speaker, from one of the government members that the government, even in its throne speech, said, yes, the federal government is going to take action and they're going to be tabling legislation on rail safety. And yet, it's coming through a private member's bill, which of course I guess raises the question, why is the government not coming forward with an omnibus bill with many long-awaited measures that the Transportation Safety Board has identified even as recently in the Lac Megantic review? Yes, it is time for the federal government to act because railroads are 100% regulated by the federal government. And my community, as with communities across Canada, live with the frustration of where they are left to try to negotiate with the rail companies to address these kinds of issues, including safety issues at rail crossings, because the federal government simply has not stepped forward. So yes, we need improved legislation, improved regulation, we need more inspectors, but we also need the federal government to embrace this portfolio more deeply and step forward and work with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities who are trying to address these issues together. Now, Mr. Speaker, in tabling the bill, the member for Winnipeg South Centre suggested that the amendment she has tabled will, if passed, grant additional powers to the minister to intervene to improve safety at all regulated grade crossings. And she mentions there are 14,000 public crossings and 9,000 private crossings. That's 23,000 crossings. I guess the obvious question there is, can Canadians anticipate that when this legislation comes forward, we're going to have immediately 23,000 crossings addressed? We've heard many members in the House raise concerns. Where is the additional manpower? The amendments are puzzling for a number of reasons. One of the most apparent ones is that the essence of those amendments appear to already be in the Act. And very recently, the government came forward and actually amended the law, and in Section 4, subsection 4, they actually have clarified railway operations are safely operated when there's a threat to railway operations that impact property and persons and so forth. They then later on added subsection 4.1, which says specifically, for the purposes of this Act, a threat is a hazard or condition that could reasonably be expected to develop in a situation in which a person could be injured or made to be ill, or damage could be caused to the environment or property, and threat is immediate if such a situation already exists. So I'm left puzzled, Mr. Speaker, in how these proposed amendments are going to fit with these amendments that the government only recently made. I think that it will be useful at committee to take a look at those, see if these amendments are actually needed or if they need to address some of the amendments that the government only recently brought forward. So I think that the sentiment, the intent is good, but I'm puzzled as why these measures need to be added when the government seems to have already previously done that. Of more concern, Mr. Speaker, is at a time when communities are desperately begging the government to give them a greater voice in the kind of rail traffic that is going through their communities, at what rate of speed, the length of the train, the type of cargo being carried, this bill actually will diminish the rights of concerned communities, property owners, to seek reviews or upgrades where the risks are to health, environment, or property. So it actually gives a power to the minister to ignore the objection and concern. I think a committee would be very important to take a look at the wording there because it doesn't actually enable communities a greater voice. It's going to diminish that power. The powers assigned to the Minister of Transport to issue orders and corrective measures I think are good. There are a lot of those already in the bill. I would recommend, consistent with what most environmental laws now provide, is to immediately assign those powers to inspectors. The field inspectors who are out there in the community witnessing where there's a dangerous situation so they can immediately be empowered to take those actions. That is something else I would suggest that the committee take a look at. The Act already empowers the Cabinet to issue regulations for rail crossing safety. I guess the question would be, apparently the government has not moved it forward. I look forward to being corrected on that. Otherwise, surely the member would not have felt necessary to come forward with these actual amendments to the statute. That's something else that could be looked at. And finally, this is a matter that I look forward to be bringing before this place. I'm deeply concerned that one of our major industrial sectors, which is the rail sector, has in the last couple of years increased more than 1,000-fold its shipping of dangerous cargo, including raw bitumen, including petrochemicals, and so forth. And yet this government has not seen fit to amend its Transport Act and its Canadian Environmental Assessment Act to enable that review of that increased traffic of hazardous substances will allow for an environmental impact assessment. I'm deeply puzzled why this growing sector, which the government member before me pointed out, that it is a growing industrial sector, increased traffic, including increased traffic of hazardous substances, and yet the government has not seen fit to amend its laws to make sure that that kind of activity undergoes a proper, at least environmental screening and assessment so that communities that may be impacted could have a voice in that decision making. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this matter of concern to my constituents.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to stand and speak to Private Members Bill 627. And I also want to congratulate the member from Winnipeg South Centre on a bill that's really reflecting on the needs that she saw in her own riding. But, of course, it's very interesting as we look at this particular bill and as we're speaking to it, we're all looking at our ridings and looking at what the impact might be. And we've heard from all the different members how they have a lot of rail running through their ridings. I myself represent a Kamloops Thompson Caribou, which is 45,000 square kilometers, and we have CN, of course, that runs through from the Alberta border down through Edmonton through to Vancouver, and of course CP that goes through the Calgary route. So I guess when I was hearing the number of crossings mentioned by the previous member, I was thinking perhaps this bill is going to have an extraordinarily higher effect in terms of my riding, because I guess out of those 18 or 23,000 crossings, I wonder if perhaps the riding I represent has a number of them. I certainly remember as when I was first heading into the election campaign of 2008, we were going across one of the highways in the region, and we were warned all of a sudden, slow down, go very slowly. This is a very hazardous crossing. And so I was first introduced to what was a very hazardous crossing very early in my election campaign. And of course, I'm very pleased that to see that there have been improvements. So, I think it's important to reflect that the vast majority of the crossings in our country are well maintained, but there is instances and there's circumstances where this particular bill is both appropriate and necessary. So, certainly as a government, we are committed to the safety and the security of Canadian communities, and I think we all agree that ensuring a safe, a dependable, and a modern transportation system is essential to supporting the continuing advancement and, of course, the prosperity of this country. And it's for that reason that I'm very proud, of course, as I've mentioned earlier, to support 627, an act to amend the Railway Safety Act. Of course, many of us have spoken about the tragedy in Lake Lac-Mégantic, and you will recall that Transport Canada took immediate action to further improve railway safety and transportation of dangerous goods. And I just want to quickly itemize some. It was a classification testing for shipments of crude oil, increased information sharing with municipalities to facilitate emergency planning, and the removal of the least crash-resistant DOT 111 tank cars from dangerous goods and services. And I've had conversations with a number of the members on FCM who were on the Rail Transportation Safety Committee, and they've been very, very pleased with their conversations with our minister in terms of her responsiveness to the identified concerns that they've had. So to build on these actions, Transport Canada responded to the Transportation Safety Board recommendations by issuing an emergency directive that requires railway companies to meet standardized minimum requirements for handbrake application and implement additional securement measures. Transport Canada, of course, is also in the process of recruiting additional staff to carry out more frequent audits, recruiting additional staff with engineering and scientific expertise to oversee the transportation of dangerous goods, and creating new processes to increase information sharing with municipalities, and of course conducting additional research on the hazards of Canadian crude oil. In addition, of course, to these departmental actions, the Standing Committee on Transport Infrastructure and Communities has launched a comprehensive review of the state of railway safety in the country. Among other things, this review specifically targets the issue of railway safety, management systems, and the transportation of dangerous goods, and will further increase our understanding of the challenges and opportunities related to rail safety. Since its introduction, the Rail Safety Act has been amended twice, the first time in 1999 to provide for a fully modern framework for Canada's rail transportation system. Mr. Speaker, this framework was truly progressive, making railways more responsible for managing their operations safely. More recently, the Act was amended on May 1, 2013 to further improve rail safety and to reflect the industry's evolution. To keep pace with industry changes, the amendments further strengthen the Department's oversight and enforcement capacity, enhance the implementation of safety management systems, increase the importance of environmental management, and clarified ministerial authority and responsibilities. This bill, which would enhance the power of the minister and inspectors to intervene when people and property are at risk, is the next step towards an even stronger piece of legislation and a stronger legislative framework, putting even more emphasis on preemptive prevention and the protection of Canada's most important resource, its people. Approval of this bill is an important step in supporting a comprehensive railway safety program which further strengthens the safety and protection of the public. Without doubt, modernizing the Rail Safety Act to reflect the increasing requirements for public and railway safety is timely. These are changes that few Canadians can argue about, and again, listening to the debate so far this evening, it appears that few parliamentarians can argue against it either. So without a doubt, modernizing the Railway Safety Act to reflect the increasing requirements for public and railway safety is timely. These are changes that Canadians can agree on. And so, of course, Mr. Speaker, in closing, Again, I think many ridings throughout this country have rail lines through them. We all recognize the critical importance of the rail system in terms of the transportation. I understand almost 60% of what they transport is actually destined for export markets. So a critical part of our economy, and obviously matching the support for our prosperity, our jobs, but also with that balance towards making sure it is as safe as possible is of great importance. So again, congratulations to the member for Winnipeg South Centre on a very positive and important measure.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate?
Okay, accordingly, we'll invite the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre for her right of reply. The honourable member has 5 minutes. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a great honour to speak in the House of Commons as a member of Parliament representing Winnipeg South Centre. And today it is a double honour and indeed a great pleasure to have the opportunity to thank all of my colleagues on all sides of the House of Commons for the support and interest that they have shown in my private member's bill, Bill C-627. My private member's bill proposes amendments to the Railway Safety Act, which will help ensure the safety and security of all Canadians. I am thrilled that after I identified a legislative gap in the specifically regarding remediation at rail crossings, which is very helpful for rail safety in urban settings, that I have been joined by so many of my colleagues in filling that gap and better protecting Canadians and their safety. The amendments I propose to the Railway Safety Act are such that give additional powers to the Minister of Transport to intervene when required on an issue of safety, which will help ensure the safety of Canadian citizens and our communities. Additionally, this proposed legislation seeks to empower railway safety inspectors so they may quickly intervene to restrict the use of unsafe works and equipments and to forbid or restrict the use of unsafe crossing work or road crossings. I believe this bill is part of the continuing evolution and improvement of rail safety standards, which we all value. Mr. Speaker, our government takes the safety of Canadians and of the Canadian rail system very seriously and is committed to ensuring that appropriate levels of safety are always maintained. As you are well aware, Mr. Speaker, our record as a government on rail safety is impressive, and I would really like to single out the Honourable Minister of Transport for her leadership, as well as her very hard-working Parliamentary Secretary. This is a vast responsibility which touches the lives of every Canadian and the well-being of every Canadian family. And I am very grateful to contribute to enhancing our record of rail safety for Canadians with the content of my private member's bill C-627. I thank all of my colleagues for their support, and I truly appreciate the response I have received to my various communications sent to every member in this House of Commons on my bill and the responses that I have received from them. As my colleagues, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo and the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou noted in their remarks, there is no greater privilege than to serve the needs of our constituencies. And with this bill, I have enhanced the safety of my constituents in Winnipeg South Centre and happily also the safety of every Canadian. Mr. Speaker, I thank the members of this House of Commons and ask each one of them for their support of Bill C-627. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
The time provided for private members' business is now expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Ms. Bateman, seconded by Mr. Wilkes, moves that Bill C-627, an act to amend the Railway Safety Act, Safety of Persons and Property, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Yes? Oui? carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. À ce moment-ci, conforme.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been tabled and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure for me to talk about issues that are important to Quebec City in this House. As I've done previously, I put this question last December 2014 regarding an important event, the 2017 Tall Ships event, which is long awaited. As you know, the City of Quebec intends to welcome some 40 tall ships in 2017 as part of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. The city presented its detailed plan in May 2013 and is waiting for an answer ever since. Radio silence ever since. We have no idea whether the Conservatives intend to enshrine this and go ahead with the project. If ever the federal government doesn't want to be part of this adventure, the deadline is February, so we have to make up our minds this week about this project. If ever the federal government doesn't want to participate, the City of Quebec could withdraw its candidacy at the latest in February, but if the Tall Ships project could be compromised if the federal government doesn't confirm its funding within the coming days. And it's that radio silence by the Minister of Canadian Heritage and people rising in this House saying, we understand the importance of the 150th anniversary in Quebec City. It's important. We want things to go well. But although she came to Quebec City many times this past summer and fall, we have no answer. And that's disappointing because we need to do this quickly. We need an answer to set the budget because 2017 is tomorrow morning. We're talking about reserving 40 prestigious tall ships that would sail down the St. Lawrence and stop in Quebec City. So it's important to be able to do things ahead of time so that they're well done and that the budgets are respected. Unfortunately, what we see is that the Conservative government cruelly lacks vision. It abandons international events that attract hundreds of thousands or millions of tourists and that have incredible spin-offs. $1 invested in tourism is equivalent to $7 in spin-offs, and that's not negligible. The government had a program to help these festivals, but it disappeared in 2011, and the level of funding of festivals in Quebec went from 24% to 18%. And you know that just last year, the Conservatives decided to cut by 20% the Canadian Tourism Commission. That was a promotional budget that helps events like this one be well known and bring tourists on our doorstep, both domestic and international tourists who spend. So I'd like to remind them that Daniel Gélina, the president of the Summer Festival in Quebec, a huge festival that has 300 shows per summer, says that it's high time we get interested in this. The lack of action by the Conservatives, which has already created victims, unfortunately, following a lack of funding. I'm thinking of the International Military Music Festival in Quebec City, which has ceased operations, unfortunately, after being in existence for 15 years. The International Military Music Festival, allow me to remind you of the importance of that festival. It was so extraordinary. It attracted people from all over, orchestras from all over, people would come to Quebec City to look at that expertise, because people figured out that they could have an event of exceptional quality. So I find it very unfortunate that we can't keep such events going, especially since we only needed a few more dollars from the federal government. The provincial government was willing, the municipal government, so we just needed some support for the initiative. So this International Military Music Festival welcomed almost 200,000 visitors, generating $12 million in spin-offs in Quebec City, and it paid tribute to all our veterans every year, all our military personnel that are part of various missions abroad. And after that festival disappeared, we wonder, will the City of Quebec have to cancel another international event because of the lack of action of the Conservatives about this wonderful project, the Tall Ships of 2015? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you.
I certainly appreciate the opportunity to respond to these comments. I will say at the outset that my experience, and whether it be as a municipal councillor over the years, whether it be as an employee of the provincial government, or whether it be here as a federal member of Parliament, that the negotiations I do on behalf of the people in my riding, I certainly want to defend them in the House of Commons, and I certainly want to promote them in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. But I tend to find that when I negotiate on behalf of my riding, on behalf of the region of Niagara, I'm a lot more successful with those negotiations when I do them behind closed doors and not attempt to criticize those that are both within a particular ministry in order to assist them in achieving the goals that the member from Quebec City is trying to do. And that being critical publicly doesn't always enhance your opportunity or ability to actually succeed in assisting those that she obviously says she cares very deeply for in her riding. But, Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, tourism does make an important contribution to the Canadian economy. 618,000 direct jobs across Canada, including Niagara and the riding of Quebec City. Last year, our tourism revenue in this country was just under $85 billion. And the Government of Canada is proud to support initiatives that bring clear economic tourism benefits to communities across our country. We've made significant federal investments, and we support the industry underline, and we also ensure the importance of tourism to our local, our provincial, and our Canadian economy. In fact, the Department of Canadian Heritage provided funding for the 2014 SAQ New France Festival, which helps visitors to Quebec City discover the history and the way of life of North America's first European settlers. Heritage also provided funding to allow the Assemblée de la Francophonie de l'Ontario to organize artistic and cultural activities during the festival and to extend its reach outside of Quebec. We also saw investments provided for the festival's 2013 and 14 editions through the Quebec Economic Development Program. Mr. Speaker, the Governor of Canada also supported the Festival d'été de Québec in 2014 and 15. Taxpayers across this country invested significantly into programs from Canadian Heritage to offer a wide range of musical performances, street theatre, circus arts, and more. This is in addition to the funds provided through the Quebec Economic Development Program, Mr. Speaker, to promote and market the festival internationally in both the years 2014 and 2013. This year, the Department of Canadian Heritage provided significant funding to the 2014 edition of the Rendezvous Naval de Québec. In 2014, like in past years, we supported many projects that benefited Quebec City and helped raise the profile of the greater Quebec region. Canada's, in fact, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that the member herself, in some of these investments, has applauded them and agreed with them, and in fact bragged a little bit about them when the opportunity arose in her riding to talk about the investments made. I think, in part, by the effort that she would have put forward.
Canada's 150th anniversary of Confederation, Mr. Speaker, in 2017 will indeed provide an opportunity to reflect on what we achieved as a country, to promote a sense of strong pride amongst Canadians, and to inspire a bright future for Canada in Quebec and across our country. We are well aware of the timelines and the required plan to prepare for Rendezvous 2017. It's an ambitious and attractive project, Mr. Speaker, in the context of the 150th anniversary of our Confederation. We are consulting, we are discussing, we are negotiating, and we are preparing. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the member will be happy to know that Quebec City is going to be included in a very significant way in those celebrations. Thank you.
The honourable member for Quebec. Well, listen, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to remind the House that I have to represent the people of my riding, events that take place in my riding. Of course, I'm pleased when there are investments back home because I know it'll benefit people. When I look at some files, there's been laziness. If I look at the Manège Militaire in Quebec, it took years to say, well, perhaps we should rebuild it after it burned down. There were a lot of delays. I don't think that these are always justified. I also saw events completely disappear because of financial needs that were not fulfilled by the federal government. So I think I'm right to be worried, and that's why I'm here wondering and asking one simple question, yes or no. Will the Conservatives understand that they must set out that budget by February? That's in a few days. Unfortunately, the event could be compromised. I want it to happen. So all I'm asking is yes or no. Do you intend to announce something positive by February 2015 so that we can reassure everyone, the organizers, but all the participants in this project? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the member referred to a couple of, including the festivals program, which, as you know, benefited both your riding of St. Catharines, ridings across this country. It was a stimulus program. She mentioned it and said about the programs not running again. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, her community and her city benefited greatly from that 2-year festival program that was an economic stimulus that generated economic benefits across this country, put people back to work, and ensured that Canada was going to work through the issue of a worldwide recession in such a way that we actually created jobs in this country over the last number of years, whereas in other countries they're still trying to catch up from that mess. So, Mr. Speaker, we're very much aware that in 2017 we're going to have to make some significant decisions. We all agree that the 150th anniversary of Confederation is significant in and of itself. We believe that all Canadians, including those in Quebec City, deserve the opportunity to celebrate, deserve the opportunity to participate. And, Mr. Speaker, our government is preparing for memorable celebrations that will take place in 2017. I can't think of anyone in this House who would actually criticize an attempt to celebrate our country's anniversary, especially 150 years.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.